Our hero's name is Cedric, although here he has a different name. Here everyone calls him Roy. Roy hit with a shovel. And he was— Roy called Gabriel and laughed, saying, "It's all about the money." He continued to laugh, and Gabriel realized that Roy had gone crazy. Several years ago, he was chosen by the Absolute. He became one of the heroes of the novel. He read the novel yesterday. Cedric had no idea what was going on. He didn't know how he moved to another world and why he was lying on the ground. He was cold, and there was something wrong with his mouth. The system explained that the crooked mouth was caused by sleeping on the street. Cedric screamed. He already understood this and realized that he had entered the body of the novel's hero. He hoped he had become a knight or something, in case he was called. The man said, "Mr. Roy," it turns out, was here. He had been looking for him for a long time. And he was the main character. Cedric was surprised that they named him Roy. Swordmaster Gabriel becomes famous throughout the continent as the story progresses. But at the beginning of the novel, he is just a knight guarding Baron Arcos. And the name of the Baron's eldest son, Cedric, shouted. He became the mischievous Roy. There was silence, Gabriel said. He didn't say Roy was a prankster, but he is glad that Roy assesses himself correctly. Gabriel looks pleased. So said the system. They returned and Gabriel asked. Roy doesn't remember why he was lying on the road, but Roy had been drinking since lunch and broke all the dishes. Then he got homesick and fell asleep on the way. Baron was worried. Even if the son is a mischievous one, the Baron will be sad if the son dies. Gabriel asked Roy to rest. He would report to the Baron. Roy asked him not to say anything, but Gabriel refused. They have a lot of light at home, Gabriel said. What strange words. Cedric knows the entire content of this novel because he is lying in a narrow room. I finished reading the last chapter and know Roy's fate at the very beginning. The Baron and his wife fall victim to vile swindlers and lose their entire fortune. And they commit suicide. Roy became a beggar and a drunkard. Then he vomits blood and dies. That's how the little rascal died. Cedric was angry that he was dying such a worthless life. Absolute or whoever it was, Cedric was mad as hell at the system. In the morning, Roy's mother, Mariam, asked if he had broken all the dishes last night. Actually, Cedric read the novel yesterday and that's it. But now he is Roy, a drunkard and a prankster, and his mother asked Roy to apologize. Since this body committed a pogrom, it must be held accountable for it. Roy, that is Cedric, agreed, which amazed Mom and Gabriel. Later, Roy and Gabriel came out. The man hid as soon as he saw Roy. Although not only he, all the villagers hid as soon as they noticed Roy. The system stated the obvious. The residents hate Roy. Roy asked why Gabriel was following him. Gabriel explained. The Baron ordered that he be guarded and watched after yesterday. Rather, he protects people from Roy. Cedric realized that he urgently needs to change his image. And to deal with the family debt then, he is the successor of the owner of the village. He could live in luxury for the rest of his life. It turns out Roy has the skills. 2 skills. A worthless person who knows how to irritate others, and the second one is an alcoholic. These skills angered Cedric. Gabriel asked where Roy was going. There's a tavern here. Roy must apologize or he's lied again. Roy chattered that he was just thinking for a bit. Gabriel seemed to suspect something but said nothing. Roy calmly walked into the tavern, and Gabriel became thoughtful that something was wrong with Roy, like he was a different person. Roy apologized, which only made the owner even more wary. Well, everyone would be scared if a nobody like Roy spoke respectfully. So Cedric decided to apologize in a slightly rude manner. The system said that this was not an appropriate manner for the person apologizing. The owner accepted Roy's apology awkwardly. Roy was upset that the owner seemed dissatisfied. Gabriel earned through sweat and blood. Cedric was upset that his situation was worse than he thought. And Gabriel rubbed salt into the wound by saying that the owner's mother was ill. And then Roy started a pogrom. Roy thought it was cold there. It is impossible to heat a house with just one fireplace. It will be hard for old people to survive the winter, until they invent an underfloor heating system. And then it dawned on Cedric that he could become this inventor. It will definitely sell. Fool Roy never even dreamed of it. But for Cedric it is possible. After all, he is a civil engineer. In the army he built a house single-handedly. Cedric worked on construction sites day and night. This is how Cedric will cover all the debts of the Roy family. Roy ordered Gabriel to return to the tavern. The system announced the beginning of the real journey, and the swarm can get points for communicating with people, but now it has 0. For improving relations with the main characters, he can get points. It's not clear yet what kind of points. Cedric looked at Gabriel's points. -30. It looks like Gabriel isn't thrilled with Roy. What made Cedric tense? Then he decided to act. Roy called Gabriel and said he was so handsome. But Gabriel answered coldly, he knows, and his interest sank again. Roy decided to leave it for later. They returned to the tavern and Roy said he would be the performer. And the customer, the owner, deducts the construction costs from the amount of compensation for the damage caused. Of course, the innkeeper didn't trust Roy. That's the problem with the plan. There's no trust at all. From the very beginning, Roy faced a wall of mistrust, but he couldn't give up, so he decided to use another method. Having threatened the poor fellow, he signed the document. The system called Roy trash, but the important thing is that there is a signed contract. Gabriel looked at Roy with disbelief, but only when they came out he asked him. They blackmailed me into signing the contract. This is a new level of arbitrariness. Roy asked. Gabriel, it turns out, has no logic at all. I haven't heard of cognitive bias. If it was so in the past, it will be so in the future. A distortion that arises from the fact that every brain cell is a stereotype. And negative thoughts, Gabriel said, are not a stereotype, but experience and statistics. Roy asked if it was all in the past. Gabriel fell silent. To reassure him, Roy promised they would smile. Both the innkeeper and his mother will laugh with joy, but don't be too touched. The real reason for the work was money. These smiles will become the foundation of his earnings. Dig, move, compact and repeat. Base central wooden frame. Apply river clay and the body is ready. Cedric had gotten used to his former trained body. And this body is very weak. It took a whole week. Gabriel was surprised that Roy was actually building something. He was shocked that the rowdy Roy was keeping his contract. There was no time to rest. Roy, with his flabby body, could barely get up to chop wood, but the axe was too heavy for him. Gabriel caught Roy before he fell, and he decided to help Roy. Roy explained what needed to be done. Gabriel chopped all the wood with one hand in a second. Here he is, a master of the sword. He doesn't even need modern equipment. Roy decided to take advantage of this. He asked if Gabriel could help with the digging. Gabriel was angry that Roy not only didn't thank him, but he also makes him work, so Roy decided to put pressure on him. If Gabriel wants to see results, we need to work together. Gabriel knew Roy was right, but he couldn't trust him. He could only check this after completing the construction. So both guys worked hard together. And so Gabi asked what the hieroglyph was. Roy replied, the logo of his brand. Now it's time to check. Gabi can check if Roy cheated the innkeeper. They brought in the clients and they approved the house. People of this world can only wonder. This underfloor heating power is almost like magic. The innkeeper stroked Roy. He hadn't seen his mother smile for a long time. Gabi was shocked. The innkeeper and his mother were laughing. Just like Roy said, why did he change so much? He even worked hard and fulfilled his promise. Did Roy really want to see them smile? But Roy is not that kind of person. And yet, he sees that they are happy, thought Gabi. Relationships with characters have improved slightly. Roy asked. Gabi is now thinking, Roy is not such a piece of trash. Gabi denied that, in any case, the first order was completed. Even though it's in the red, it doesn't matter. This house is for advertising. And so it happened. A couple of days later, the house became popular. Everyone tried the house. And Roy was right there, offering to build them the same house. He offered 2 options for the house. If you choose both, you'll get a 10% discount. But they still didn't trust him, so Roy started threatening again. The poor fellow stood there, not knowing what to answer. Suddenly, Roy's dad came and asked what Roy was doing. Dad wasn't thrilled with his little son either. That's why Roy carefully avoided his father. What if his father forbids him to build? What should he do then? Father asked what Roy had come up with this time. Roy didn't make things up. He just said it straight out. The innkeeper ordered underfloor heating. And he fulfilled it, the father said. Now he makes contracts with others. The residents are very important and valuable. He will not forgive Roy if he lies to them. Roy replied, no need to worry. If that's all, he'll go. Well, no one believes Roy, so he decided to run away. But suddenly Dad asked, Roy is doing this because of the situation in their family. No need to worry, his father will handle it. So he had already heard such words from his father. Then he really thought that everything would be fine, but it was a lie. He doesn't want to become pathetic because of someone's lousy money. Roy said that he shouldn't give up. He would try too. A couple of years ago, he should have said these words to his father too. Model A was ordered 32 times, and Model B 57 times. Suddenly Roy met the moneylenders. The old men didn't even greet the Baron's son. And then Roy realized that his father owed them something, otherwise they wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. That's right, my father delayed the payment for 5 days. They threatened that they would not sit idly by if this continued. The old men attacked my father in a rude manner, and Roy was eavesdropping. Well, they showed up on time. He gained some points by improving his relationship with Gabi, and Roy thought about where to use them and decided to improve his abilities. It turns out that Cedric knows a lot of things. Cedric asked not to interfere. 15 points are required to improve skills. Cedric pressed the button, but nothing happened. Just as Cedric was starting to get angry, the survey started to improve. Now Cedric can figure everything out with his own eyes. He can also design without sheets. It will be easier for him in the future, but will Gabi's help alone be enough? Cedric dreamed of calling in heavy equipment. The system told me that there is something to summon. Only Cedric was happy, but the system offered some kind of phantom. Cedric didn't really want to do this, but he still agreed. After all, it's only 1 point, Cedric began to imagine. Whatever his phantom will be, the stronger the better. Cedric decided to earn points for the giant phantom. And here is Cedric's chance. The fat man threatens his father. He stated that if the father sold his wife and children, they would turn a blind eye to the debts. Father shouted, even if they are creditors, they must maintain the boundaries of decency. And at that moment Roy came. The old people knew Roy as the disobedient eldest son. The fat man wanted to kick Roy out, but Roy is a naughty boy. He demanded an invitation letter from them. Fundamental Law of the Kingdom, Chapter 3, Article 6. All aristocracy are subjects of the king and have the right to defend their interests. Entering the residence of an aristocrat without an invitation letter is considered trespassing. The elders objected that there was no such law. Then Roy suggested they check it out together. He called Gabriel and ordered him to cut off the intruder's hand. Gabriel drew his sword without thinking while the old men were screaming. Roy suggested testing whose side the court would take. Then the old men cowardly ran away. Roy laughed after them, but Dad wasn't so happy about it. He said they were not in a position to behave like that. Roy put the money down and said earlier he wanted to get the entire deposit and give it to them. This amount will be enough to pay this month's interest. Of course, Dad was worried that Roy had taken money from the residents, but Gabriel promised that he would make sure Roy fulfilled the terms of the contract. Father trusted Gabriel, but he was still worried. The guys went out. Gabby asked how Roy knew the laws. Roy lied that he heard it somewhere, but in fact, Cedric learned it from Gabby. After Roy's parents committed suicide, those old people wanted to sell their bodies. That's when Gabby told me about the law. Speaking of the law, Gabby cut their necks, and in court he was acquitted. Cedric was lucky that he had read the novel. Cedric knew the notification was coming. As he planned, his relationship with his father improved. At night, when no one was around, Roy began to draw the spell. It's some kind of spell, but it's weak. It makes a nasty noise, then a phantom comes out of the circle. And Roy was not happy about this little animal. He turned around, the little animal started screaming, "The bastard!" Roy said to show the phantom his abilities. The hamster spat out 2 sheets of paper. Podong's leadership, it turns out, is his name. You need to feed it sunflower seeds. They can change its structure. A set of 2 seeds is worth 1 point. Roy asked how big he could grow, the size of a human. He hoped that the hamster would dig if raised. But Roy never expected that he would become 5 meters tall. Pod looked at Roy with a grin. Then he began to dig and strengthen the ground. This is how he solved the problem with heavy equipment. But if Roy shows up with a hamster, people will become suspicious. So he decided to carry a summoning book with him and say that he was a genius. And then they will solve the problem of workers for large-scale construction. Roy gathered a bunch of men and said, everyone must learn one rule, safety first. But the men looked like slackers. Roy also thought that it was strange that the Baron didn't disperse them, since he had a ton of debts. So they won't get bonuses, Roy thought. Roy decided to turn the boys into soldiers using military techniques. When he was in the army, they did more digging than training. The essence of an army is to accomplish tasks, Roy pointed to the ground. And he lied that he dug the earth himself all night. This is a boiler room project for the people of the estate. To make it, they have to move the earth to the construction site. As expected, the guy's reaction was so-so. Senior Knight Nu asked what the young master had ordered his men to do. Roy expected the man to speak. There are 3 knights in this estate. It was Nu. Byron is subordinate to him. And the main character of the novel is Xavier. Only Byron and Gabriel remained faithful to the end. And Nu was the first traitor. He sold information about the Baron to scammers. How could such a man become a senior knight? Nu swore that he couldn't believe Roy had left his men to do the dirty work. As the head of the knights, he cannot tolerate this. Roy was not impressed. He said that he had secured the Baron's permission. Nu recalled Roy's past and stated hypocritically that Roy was not trustworthy. Nu asked if he was right. Roy said he was right that Nu was going to get it. This guy has no endurance. It's strange that he reached such heights. If Nu played online games, he would explode in a minute. And Roy decided to demonstrate this. He threw earth at Nu, and he became even more angry. Nu considered Roy a useless scumbag, a nearly bankrupt baron. Roy decided to carry out his plan. He suggested that Nu have a duel. Gabby learned that Roy had a duel with Nu a month later, and he asked if Roy was confident in his victory. Roy honestly stated that he was not. Roy kept saying he couldn't win, which irritated Gabby so much that he almost hacked him to death. He couldn't understand what Roy was planning. Did he really want to be a scoundrel again? Roy asked Baron for a favor, then got into an argument and pushed him away. Appointed Byron as interim manager. Suddenly Roy asked for a favor. I tried to teach him how to use a sword, but Gabby immediately refused. After all, it is his duty to protect the young master, and the young gentleman is like a sack if you teach him fencing. It will be even more dangerous to be around him. But then Roy offered a deal. Gabby would teach him fencing, and in return, he will deal with Gabby's insomnia. Roy knew about insomnia from the novel. Knights are divided into 4 ranks, with the Gabby rank being the highest swordmaster. The reason for his insomnia is his inhuman nerves, which are too sensitive. Roy asked if Gabby agreed to the deal or not. Gabby agreed to try to help Roy, and all because Gabby was sure that Roy would not be able to cure his insomnia. After all, he himself tried a lot of remedies, but after a few minutes, Gabby was already asleep. Roy recited the manuals on reinforced concrete structures, so Roy is the winner and Gabby is forced to teach him fencing. In the morning, rested and handsome, Gabby began his training. It seemed Roy had also noticed the rejuvenated Gabby. Gabby ordered him to run 50 laps. Roy ran away without complaint. But after the first lap, Roy asked to be taught something else. Second round, Roy asked. Gabby didn't expect this. He thought he couldn't do it. Third circle, Roy said. Gabby would say he wasn't cut out for it. Roy hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what Gabby thought. Gabby swallowed, and Roy gloated and laughed. But the system also started laughing at Roy, saying that Roy's ugliness skill had increased. In fact, he had no family, and every morning he opened his eyes to a crowded Goshiwan. Every day he carried bricks up to the 4th floor, and at night he loaded trucks with boxes, just to avoid dying of hunger, always dreaming that someday things will get better. Cedric hoped for a better future. It was only for this reason that Cedric tried and worked hard. But this did not happen. Despair and fatigue drove Cedric to his knees. Compared to that pain and despair, this pain was nothing. Cedric was happy. Gabby watched Roy try and think. If Roy is so sincere, he will teach him his fencing techniques. At home, Dad couldn't understand why Roy was rude to the one who had protected their family for 5 generations. He hoped Roy had come to his senses, but it seemed he had misunderstood him. The Pope cannot demand that duels be banned, and yet, he asks Nu not to be cruel so that Roy is not maimed. Let him bring Roy to his senses. Nu said that he accepted his request. Liar Nu had no intention of accepting Dad's request. He wanted to beat Roy and kill him. And what if the Baron started to make a big deal out of it? Then he will kill him too, along with the Baroness, and pass it off as suicide. And he runs away from the village. It turns out that Roy's parents were killed. A month passed. The day of the duel arrived. Nu asked if Roy was ready. Roy said Nu was going to get it. But for some reason, instead of a sword, he had a shovel. The shovel is made of metal. Roy ordered it from a blacksmith. Dad was disappointed. He thought it was a joke for Roy. But Gabby didn't think so, because he saw how Roy trained. Roy did his general exercises early in the morning, and didn't complain. Then I went to the construction site to explain the boiler room to the engineers. And then I trained with the sword until I wanted to sleep. This doesn't look like the will of a man who is just joking. Dad announced the start of the duel between Roy and Nu. Nu got ready and Roy got into a stupid stance, as if he was mocking Nu. And it worked. Nu got angry and attacked Roy. But then Roy confidently blocked Nu's attack. Nu decided that Roy wouldn't be able to block the second attack. However, Roy used an effective technique that surprised Gabby. This is a special technique that is used in real battles. People were amazed, but Roy found it amusing. After all, he was in the army, and every soldier knows this technique. And this shovel can do a lot. Roy can use it as a shield. She also has the power to cut off roots, and he can also do this. It's not clear why yet. Gabby got nervous that Roy was fooling around. But the first weapon Roy prepared was this shovel. The second is the basics of fencing, which Gabby taught him. Nu didn't expect Roy to take the battle seriously. And Roy has one more ace up his sleeve. He can become one with the shovel. Gabby's opinion of him increased by 1 point during the training. And for the parents, who for the first time in their lives saw their son's sincerity, it increased by 2 points. And by accumulating points, he mastered a new skill. Nu decided to fight for real. He began to gather mana in his body. Heart of mana, Nu declared. Now things are serious. The duel became fierce. Nu fought seriously. Gabby became worried because Roy would not be able to block such an attack. Nu attacked as if he was ready to kill Roy. That's right, Nu wanted to get Roy's skull. Somehow Roy blocked Nu's attack. Nu felt like all his strength was draining away. It's good that Roy learned the 4th skill. Possession of mana, which made Gabby the strongest person in the novel. Hazard's core technique. It wasn't just that Nu felt her strength waning. It was Roy who drained her. And at that moment, Roy attacked Nu twice. Finally, he finished him off with the final blow. People froze and couldn't believe what they saw. The father hesitantly announced his son's victory, and Nu still couldn't believe it. Roy came up and declared that he had won the duel, and Nu had been beaten up. The long-awaited time of punishment, Roy prepared to kill Nu. Dad shouted what he was doing. The duel was already over. But Roy continued to beat Nu, but he didn't kill him. The guys tried to stop Roy. Byron asked if Roy had gone crazy. Gabriel thought maybe he had come down. Roy declared everything was fine, and then hit Nu again. Gabby thought Roy was hitting him just enough to not hurt him too much. This calm expression, as if he knew beforehand. What will happen next? And it's as if he already knows everything. Gabby became even more suspicious of Roy 2 weeks ago. He was surprised that Roy already knew all about this technique. After all, he kept the technique secret, and it is still not completed. Roy tried to get out of it by lying that Gabby had talked about her in his sleep. Gabby wasn't very convinced. He said he couldn't teach Roy that. It's still not finished. Roy asked if he could finish it. Gabby would teach him. Roy's self-confident appearance alarmed Gabby. Roy began to explain Gabby's technique. The mana heart absorbs mana from outside itself, causing it to bounce back. What if you change the source? The mana you absorb from outside will not mix with the mana heart. Let it gather separately, roll it up and use. It's like an auxiliary engine next to the main one. Gabby was surprised that Roy was like this, and Roy tried to look like nothing had happened. This is how he managed to complete the mind technique that had been troubling him so much. Since his first attempt, the number of contours he could create has increased to 3. Gabby trained him, so he was confident that Roy would win. But Roy won triumphantly. Dad got angry and shouted, "Stop ruining the knight's reputation." Roy stopped and asked if they were talking about reputation. Then Roy asked to look under the tablecloth before. Father will decide to stand up for Nu. There Dad saw a pile of letters. Torres, who had been harming them, received a letter from Nu. These letters contain everything: furnishings, instructions, rooms. Nu didn't expect the letters to be found, as he had hidden them in the wall. Roy sent Poe to get the letters that night. Dad was in shock and didn't know what to do. As expected, he was described as a good man in the novel. There will be a big fuss if we kill him now. So Roy told his father that he had a proposition. Nu can be banished from the estate or demoted to a common soldier, so that he could atone for his sins, to administer justice for a minor offense, a chance for redemption. Byron was surprised by such a wise decision and warning to others. Dad accepted Roy's offer and asked, "Does Nu have any objections?" Nu shouted, "None." And he thanked for his mercy. "If we treat criminals kindly, will they atone for their sins?" "No way, they will only take advantage of your kindness." And so Roy said it was a shame that Nu's smile would be his last. What is the best way to ask for forgiveness? There is none. Roy fed Poe a seed and Poe jumped onto Nu. This would solve the problem with the rotten man forever, Roy thought. Later, Poe dug to widen the road, and the workers suddenly turned into brave craftsmen. They built a special road system called the Appian Way. Gabby asked why the road. Roy said he would see soon. Their village's popularity will skyrocket. Gabby had a logical question. Where did Roy learn this? And how did he come up with this idea? And where does Poe come from? It all seems like magic. He really is Roy. Things are bad. Gabby began to doubt Roy. Roy knew that Gabby was a smart guy. This guy is not to be trifled with. He might pull out a knife. But Roy used his skill, rudeness. Gabby explained that all Roy did was drink. What about the spellcaster's skills? Roy asked how Gabby copes with mana. Gabby is a genius. If he can be a genius, why can't Gabby? What if he suddenly became a spellcaster? Gabby didn't know what to answer to this. Roy asked Byron to supervise the work. Gabby said that she would go with him. Roy replied that obviously Gabby was going. They go to one place following the trail of an unpaid debt. A small remote town, or estates. The swindler's house. The guy was in a panic. He lost all his money. The man asked if that was what gambling was all about. And if the guy shouted, "He can pay, even more. He can only make money by deceiving others. But for now it's better to lie low." He wanted to, but it didn't work out. Roy was already with him. And seeing Roy, the guy froze in shock. The guy said they needed to get going. But Gabby was already waiting for them on the street. Roy told Gabby to stand there in advance. He knew that the two would try to escape through the window. The man said in a rage, "The boy at least knows how to handle a sword." After the Baron's death, Gabby thirsted for revenge. Gabby fought with the swindler's personal bodyguard. It was also his first battle with a dark mage. Gabby had a hard time. He had to resist the magic of gravity. The guard made a feint attack. He launched an attack at Gabby. She was squeezing him. But here's the surprise. In the novel, when Gabby was fighting this, he was a simple specialist. However, Gabby now possesses a triple-ringed mana heart. Gabby easily cut through his attack. And now the guard became nervous. Without further ado, the security guard dumped the swindler. And he asked what would happen if honest people were deceived. Gabby wanted to cut off the swindler's legs, but Roy prevented this. He shouted that if the fraudster ends up in court looking like this, Gabby will be punished. Gabby didn't expect Roy to show compassion for others. The fraudster was tied up and dragged back. Roy told him to calm down. People tend to be greedy. They will do anything. Just give them a chance. The scammer asked if this meant they were ready to forgive him. Roy promised to keep everything a secret. And since he is so kind, maybe the scammer will return their money. The scammer said they had to forgive him first. Roy answered, "Of course, but he had one more condition. Let him sign the contract and that's it. Roy, and then, in 500 years, the debt will be paid." As expected, Roy did not come to sympathize and forgive. Roy is not a fool to kill someone who owes him money. We'll suck everything out of him that it can. The swindler shouted, "What is this slave contract for?" Roy, the fraudster, knew that he was not allowed to go to court. So all the money will go towards construction. There are not enough workers. It seemed. Then Roy raised the salary and it worked. Yesterday these people hated Roy, but Roy fulfilled his obligations on time and punished the fraudster. Roy has become a reliable person who can be trusted. The guy wanted to work with him. Roy gave him a contract, but the guy suddenly said, before that, he would like to express his gratitude. His child catches colds easily when it gets a little cold, but thanks to Roy, he doesn't have to worry. But Roy was just trying to satisfy his greed. The guy said that his relatives were from the Recon estate. Roy was glad that everything was not in vain, and his earnings would increase. Gabby thought, there's that strange expression again. Could it be that this entire construction had only one purpose, like the road? Later, Roy said, sooner or later there will be nothing left on this mountain. The heating system requires a lot of resources, and soon the trees will disappear. Gabby asked if Roy knew the outcome. Why did he continue? Roy said that's why he's stopping the road construction, and will begin mining coal. They will sell it at an inflated price. Of course, their residents will receive a small discount, just a small one. Gabby could barely contain his anger, but Roy asked, how can they pay off the debt for the estate if he gives up on this idea? Gabby sighed and said he had no choice. He would agree. But when the Baron finds out about the coal, he won't leave it so easily. Others also tried to mine coal. Roy interrupted and said, but everything was falling apart, but he would succeed. Thanks. After all, he knows the shield method of tunneling. Gabby didn't understand what Roy was talking about, but decided to join in. There are monsters in the cave where Roy wanted to mine coal. Roy created a spell, and created high-class apartments in Gangnam. But it was all in his imagination. He wanted to summon 100 immortal workers who did not need to be paid. The system was fed up with Roy's impudence and said that if he didn't like it, he should draw it by hand. Roy earned a lot of points and invested them in upgrading his skills. And he got new skills, scanning. The skill only allows you to see at a distance of 5 meters. This will help you find the right direction, but how to drill a passage in a short time. He fell ill during the construction of the road. A person can't do this, and besides, people get tired quickly. Then Roy decided to buy a new skill. A small animal fell out of the circle. Roy wondered if this seemed harmless. He asked if she had a superpower. The animal answered yes. Then Roy asked her to show him what she could do. A couple of days later, the bellflower is devouring the earth, moving inside the barrel. The dig froze and Roy shouted for Shaggy to get ready. Bell launched the metal and Gabby chopped it, and the blacksmiths built a reliable support. The harsh reality dawned on Gabby. He thought he was a knight, so why should he mess around with snake poop? Due to the lack of oxygen, my head would be spinning if it weren't for this pipe. They would have switched off long ago, Gabby said. It's time for Roy and the workers to rest. Roy said that he is responsible for everything, and he needs to monitor the progress of the work. He didn't want to leave. All his bosses could do was wag their tongues. He didn't want to be one of them. Roy saw the coal and said they were almost there. He thanked the bell for his help. Roy ordered the shield to be dismantled and the space to be expanded. This is a dangerous undertaking, so you need to be careful. Suddenly a strange noise was heard. The soil cover is strong and should not collapse. Roy noticed a hole that wasn't there before. A monster suddenly emerged from the ground. Gabby protected Roy from the monster in time. But Roy did not stand aside. He also attacked the monster. Roy didn't know there were monsters here. There was no word about this in the novel. And there is a whole army of these monsters here. Roy ordered the people to run away immediately. Gabby was diligently chopping down the monsters. There are hundreds of them here. If they get out, they are finished. Gabby can't handle them alone. There's not enough air here. The mine cannot be destroyed without explosives, even if the structure falls. Roy was in a panic. Gabby slapped him. They climb outside. Gabby defends herself. Roy shouted. He thought. Gabby shouted. Then let him think faster. He won't be able to hold them off for long. Finally, Roy came up with something. He shouted to Gabby. They are going on the attack. We need to move forward. It sounded crazy, but Gabby still trusted Roy. Dad was told about the army of ants, and Dad immediately wanted to go and get his son. And Roy and Gabby continued to fight. There were more and more ants, but Roy did not give up on his idea. It's good that the ants don't come out of their holes, but the situation is terrible. Gabby was at her limit, but Roy didn't want to give up. He wanted to get to the bottom of it as much as possible. There is methane somewhere in this dungeon. Coal is a breeding ground for methanogens. Because of this, layers of methane gas are hidden throughout the mineral veins. Roy ordered the monsters to be held off while he dug. He started digging like a madman, but the monster attacked. However, Gabriel did not allow the monster to reach Roy. Suddenly, the earth shook and the queen appeared. Roy asked if Gabby could handle it. Gabby replied no. But Roy said, If you don't try, you'll never know. Gabi didn't agree, but there was no other choice now. The battle began. Gabi was at the limit of his strength. Roy yelled at Gabi to hold on. It's not for nothing that they call Gabi a master of the sword. Finally, Roy reached the methane and shouted to Gabi. It was time to run to the exit. They ran back. They ran into a narrow passage before Roy threw the torch towards the methane. The entire cave went up in flames and the explosion killed most of the monsters. Dad had just reached the cave and heard an explosion. He was afraid that his son had died, but Gabi protected him. Roy's plan worked, but Gabi and the bell got it. Roy apologized to the bell, and the passage is also sealed. The situation was made worse by the fact that there was no air in the cave. Roy began to dig a passage. Gabi woke up briefly and saw Roy digging. But he quickly lost consciousness, and the system praised Roy for his desire not to abandon Gabi. Gabi's opinion of Roy worsened, and the air became less and less. So Roy asked Miss System to show her skills. He can develop any skill he wants. Roy chose to improve Hazard's core technique. Unfortunately, he doesn't have mana in his heart, but he can sense the presence of mana rings. If he were an ordinary person, even if he trained hard, he might not get the result right away, so he used all the points to improve your skill. Roy asked how things were now. The skill Zeeper is available. Now he has a lot of mana and strength. Then Roy started digging again. This time more furiously because there was no time left. Oxygen levels were critical. Roy only had a couple of seconds. When there were 3 meters left to the exit, Roy lost his strength. But the system used the energy release skill and he woke up. However, they were unlucky again. There were 30 centimeters left until the exit. And Roy was unable to even get up. Just as he had come to terms with his death, Poe appeared. A little air appeared and Cedric forced himself to rise. Dad and the others entered the cave anyway. Suddenly they noticed 2 figures in the distance. An exhausted Roy carried Gabi on his back to the exit. Dad immediately ran to them. Roy fell along with Gabi. The next day, everyone was talking about Roy's feat. Roy was still asleep. Gabi was waiting for him by the bed. Finally, Roy opened his eyes and saw the notification. The residents are deeply impressed by Roy's heroic actions. And they never ceased to praise him. Roy was happy with the new points. Roy and Gabi returned to the cave. All the workers bowed to Roy and greeted him. They considered Roy their savior. And Roy even felt awkward about it. 2 weeks have passed since the ant incident, and work is in full swing. Roy and Gabi were looking for monsters. Gabi asked why Roy would put himself in danger. Gabi didn't believe Roy cared about others. Roy could have delegated this task to others. But Roy suddenly said seriously that he must bear responsibility for all risks. For a second, Gabi froze from this answer. But then Roy said, because in that case, no one would dare to say anything. Gabi couldn't understand whether this was good or bad. They came across a dead end. Roy said there was a hollow space there. He saw this with his skill, so he began to dig. Roy thought there might be monster eggs there, but there they discovered something strange. Gabi decided that the guy could be dangerous and wanted to kill him. But Roy said Gabi was being reckless. It looks like this is where the ants stored their prey, and Roy decided that this was a good find. Surprisingly, the handsome orc gave his name Kik. Kik turned out to be the son of the chieftain of the orc tribe, and since Roy saved him, he is ready to give him everything he wants. This is why Roy saved the guy. Roy put on a smile and asked for 100 orcs to help him in the mines. But Kik immediately refused. Roy clicked his tongue and showed his true colors. But then he put on a smile and asked why. Kik said, Roy just clicked his tongue. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Orcs are warriors, and warriors follow orders. And Roy is not a warrior. Roy knew that upon reaching adulthood. The orcs go after the ant's head. Kik has obviously lost. A chance to mock. With the most unnatural smile, Roy congratulated Kik on his coming of age. Kik didn't get the joke and said he failed, but Roy had a plan. He asked if he and Kik hadn't caught him together. Kik said he didn't remember anything like that, Roy said. Well, he was out cold. Roy convinced Kik that they had fought the monster together. He lied like he breathed. Gabi looked at Roy with disdain. It seems Kik was stupid and believed the scammer. Roy claimed that they were both great warriors. Then Roy asked, so what about the 100 orcs? Kik stated. He agreed. Kik is definitely stupid. A week later in the village. It all ended with Kik's dad refusing to help. But Roy and the others made such a journey. Roy asked if he could find out the reason. Papa Kika explained that his orcs were not strong enough. They need to eat meat all the time. If they are busy in the mines, they won't be able to eat. The tribe will fall if they don't hunt every day. Gabi thought the same. But Roy had an idea, he said. If only the meat didn't spoil right away. Then they wouldn't have to hunt all the time. Then the chief would lend him a couple of people. The leader said that they themselves wanted to repay the debt. Then Roy offered them the opportunity to save their meat. Let's go back a little. When father and son were reunited, it was just a hug, but the effect was devastating. If the boys had stood between them, they would have been ground into dust. Roy hoped to profit from them. Kick showed the ant's head. Dad shouted that he was proud of his son. The orcs also shouted that today would be a holiday. Roy, seeing what they were doing with the gold, was angry. It feels like they pulled them out of thin air. That's why Roy signed a contract with the chief for construction. This way they will get both labor and treasures. Gabi was curious about what cold storage was. Roy explained what it was, and Gabi asked how Roy knew this. Roy said that he was too lazy to explain. Roy said they would need a special kind of stone for the refrigerator. Granite is strong, it will do. Gabi aptly noted that it would not be easy to get them. It's a shame they don't have dynamite, but it looks like Roy came up with something. He has one man in mind, dynamite. Gabi realized that Roy intended to use him again. Mamram is a city trapped within a magical barrier. Inside the city, there were people trapped that Gabi had to save. He watched helplessly as the mana was sucked from the hearts of the captives. Thus, without knowing it, he created a deadly technique skill. Protect the main mana heart with one ring. The other 3 rings also exploded. This explosion later became the same technique, which represented the Knight of Iron and Blood along with Azar's technique. Roy suggested using this technique. Gabi asked honestly how Roy knew this story. Roy said the idea first occurred to him. Gabi said he could see the lies in Roy's eyes. Roy asked Gabi to just try. Then Gabi exhaled and agreed. He repeated the instructions to himself. Then he thrust his sword into the rock and it began to glow. Success on the spot. Roy didn't expect that. Of course, there were some downsides. Gabi asked Roy if he had planned all of this. Roy replied, not at all. In any case, Roy's idea worked. Gabi was both angry and grateful to Roy. Since then, construction has progressed rapidly. The granite was delivered to the construction site by Poe. Roy didn't even have to ask the orcs for help. They did everything themselves. At this rate, the construction will be finished quickly. Now all you need is ice and insulation. Roy sent workers for this, but they have been gone for a week. So there are 2 options. Either they are lazy, or something happened. Roy decided that he needed to find out everything, but Gabi stopped him. And he said that he would go alone. But Roy reminded that he was responsible for the workers, so they set off on their journey together. Gabi said that there was a strange atmosphere in this gorge. It's like mana is blurred here. Roy began to remember the novel, and remembering something froze. Then he shouted, "They are leaving! They have little time!" At the very beginning of the novel, this place was mentioned as one of Gabi's goals. The dark magician Rufel was hiding here. He dared to touch his soldiers, and this made Roy incredibly angry. Gabi immediately entered the cave, which was a mistake, because he stepped on the seal and almost died. Roy scolded Gabi for not thinking his moves through. In the novel, Gabi fell into traps, and the wounded Gabi sought shelter, but Gabi does not make mistakes twice. Roy offered Gabi to use his technique. In the natural environment, mana has a constant concentration in the atmosphere. This way, Gabi will be able to understand where the magical traps are laid, feeling an unusual concentration of mana. So Gabi began to lead Roy along a safe path. But Gabi was worried that all Roy did was lie. He predicts events before they happen. But how? Gabi didn't feel any special energy. Gabi had a lot of questions, but he decided to put them off until later. After all, what's more important now is to save the hostages. And the evil magician felt that his trap had worked, but he wasn't worried at all. Roy was right. His soldiers were with the dark mage, and this magician wanted to use soldiers in his experiment. This magic circle connects with Hell, the Reaper's scythe, which reaped its harvest for 100 days in a vessel of blood. And a young life, that was all the magician needed. But the magician didn't have time to kill anyone. Our thug arrived. The magician, without thinking twice, attacked the boys. He trapped the boys, and he wanted to put them to sleep with magic and then get even. Roy used his skills and began digging. Gabi won't take any sleeping pills. Roy dug and reminded Gabi of a mole. When he finished, Roy called Gabi to finish it. Gabriel used the explosion skill. Then Roy crawled out of the hole. The magician got angry and used magic again, so he summoned a huge monster. This is the most powerful creation of the magician. The magician believed that he couldn't even be scratched. Only Roy wanted to say that the monster's weakness was its legs. As I saw, Gabi was already attacking. Without further ado, Gabi cut the monster apart with his explosion. Gabi can use the power of the explosion as an auxiliary force. And cut in half, even Roy didn't expect that. The magician realized that he was finished. He could not defeat them. Roy said the magician kidnapped his soldiers and now the construction has stopped. How the magician intends to pay him back. The magician realized that now it was better to obey, and to survive by any means, so I was ready to give everything. Gabi said the soldiers were exhausted, but their lives were not in danger. The magician admitted that he wanted to know how to bring a dead person back to life. Roy asked why he needed to know that. The magician responded to bring back his wife and son. He was a magician in the house of a baron, living an ordinary life with his family. No, he lived a happy life, but the baron suddenly wanted to take everything away from him. The magician didn't finish speaking. Roy interrupted him and asked if he would save his family. He thinks they would be grateful to him after the magician killed hundreds of innocent lives for them. He doesn't care about the lives of those innocent people. They had families too. He doesn't think the magician's story deserves pity. No matter what the magician says, his true nature cannot be changed. The magician destroyed the happiness of so many families. He will forever remain a murderer. He could kill murderers and rapists. That's also an option. But oh well. Roy said he would take all his magical things. And if he tries to harm someone else, he may not expect mercy. In the novel, Gabby forgave Rufel and left the cave. The magician killed hundreds more innocents and conducted an experiment on himself. He turned into a monster who challenged Gabby again and again. Even though Roy knew about it, he now turned his back on it. Because I knew from the very beginning. What will all this lead to? And so in this world, Gabby immediately killed the magician. There was a man in Cedric's life who was always swearing. And every time he asked for forgiveness. Because I hoped that if he would be polite, then this person will also change, with such thoughts. Cedric tried to come to terms with the situation, but the man saw him as a punching bag. Cedric kept telling himself that it would all be over soon. He had to hold back. If you make a scene, you will only suffer. The man continued to mock Cedric, and then Cedric stopped and punched him. Then again and again, although he could have stood up for himself from the very beginning. Then it would be possible to do without cruelty. Cedric decided that sometimes he had to stop any violence. Will everything be okay then? There are a lot of serial killers and rapists in Korea. Why the worst criminals escape justice? Roy, Gabby, and the soldiers returned, but the soldiers were exhausted. So Roy told the soldier to give him the bag. The soldier felt awkward, but Roy showed concern in a rude manner. He took their bags and tied them together, and he added that anyone who would arise would lose the additional payment. The soldiers, of course, were touched, but Gabby could not understand Roy. But the soldiers really need support now, and Roy was ready to support them. The system said the soldiers were deeply touched by his actions, and she asked, "Isn't it cute?" Roy said that he only cares about money. They finally completed the cold storage facility, but Kik was not impressed. He doubted that the meat would not spoil here. Roy explained that they hadn't added any ice yet. Kik said it's hot here, so there's no ice. Roy said they would make it themselves. Kik looked at Roy with disbelief and thought, did he really bring a swindler home? Maybe the story about the monster was a lie. Roy knew what Kik was thinking, but he continued to smile. And Kik decided to trust Roy. Roy told him not to worry and wait until the work was finished. Gabby asked where they would get ice. Roy answered in a panic. And he wondered if Gabby was shocked by Roy's impudence. He asked if they signed a contract without a specific plan. He's going to cheat them. Roy asked if Gabby knew the early signs of failure. He can't do this and that. There will definitely be a bunch of reasons. So don't behave like that. Without trying, you won't know whether it will work or not. The one who is open to everything new and tries to correct the situation will succeed. This is what he calls innovation, the thoughts of a true entrepreneur. Roy's loud speech did not impress Gabby at all. That night, Roy was lost in his thoughts. He was thinking about how to make a huge ball of ice. First, Poe and the Bell will bring water from the lake. There is ice magic in this world. So what is its principle? Magic to freely use mana. A technique based on freely changing the flow of mana. There are several types of natural mana. Thus, the changes depend on the nature of the mana. And then Roy came up with something. Of course, he won't be able to use mana as he wants, but he can do something similar. Roy decided to use Azar's mind technique. If it takes away all the heat energy, then only cold water will remain in the water. He did everything the other way around. So far, nothing has worked out. And Gabby kept thinking about Roy's speech. He thought Roy was being unreasonable and irresponsible. But Roy is really trying to find a way out. With dignity, Gabby does not understand him. A couple of days later in the fridge, Roy, as promised, got the ice. Everything will be ready as soon as they install the insulation. Kik and his father were very happy, and Gabby stood to the side and looked at Roy. Noticing his gaze, Roy pointed proudly at the ice. Gabby didn't argue this time, and the leader kept his word. Roy had 120 workers. But as the leader said, he did not do it because of the contract, because I was sincerely grateful to him. And now they also have an alliance that is stronger than blood ties. Now Roy and his family are their comrades. Roy's enemies will become their enemies too. If Roy needs help, he can always turn to them. Roy got a ton of points for this and was very grateful. And so they went home. Of course, people were shocked to see 120 living muscles enter the village. Roy should have written an official statement to calm the people down. After all, everyone sees orcs in a bad light. Even parents weren't aware of this. The story of Roy's heroism spread, and Roy received a lot of points and also gifts from the orcs. Roy wanted to see if they could use the items before selling them. Suddenly he read something and ran into the mine. He walked into the cave and called for Rowdy. Rowdy came over and Roy said he had good news. The agreement is that Rowdy will work for Roy for 500 years. All these conditions are too ridiculous. Now he has nothing to worry about. This tells how to revive a dead person. This means that Rhodey will still be able to serve out his entire sentence. The bastard won't even let a person die. Roy was looking for the Baron to discuss something, but he was not in the office. The girl said that the Baron was receiving guests. Roy's face twisted when he heard the names of the guests. These were those same impudent old men. They demanded rights to the mine, having offered a supposedly profitable deal to the Baron. To Roy's surprise, he knocked and asked for permission to enter. Roy walked into the room with a bright smile. The fat man immediately showed permission. Roy said it seemed like they came up with a good offer, and he himself suggested that they would pay off the debt in installments. And they can reduce the debt, the fat man immediately shouted. Roy asked if they could offer it, but he couldn't. He was furious. And then Kik came into the room and asked, who made his brother angry. The Steel Sand Tribe will destroy anyone who makes Roy suffer. Roy stopped Kik theatrically, just to scare these old people even more. Roy said that if they refused, he would be deeply offended. And Kik added that if they dare to upset his brother, he will tear them apart. Roy wasn't particularly happy with that either. But construction orders are growing, and they will soon pay off their debt. Roy asked his dad not to lose the contract, and he said that they have worse problems. Orcs eat 10 times more than them. Their food expenses are no joke, but they can't let them go. As Roy had expected, the orcs made excellent miners. The orc worked non-stop all day. Roy ordered him to rest, but he didn't want to. Their productivity is 10 times higher than Roy imagined. You don't need to pay them, but you need to feed them enough. And Roy will have to spend money on this. Considering the productivity of work in the mines, they will not go into the negative. Dad said there was no way to be sure that residents would be able to afford it. Roy said if they keep raising taxes, it will be robbery. We can allow them to earn more. Abandoned land in the north of the settlement, they will turn it into a farm. And they will give it to people. They will grow different crops, earn money, and pay taxes. Gabi asked how people would be able to grow anything here. Roy said he had an idea. He was lying. Roy didn't know what to do yet. The area is not small, and a water drainage system needs to be thought out. There is no other choice. We will have to simulate a possible option. But so far nothing has worked. Morning came, and Roy had not moved from his place. But 20 days have already passed. He hardly eats or sleeps. Gabi asked if he would stop him. Dad replied, no, he hated him. Even though Roy was his son, he wondered if he would become human. But now he tries for the sake of others. He can't help in any way, but he won't interfere either. Gabi replied that now Roy is responsible for his words and does not give up. The Baron's sympathy level towards Roy increased. Roy asked the heavens to help him. Once he's dealt with the water, he'll be able to raise taxes. Roy is exhausted, but it's bearable. Compare this to how he worked nights and got by with odd jobs. His unusual experience had a positive impact on his design skills. A new skill is available to him. Modeling is possible by managing the collected data. Roy began to test his skill. Then Roy shouted, she should have told him earlier. He had been suffering for a month. The system responded. He himself said that it was tolerable. Roy and the system began to communicate about his desires and goals. But Roy said he was too busy to talk about it. Then Roy called Belle and Poe, and he said it was time to meet new friends. The first step of their project is to pump out all the water from Poe and the Belle. The kids were scared, and Roy said that the two of them couldn't handle it. This means they will draw and need to use all their points. Draw as many creatures as you can. Roy decided to get 4 creatures. He hoped for big creatures like Poe and the Belle. A ball jumped out of the circle and flew into Roy, and the new animal was a hippopotamus. The kids jumped happily and talked to each other. Roy apologized for being in the way, and he asked if Gip could show him the instructions. Roy was unhappy that Gip couldn't be raised like the others. If you give him a seed. Gip looked at him happily, and Roy declared that he wanted another animal. The system said that the choice of creature is available once a day. The kids scolded Roy for being rude, but Roy didn't think so. Then the kids started to protest, and Roy gave in. And he asked what skill he had, whether he could absorb moisture from his clothes. Gip answered once. Roy asked how many, and Gip happily patted his tummy. Roy thought, so far he had all the skills he needed. You could say he was lucky. Gip wanted to show off his abilities, and Roy and the kids watched him. Roy didn't immediately notice that Gip had started to grow. Soon, Gip drank all the water alone. So much water in such a short period of time. Roy was shocked, and the kids grinned. Then Roy asked the mistress of the system. The choice was really random. The system said that maybe Roy had developed the skill of luck. Gip called Roy, and Roy asked if he still wanted to drink. Then let him drink until he's blue in the face, because construction starts tomorrow. To begin with, Gip will pump out all the water from the swamps. Then it will drain the water into the river and become small again. The workers will then loosen the soil and remove the roots, and plant remains. They will dig holes in the ground and insert bamboo poles into them. They will make sand pegs and ask Poe to compact the earth. Once the water has collected inside the poles, Then they will build a more reliable storage facility using the modeling skill. And so 10 days passed, the first part is completed. They still had a long way to go, and Roy had promised to throw a party when the work was done. Gabi watched the place that had been abandoned for so many years, and I couldn't believe that it was turning into a farm. And Gabi was also trying to remember what his task was. Roy ordered the seeds to be planted, and so the honorary knight planted the seeds. It seems Gabi has started to think about his life choices. The Baron said the swamps are really turning into rice farms. People have already heard about this. It's some kind of miracle. Residents show admiration and respect for Roy. And so Roy earned points. Gabi was proud that his seeds had sprouted. Roy said everything would be ready as soon as they installed the water wheel. During the rains, the water will need to be disposed of somewhere. Otherwise, their lands will be flooded, but a specialist is needed. Suddenly, the named guests appeared. Gabi said it was Vic. His estate is located north of these swamps. The man asked who was responsible for the construction. Gabi ordered him to speak more politely, but Roy stopped him. And he asked why they had come. The man stated that according to the contract, these lands belong to Vic. They must leave this place immediately. This place has been abandoned for hundreds of years, and to the north, the lands here are in the possession of Vic. The southern part of the swamps belongs to Roy's family, so it's obvious that he's not just laying claim to it. Apparently, he wanted to take possession of the fertile lands. He may indeed insist on the transfer of land for his use. Roy asked. Vic claims that they entered his territory without permission. The man answered that it was true. These lands were granted to Vic by the king himself. So why doesn't he shut up? Then Roy introduced himself to Vic. Vic said the one who behaves inappropriately. They have nothing to talk about. Let him call his father. Vic shouted that he had gone deaf and that he should call the Baron. Roy answered. He heard everything perfectly well. Some kind of dung fly was buzzing here. Vic didn't understand that he had been insulted, but his assistant explained it to him. Roy replied, The land law of the kingdom, Act number 300, a special law governing the cultivation of marshy areas. Roy began to explain the law while Vic was yelling. The right of ownership passes into the possession of the one who cultivates them. Firstly, their resources and labor were invested in these lands. Secondly, housing for people can be built on these lands. Thirdly, the development of long-term agriculture is possible. Fourthly, all this is supported by a special rule, when the first harvest has already been collected from these lands. Then Gabi remembered how Roy spoke. Let him plant these seeds, so they can repel various pests. Roy congratulated them on witnessing the first harvest in the swamps. Well, there is no charge for viewing. Can accept it as a gift. And now would they be so kind as to leave their lands? Thus, Gabi asked how Roy knew these people would come here. Roy replied that they had seen such smart guys before. Those who try to rise on the labor of others. People started chanting Roy's name. Roy asked where he was from. Should he get the money for their salaries? Quickly got to work. The following days it rained. Summer is over, autumn has come, and with it the rains. Roy has used modeling 100 times, but it's too early for him to relax. He must be sure to the end that the lands are truly fertile. Done, you can proceed to the next step. At this time, in Vic's domain, the old man was dissatisfied. The man said they would be exempt from paying taxes for 3 years. Over the next 2 years, residents of those lands will be actively cultivating them. He was annoyed that Roy had taken away his share of the land. He won't give her up so easily. Then Vic ordered a council to be convened. A couple of days later, Roy woke up with a headache. There is no time to rest, it's time to work. He woke up Gabi and noticed that he was also disheveled. And he said therefore that even knights can get tired. Gabi admitted that he had never felt this way. My head hurts so much it feels like it's going to split. It's strange, they have the same pain. And it wasn't just the guys, it seemed like everyone had a headache. Even the poor animals had headaches. As Roy suspected, the cause lies in the water. One of the most powerful weapons he can use in this world is information. But after the incident with the Muravyovs, he realized that new events could now occur. He expected that Vic might lay claim to the land, so he made inquiries about him. Vika's main source of income is dyeing technology. The same technique is used in coloring fruits. Roy realized something, and Dad spoke with the representative. The man demanded that part of the dried-up swamps be given away, and then they will stop spoiling their water. They openly said that they were poisoning people. The man said it was their right. They might even win, but it will take more than 1 year before they make a decision. Legal costs, as well as the purchase of drinking water, will be expensive. The father said his son and their workers had shed blood and sweat. By draining these swamps, such a scoundrel, he will never give up their lands. The man bowed with a grin. At that moment, Roy walked in, and he said that he had an urgent conversation with the Baron. As things progressed, the parasitic neighbors decided to spoil their water. The assistant shouted. He had just insulted his master. Roy shouted, the parasitologist offspring understands human speech. This made the assistant even more angry, and for the insults, the assistant challenged Roy to a duel. There was no point in proposing a duel. He was quickly burning and begged Roy for mercy. The assistant whined like a child, but Roy decided it was worth teaching one more lesson. And this time, Dad ardently supported his son. What angered Baron Vic, but it seems he has figured out how to use his appearance to win. He wanted to file a complaint about the attack on the nobleman. The investigation will take 3 years, no, even 4 years. I bet that's exactly what he thinks, Roy said. However, they will not let their efforts go to waste. There will be no mercy for anyone who stands in their way, and they will protect their lands from greedy hands. First, let's solve the drinking water problem. By building a reservoir using Gip's skill, they will pump water from where it has not yet been contaminated. They will also take care of the water supply system. They will build a waterway from the river to their estate. Gabi warned about the difficulty of this task. Roy replied that they would have to cut back on expenses, a lot, but they will earn 100 times more on this construction project. A couple of months later, Vic was still kicking himself. He just couldn't beat Roy. The man said that Roy was requesting an audience. Roy says he's here to resolve the issue. A smug Roy walked into the office and said, "Vic seems to be unwell, but he came to solve the problem." Vic asked what kind of nonsense Roy was talking about. Roy mocked, asking, and Vic didn't know, if he can save their production from ruin. What Vic would do, Vic asked, is his doing. Roy is the one who destroyed his workshop, and Roy said proudly they did a great job. Because they had spoiled all the water, they had to get it from the river. As he was able to find out from their friendly note, the water was used for its intended purpose. They had to dig the earth from the river all the way to the estate. Vic shouted. He didn't care what it had to do with his workshop. Roy said that a huge valley stood in their way. Unfortunately, they had no other choice. They had to build a Roman aqueduct to find the limestone they need. It was necessary to blast the rock as the limestone began to settle to the bottom. "There is a lot of limestone," Vic yelled. "What does this have to do with his workshop?" "Water from the valley is used in their production. Limestone particles had ruined the colors of the fabrics," Roy explained. Vic shouted, "But the law is not written for the freak. He will file a lawsuit." Roy returned them to the defendant. The decision will take at least 2 years. He thinks that until then, there will still be those who will remember their product. Roy decided to leave because he had told what he wanted, and Vic shouted after him that Roy had messed with the wrong person. Roy will pay for everything. The guys came out and Gabi said that he just couldn't understand. By provoking him, Roy only made him angrier. But Roy told Gabi to just wait, and a month later, Vic himself came to beg for forgiveness. Roy confidently asked if smart people had really brought this to his attention. That he couldn't be defeated, Vic admitted that he had acted recklessly. He, Vic, spitting on his pride, humiliates himself. Roy asked if his pride was worth even a penny. If so, Roy will sell it for 1,000 or even 10,000 times more. Roy doesn't need an apology, he just needs to sign the contract. Vic started reading the document and froze. He shouted, "What's the point of paying for water?" Roy replied that it was Vic who taught him that you have to pay for water. Dad couldn't believe that such a huge amount would be coming in every month. If this is the case, he will be able to pay off the debt with interest. Roy replied that it was good that Vic turned out to be a good person. He lies like he breathes. He couldn't stop gloating. And they didn't agree on a time frame, so Vic is in his slavery for life. No, not only him, his entire generation. Roy had no intention of stopping. He wanted to suck all the life out of him. Dad asked what was wrong with his face. Roy said he was just happy. Then Dad said that Roy still had the orc's treasures. The Count sent a letter stating that he was ready to buy them at a good price. Roy said it was strange. For that amount of money, he could easily find new treasures. But he mentioned something about a bronze statue. Market Town, Count Carl. He looked closely at the water, and a monster jumped out of it. Water supply restoration work is almost complete. To minimize moving costs, only 10 people will go with them. Dad didn't answer. Gabi said there was no need to worry. He will look after Mr. Roy. The Pope responded that when the knight arrived here, he began to threaten, and to demand half of the land before, out of fear, he would have simply given everything away. But thanks to Roy, he became bolder. He was an indecisive and incapable person. Gabi objected. He said that the Baron was kind and worried about others. Dad thanked me for the kind words. But a leader must have strong faith and character. Just like Roy now. Gabi didn't think so. The only thing Roy wants is money. Dad said that now Gabi's job will be more than just looking after Roy. He must always be close to the Baron's heir, Roy. Gabi replied that he would carry out the Baron's order, but he was thinking. Even though Roy rebuilt the estate, he would never like this man. In the past, the Baron asked what Gabi would like to do in the future, and he promised to do everything to help Gabi achieve this. Gabi thought and said that he wanted to become a knight to protect the Baron. The Baron thanked Gabi and said that Gabi would become the strongest knight in the world. So, the Baron gave him a wooden sword, which he carved himself. But Roy took it away and shouted, The orphan loser wants to become a knight. A pathetic dream, and Gabby's sword broke. And Gabby kept this sword all these years. And all this time he hated Roy. Roy said Gabby had become dependent on his cradle. And yet he began to mumble instructions. Gabby began to fall asleep and think. He still sees another person in Roy. He began to remember how Roy worked and thought. Gabby hated himself for thinking Roy was a decent person. Late at night, while the boys were sleeping, a guest came to them with the intention of killing Roy. He quickly attacked Roy, but Gabby immediately woke up and blocked his attack. Roy woke up when Gabby grabbed the knight. Then they went to work, where Roy repeated that worker safety was paramount. Gabby said that he passed the information on to Vic. It seems Vic fired him the first thing he did after that failure. Roy understood him in principle. He was doing his job and they fired him. Apparently he wanted to take out his anger on him. Gabby asked, so Roy knew it would happen. Then why didn't you prepare? Roy asked why he needed to prepare if Gabby was nearby. This surprised Gabby, but Roy continued. He can walk and talk only because Gabby was there. This says a lot about Gabby's abilities and reliability. Not every boy left alone by the monster invasion is able to survive the winter. Such a person was able to become a knight and is now next to him. Who else to trust if not Gabby? Roy repeated the Baron's words. Gabby remained silent and this frightened Roy. Roy asked Gabby to say something. He was already ashamed. Gabby just said, wow, and kept repeating to himself that he hated himself for considering Roy a good person. Roy said the pipeline construction will be completed tomorrow. So the boys got ready for a trip. Roy was sleeping on Gabby's shoulder, which irritated him. So he hit Roy and Roy asked if Gabby hit him and Gabby denied it. But Roy repeated that he saw everything. And Gabby repeated that he didn't do it. They argued and argued, then Roy said stop. Roy asked Gabby to teach him how to ride a horse. Gabby said, no, he is a knight, not a teacher. In fact, Gabby was impressed that Roy wanted to learn this. Roy said it was an order, hinting that he would try. Gabby sighed with displeasure, and the system laughed that they were like two angels. Roy yelled at her to be quiet, and Gabby asked if Roy had finally gone crazy. Rumors spread faster than words. Rumor about that Roy built the first water supply system on the continent. And so Roy got a lot of points. Fame means money, and money means a comfortable old age. Roy laughed, and Gabby was finally convinced that Roy had gone crazy. The journey was not easy. Winter became more and more noticeable as we approached our destination. They arrived only in the middle of winter. Carl thanked them for making such a journey. Roy and Gabby bowed back. Carl said he had heard rumors about a talented builder, and he imagined a menacing appearance, but Roy is a true nobleman of nobles. The Count confused Roy with Gabby and already wanted to marry his daughter to him. Roy called the Count, but he shouted that what an impudent, pathetic servant dared to interrupt a nobleman. The system laughed at Roy. Realizing his mistake, Carl laughed. Then he apologized, and Gabby could barely contain his laughter. Carl stated, but Roy really does look like a servant. Without shame or conscience, Carl played a significant role in the novel. Gabby, who had been on the run after the massacre of the Baron, was caught here. But after talking a little, the Count realized that Gabby was a worthy person. And after that, Carl played a significant role, acting as his comrade in arms. Carl explained that he wanted to buy treasures to erect statues in the sea. Trade has completely deteriorated. A couple of years ago, monsters began appearing in the seaport. They have never been directly attacked, but their very presence is terrifying. Roy heard about it. It is impossible to attack from the sea. The castle gradually fell into decline, and the Count fell into despair. The novel had many hints, and then suddenly it ended. Carl tried to find out how to get rid of them and realized one thing. Mermaids are the strongest warriors of the ocean. For the monsters, they were the main source of fear, so Carl thought. They need to install bronze statues of mermaids in the center of the sea. But I had to abandon the idea. If he makes an earthen embankment in the water to install the statue, the sea will become shallow and ships will not be able to navigate. He no longer needs their treasures, but there was an agreement between them. He will buy them anyway, Roy said. Carl should not suffer unilateral losses. Carl asked if Roy would sell. Roy replied he would sell them. And at a high price he will install statues. For some reason, it didn't occur to Carl that the statue could be installed in a simpler way. And Roy is from the future, so he knew about it. Fortunately, the seabed is fairly flat. And there is a lot of sedimentary rock here, so the ground is moderately soft. Could the soft rock layer be even deeper? Roy's face froze, but Gabby was pleased. He enjoyed Roy's suffering. Then Roy suggested that Gabby give it a try. But Gabby asked if Roy was really satisfied with the terms of the agreement. No matter how much he thinks, he just can't figure it out. There is some kind of magic involved here, Roy replied. Magic called cement. They sailed to the pier. And the girl appeared there. She brought a letter for Roy. This is the Count's daughter. She saw Roy yesterday. And apparently she came to confess her feelings. It's not, in a way, Roy expected this. Gabby took the letter without much enthusiasm. But the girl was happy. Gabi seemed to anticipate an awkward conversation, and he wanted to avoid him, but Roy stopped him. Roy seemed genuinely upset, he asked. Gabi pretended that nothing had happened. Having accepted the love message so calmly, Gabi asked what the problem was. Gabi really didn't know what was wrong. It finally dawned on him. Roy had never received letters like this. Envy covered Roy, and Gabi felt awkward, and he said, "Well, hang in there." He genuinely felt sorry for Roy, which only made Roy even more angry. Roy tried to convince himself that he didn't envy Gabi. Carl asked what was wrong with Roy's face. Then Roy changed his grimace to a smile and said he was thinking about work. Carl said the materials had been delivered, except for volcanic ash. But this is a key material. The advantages of such cement are obvious. Any building can stand for 2,000 years. But Carl was ready to go to the volcano for the sake of material. However, Roy already had an idea. Portland cement is a modern building material. He only knows approximately how to mix it, but the lack of knowledge is only in the details. Even if you don't know what to do, you can always at least try. Roy spent the night experimenting, but so far nothing had worked. He tried to understand what his mistake was. Roy kept thinking about how to make cement stronger. The kids were worried about Roy. They tried to get his attention, but so far they haven't succeeded. Then Roy yelled, "He's busy, damn it!" Suddenly he remembered his puppy. "I remembered how much I cried when she died. She was all he had left. He would like to stroke her one more time. He would like to play with her one more time. That's why I decided to take a walk with the kids." While walking with them, he said what a terrible person he was. Everything was going smoothly, so he just gave out orders as if they were some kind of robots. There is no greater idiot in the world than him. He is so sorry. Roy stopped and thanked them for everything. The kids feel their sincerity, and now they see Roy as their family. Roy now has new benefits available. The kids wanted to discover new skills. Whatever the skill, there is a use for it. Even if it's a useless skill, since Belle wants it. New skill, volcanic eruptions. Just what Roy needed. The very next day, Roy used the Belle skill. This is indeed volcanic ash. Roy was very happy and kept talking about it. But Gabi didn't hear. He covered his ears. Until they started arguing again. The problem with the cement was quickly resolved. First, by equipping the Belle with a giant diaper to filter out the ash. A 5-layer sieve was attached to the other side of the diaper. Belle's skill volcanic eruptions activated. It was beyond Carl's comprehension, from skills to spells. He decided to find out everything, and then report everything in detail to the king. It's time for step 2, to build a caisson, where they will pour cement, and then install a well. Gip pumps water from the well. Finally, the third step. Drive friction struts into the ocean floor inside the well. Gabi coped surprisingly quickly. And now we'll have to wait for the next batch. Gabi asked what the expression was on her face. Roy asked. He was waiting for Gabi to say, "I'm a knight. Why should I?" Gabi, "He is a knight. Why should he hammer?" Roy said if Gabi didn't hammer, he wouldn't make any money. Then they will not be able to pay the debt. The Baron will be sad. And so Gabi began to work hard again. After Gabi finished exercising, they made reinforced rod frames with steel protrusions at the ends. And finally they poured the cement, and when it hardened, they removed the box. The marine artificial soil has been laid, 50 centimeters above the water level. Carl said he still couldn't believe she could support the weight of the statue. If everything works out, then he will be ready to be generous. The night was illuminated by bright garlands. The statue shone in all its glory. People celebrated the completion of the work, but Roy complained about his clothes. Gabi told Roy to stop complaining. Carl suddenly shouted, "A moment of attention!" This young man made an invaluable contribution to the installation of the statue. And everyone immediately decided that Carl was talking about Gabi, and Roy continued to convince himself that he was not jealous at all. He's here for the money, not the praise. But he was irritated that Gabi felt sorry for him. But Carl didn't calm her down much, saying that it was all because of Gabi's pretty face. While people were celebrating, the monster swam towards them. It swam out and looked at the mermaid. It was decided that the mermaid was all alone, and that she was her sworn enemy. And while the guys were having fun, the monster decided to attack the mermaid. Thinking it was real, Gabi noticed movement in the water. Then Roy came up and asked why Gabi was sitting there like a statue. Of course, he didn't mean a beautiful statue. Roy asked, "Is Gabi listening?" Gabi just said there was something there, and this is something incredibly fast. It is twice the size of this ship, slightly larger than Gip. Roy quickly ran to Carl and called him, and he whispered that the monster was approaching, and that people needed to be evacuated. But Charles asked his knight if he felt any unusual movements in the water. The knight replied, "No, he doesn't feel anything." "Our Gabi is more sensitive," Carl believed his knight. Carl said there was no need to worry, but Roy insisted it was definitely the statue. The knight insisted on his own. Luckily, Carl listened to Roy and Gabi. However, Gabi understood that it was too late. Roy ordered Gabi to cut the anchor, and then Roy threw Poe towards the statue. Gabby chopped at anchors like branches, while Po gnawed at the ropes that held the ships together. The monster jumped up and immediately attacked the statue. Gabby quickly stood up and grabbed Roy. The statue flew into the city and destroyed houses. The ship capsized and people fell into the cold water. It won't be possible to save everyone. Then Roy called Gip and he jumped into the water. Gip saved people in a strange way. While the monster was destroying the city, Gabby shouted, "They have to stop the monster." Roy was swimming in the other direction and Gabby asked, "Where is he sailing?" "The monster is in the city." Roy shouted, "That's right, Gabby wants to fight this monster." "Is he crazy?" Carl shouted. "The water is icy. We need to save people as quickly as possible." And Gabby asked if Roy would leave people in trouble. Roy shouted, "They came to make money, not to fight monsters. This city has its own army and cannon. They can handle it." Even without their help, Gabby reflected, Roy was resourceful in moments of crisis. He motivated me not to give up and not to give in to difficulties. That's the kind of person he was. It seems Gabby is disappointed in Roy. Roy shouted that this was not the time to play the hero, but Gabby refused. And no matter how Roy yelled at Gabby, Gabby jumped on his sword and swam on it into the city. On the ground, the army attacked the monster, but there wasn't a scratch left on the monster. All the monster could think about was the mermaid. He didn't even think about people in the city. Gabby quickly reached the city and attacked the monster, but his attack was unsuccessful. It was the monster's turn to attack. Gabby successfully avoided its attack. But Gabby could not avoid the second attack. Even after blocking the attack, Gabby was hit hard. Of course, even Gabby can't cope with this monster alone. Gabby knew it himself. He was just playing the role of bait. He knew he could die here. And Roy continued to run away without Gabby, Po, and Gip. Convincing himself that he can't do anything, so he runs away. Roy complained to himself. He was also a human being, and it also hurt him to see how the city was collapsing and how people were suffering. But what can he do? And what if he runs away, thinking about how cities and people are being destroyed? Roy stopped. Roy began to think that if he ran away like this, the city would be completely destroyed. And if he lets this happen, who will pay for the work? Roy shouted to himself. Well, our hero's motive isn't the best, but at least he decided to come back, so maybe he was deceiving himself. Telling himself he was doing everything for money, Roy told the bell that they were coming back. She used a volcanic eruption. And thanks to the bell, Roy returned to the city at high speed for his money. And our Gabriel was still fighting this monstrous monster alone, knowing that he would not win. Gabriel, as an experienced knight, knew that every living creature has a weak spot, and that is the eyes. However, Gabriel had a problem. The monster was about to hit him with its mustache. And yet Gabriel was lucky. Gip came to his aid, having hit the monster earlier. Just from one blow, Gip lost all his water and fell on Roy, who was screaming madly, "Money." The monster turned its attention to them. Then Gabriel took advantage of this and attacked the monster. It didn't seem to work, which surprised Gabriel. It was difficult to find an area to attack effectively. The chances of winning are not so clear, but Gabriel admitted to himself that he himself is very calm. Because Roy is back, the very fact that he is back increases the chances of winning. Gabriel trusts Roy more and more. 2 hours ago, Roy, riding on Po, ran towards the monster. Roy shouted to Po, "Don't get too close, don't let the monster see Po." So Roy wanted to find the weakness of this monster while Gabriel fought the monster. However, Gabriel's blows didn't work at all, which frightened Roy even more. What the hell is this creature made of that it's so strong? Our hero thought. Suddenly something dawned on Roy, and he used his dimension skill. After all, no matter what kind of living creature he is, he can be measured. Its chitin contains ivory, a meter thick, Roy noted. The triple cell structure overlaps at the molecular level. And it's very tightly woven, it's like a bulletproof suit. Every time Gabby attacks him, all the energy impacts accumulate in one place. Here it is. We need to empty the horn, collect the energy and release it. The plan has been devised. First, you need to get rid of this horn, this place with the water pocket. If they hit him, they would be able to control him. At least there would be a chance to defeat this monstrous monster. Gabriel shouted what he should do. Roy made gestures, but Gabby yelled what that meant. Were they out of their minds or something? Then Roy shouted, "Horn!" But Gabby still didn't understand him, so Roy yelled, "Horn! We need to cut off his horn!" Gabriel immediately obeyed Roy, although trying to cut off the horn could be fatal for him. But despite this, Gabriel believed that Roy was responsible for his words, so he attacked him. Roy shouted, "Cutting off the horn would not be easy, but the power of the mana rings is not only in the strike." Gabriel shouted, "Then what should he do?" He quickly reached the monster's horn, and having gathered all his mana, he began to chop this horn. He connected several rings to strike. It worked. A real mana saw shock. It was just an idea in theory, Roy thought. Even though he hadn't finished his plan, he didn't doubt Gabriel at all. Then Roy ordered Po to attack. Po jumped on the claw so that the monster would not attack Gabriel. so Gabriel managed to cut the monster's horn. Well, the first point of the plan worked. Then Roy shouted, "You need to hit the center, from the direction of the tail diagonally to the head. This is the second point. If they hit in this direction, they might be able to buy themselves some time." Gabriel immediately jumped down and ran to the monster's belly, without even thinking about why Roy was asking this. However, the guys were out of luck, because the monster had already lost its strength, and its legs could not support its body, and it fell to the ground. But Gabriel only ran up to him, and it seemed he didn't have time to run back. Only his sword remained lying to the side. But luckily, while Gabby was aiming, Poe was able to run to Gabriel and save him from being turned into a pancake. Then Poe apparently began to scold Gabby. Gabriel apologized, saying that he did not understand little Poe. Perhaps Poe was now scolding him for his recklessness. He could understand that. But Gabriel has no intention of retreating. He will stand until victory, because he believes in Mr. Roy's plan. Roy continued to work hard to come up with a well-thought-out plan in a hurry after the successful measurement. But it is very difficult to perform due to the incredible speed and strength of this monster. However, they must carry it out. It is the only way to finish him off. Roy decided to combine a couple of his plans, then called Poe, who jumped onto the roof. And Roy jumped on his back and said, "Let's go to the place he was talking about." Roy told Gabriel that the monster recognized him as a threat, and that they needed to move east, luring it into the forest. Gabriel accepted the order. The boys had already bought a little time. That should be enough. Now all hope is on the Count, of course. The Count was also drawn into this matter, 15 minutes ago. The Count watched as his city was destroyed by the monster they had so hoped to scare away with the statue. But instead of helping, the statue brought only grief. The city was already half destroyed. The knight asked for forgiveness for not having sensed the monster earlier. But the Count said that the knight was not guilty of anything. It was all his fault. It was stupid to believe that it was some kind of statue. It will help get rid of the monster. But Roy swam up and shouted, "No! The monster is chasing the statue." He's convinced that this monster has come to destroy the statue, and Roy decides it's best to use his obsession against him. He and Gabriel will buy the Count some time so that the Count can carry out Roy's plan. Gabriel continued to run and dodge the attacks of the monster that was following him. Poor Gabriel was already at his limit. He started breathing heavily. He was fighting from the very beginning. But he told himself that now his main task is the city, for the safety of its residents. Gabriel ran with all his might, luring the monster into the very depths of the forest as far as he could. Suddenly, Gabriel saw Roy riding on Poe, who was dragging the statue behind him. The monster, seeing the mermaid, began to scream furiously. This was exactly the reaction Roy was expecting. The monster decided that the mermaid had come back to life. The guys even outdid themselves after all. It was the right decision to trust the Count from the novel. "It's time to finish with this monster," Roy shouted to Gabriel. "He will make a breakaway, and Gabby will attack." Gabriel shouted back, "Next time, let him tell the whole plan to the end." But Roy shouted, "What nonsense is he talking about? This must never happen again." As planned, Roy turned the cart around. Or rather, Poe and the monster, of course, ran after the statue. And Gabriel took advantage of this moment and attacked his stomach again, using a sword strike. The sword touched the monster and an incredible explosion occurred. But even this colossal explosion only destroyed the monster's skin. Gabriel couldn't believe it. But he used all his strength for this blow. Then Gabby thought, was he really that weak? He wasn't strong enough to protect people? He began to blame himself and reproach himself for weakness. Suddenly Roy shouted, "Gabriel succeeded." Gabriel didn't understand this, but Roy shouted, "Gabby pierced his shell. Roy takes care of the rest." Gabriel gathered the last bits of his energy for this final blow. However, after this blow, he was without strength. Now his consciousness is clouded. He can rest in peace. It seemed that Gabriel was preparing for his death, but at that moment, Gip saved him. And Roy shouted to his friend that he should rest. The city still needed to be defended. Gabriel didn't understand why Roy was saying this. And although our hero runs and shouts confidently, Roy himself is not sure that he will succeed. So far, he doesn't understand how he can take the monster away from the city and finish it off. There is no certainty that he will not return back. The sea has already become a habitat for monsters. And he has a mind. He can do even more harm, wanting to take revenge on the mermaid. "Poe can't go any further at maximum," Roy shouted, and now Poe stopped too. All Roy can do now seems obvious, what he can do. Earlier, when Roy decided to save the city and do his part, following the plans, he joined the attack, to destroy it with an explosion. There was simply no other way out. It needs triple rings to explode, but right now it only has double ones. Then Roy called upon the system and began actively leveling up, requiring a ton of points for just one skill. It was daylight robbery, but so far nothing had worked. Roy asked the system to give him a discount, but each time the price went up, there was nothing to be done about it. It seemed his plans didn't include getting into a fight. He didn't have enough points anymore. He made a smart decision about what he was doing hanging out here in the air. He needed to think of something quickly. Roy decided what to do. Just use mana and hit. And if even a small wound occurs, bite in and attack the monster again. Gabriel opened his eyes briefly to see Roy fighting, then fell asleep again. But finally Roy had enough points. He leveled up the skill again, and it worked. Roy got triple rings. Mana expansion by 500%. 1 ring protects the heart, 2 other rings. Just as Roy gathered himself with mana and wanted to strike, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to strike before a stone flew into his head. It seems that Roy let go of the monster from shock. He can't. He needs to unhook another ring, like he did there. Roy tried to remember how he had gathered the mana, and by some miracle, Roy was able to gather himself and create several rings again. And the incredible happened. Roy hit the monster, creating a mega explosion, which he couldn't do before. He attacked the monster with his bast shoe, and finally the monster was defeated. Roy's explosion was colossal. Gabriel finally opened his eyes. The kids were next to him and they were very worried about him. He stood up and saw the dead monster. Then Gabby was convinced that Roy really knew how to answer for his words. Poe tried to drag Gabriel somewhere. It seemed he was worried about Roy and wanted to show him the way. So Gabriel followed them and they saw something terrible. Roy, who was not moving. Then Gabriel immediately ran to him and pressed himself against his chest to feel his heartbeat. Unfortunately, our Roy's heart stopped and he was no longer breathing. At home, Dad received a letter from the Count and began to read it. This letter did not make him happy at all. After reading the letter, Dad instantly jumped on his horse and galloped forward. It seemed like he was running to his son. Dad was horrified, wondering how many times he had scolded Roy for putting himself in danger. Mom also didn't stay at home. She followed her husband to their son. Dad said that the road was long and she should stay, because the weather was getting worse by the minute. But Mom reminded her that she was better in the saddle than Dad, so the 3 of them set off on their journey. In the letter, the Count spoke of how the construction had been completed with incredible success. But almost immediately afterwards, the city came under attack. And at this critical moment, Roy and his companion Gabriel gathered all their courage. They sacrificed themselves to save the city's inhabitants, but Roy ended up in a coma. Roy's parents walked through the wind, snow, and cold to their son, to the most hated troublemaker Roy. Dad thought about what a loser Roy used to be, and what a hardworking and trustworthy person Roy had become. The Count added that he would wait for the parents of such an extraordinary person. And suddenly Dad realized something. All this time Roy had been calling him Baron. Roy had never called him father, and he wondered if Roy was really his son. But they didn't have time to think about it for long, because a disgusting monster stood in the parents' way. Byron, as the knight of their family, decided to buy his parents some time so that they could find another way. Dad was against it. He didn't want to leave Byron alone, but the monster attacked, and Byron shouted that it was time for them to leave. Then Dad asked Byron for forgiveness, and together with Mom went to see his son. But Byron wasn't doing so well. The monster broke his sword, unfortunately. As we learned earlier, Byron's skills as a knight are not perfect, rather they are ordinary. And then the monster grabbed his shoulder. Byron wasn't going to give up on this. He took out his knife and stabbed it into the monster, but it still didn't let go. A loud crunch echoed through the forest. The monster broke Byron's shoulder. He could die at any second. But at that moment, the highly respected Baron and Baroness came to the rescue. They did not leave their friend in trouble. Mom was the only one who plunged the knife into the monster's eye, into the weakest spot of any monster, and Dad plunged it into his back. The monster writhed and screamed in pain. Byron talked about how ashamed he was to call himself a knight while his dad helped him up. Then Dad asked him not to say that. He reminded him that Byron was a feudal lord who had been with them from the very beginning. However, he did not finish speaking. The Baroness called the Baron, and looking back, he saw a pack of the same monsters, of course. Like wolves, they attack in a pack. Despite his condition, Byron raised his sword and prepared for battle. He was true to himself and Roy's parents. Although he understood that they would never win, as soon as the pack ran towards him, the savior Gabriel appeared and killed everyone in an instant. Then he spoke calmly, as if killing an entire pack was a daily activity. Gabriel decided to meet them, just in case. Byron and Roy's parents were shocked. Of course, they knew Gabriel was a talented swordsman, but they didn't expect this. Gabriel wasn't that strong. What made him like that was what they were thinking. The parents asked if their son was okay. Gabriel told the parents that he didn't know if Roy was alive or not. Then Gabriel could not accept Roy's death. He repeated to himself that Roy would wake up now. Their estate, his parents, his newly acquired home, all of it would be destroyed. But after a while, Gabriel felt Roy's pulse again. And even though it was weak, Roy was breathing, which was impossible, because Roy's heart had stopped a couple of seconds ago. Then Gabriel felt triple rings spinning at incredible speed. It is difficult for him to know about the state of Roy's heart. This incredible movement of mana is in his heart. It is difficult for Gabriel to know about the state of his heart. Now Gabriel understood how Roy managed to kill the monster. And in the city, the residents tried to rebuild the destroyed houses, and the whole city. Gabriel and his parents reached the city. Gabriel said that Roy was in the Count's house, where a doctor was looking after him. But so far there has been no significant change. Dad said how frightening it was that only Roy and Gabby were against this monster that almost destroyed such a big city. However, Gabby said that it was all Roy's merit. Only the strength of Mr. Roy helped kill the monster. The parents didn't know what to think. Their son had never been strong, and then this happened. How could Roy destroy a monster of such magnitude? People were talking about how Roy had helped and saved them that day, and that they were going to the estate. They wanted to help in any way they could. Mr. Roy, if it weren't for him, they would have frozen to death then, the residents said. It's hard to imagine how many people he saved while getting to the monster. Roy became a true hero for these people. People continued to talk about how they had no hope of being saved and were already expecting death. But Roy saved them. Roy and Poe helped people trapped under the rubble. The women said that the statue had started a massive fire in the city, and houses could have burned down in a matter of seconds. But then Gip and Roy appeared and put out all the fire. He saved not only people, but also houses. It's hard to imagine how many people are now in his debt. But one thing is certain. For each of these people, Roy is a hero. There was a whole crowd of people standing in front of the Count's estate, and each of them was praying for Roy's health. They were praying that Roy would wake up as soon as possible. They were all grateful to Roy for saving their lives and the lives of their families, for saving the entire city. But of course, there was someone who was unhappy with all this. There will always be that asshole who will complain. He shouted that if it weren't for Roy, this statue would not have been erected. The city was destroyed because of Roy. The asshole in the story who was supposed to make the story complete showed up, and he continued to yell and insult Roy. However, the people Roy saved quickly suppressed this rebellion. They were not going to tolerate disrespect for their hero. The system has earned a ton of points from people's gratitude, and for this achievement, Roy is entitled to a big bonus. That's how our Roy opened his eyes. His head was hurting terribly, and all he could remember was how he had recklessly used the triple blast, exhausted all his strength, and more. Was he alive? Roy wondered. Then the system said that perhaps if he were dead, he wouldn't be dreaming. Roy asked the system, but how so? Isn't his heart part of the settings? The system said that Roy would gradually learn this, but for now he should pay attention to more important things. Gabriel stood at the door in shock. Roy said as if nothing had happened. Gabby, just in time, when they were promised to get caught for their work. Roy was in his element, so Gabriel thought. Then Gabriel was silent for a moment, and smiling, said that it seemed Roy was better. It seemed Gabriel was happy to see his friend alive and well. The parents ran into the room and hugged their son tightly, so tightly that it even hurt Roy. They could no longer hold back their tears when they saw that Roy was okay, but pretended to scold his son for his recklessness. They no longer cared whether it was their son or not. They were happy that Roy was alive. It seemed that Cedric had received a family that he did not have in his past life. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, a man was reading the Count's message to the Queen. In the message, the Count said that the monster no longer posed a danger. The Queen was impressed that such a person existed on her lands, and now Roy became interesting to her. The stunning Queen wanted to meet Roy and his knight in person, so she ordered an invitation to be sent to Roy. She wanted to see everything for herself, and the rumor of Roy's heroism spread throughout the kingdom. And Roy was beside himself with joy when he saw how many points he had scored for increasing his reputation in society. Skill, Heart of Mana, heating up a high concentration of mana in the heart. Now it's clear where Roy gets so much energy, even though he spent a month in a coma. And Roy realized that since he had mana in his heart, it would be easier to work with a shovel. More work, more points, and more money. The system asked if that was all he cared about, and it seemed like it was somehow disappointed. Roy asked if that was how she spoke to hardworking workers, and the system apologized, and then explained that his heart had not appeared thanks to training. All because of the shockwave from the explosion, Roy realized that he could use the triple blast often. Based on this, his mana heart has unique properties, since Roy can use triple strike whenever he wants, which means the prey will go faster. The system was once again disappointed in Roy's imagination, and asked him to say something more sophisticated. The reason why Mana's heart needs protection from the effects of the explosion. The fact is that Mana is like an ammunition depot. Just light a match and everything will go up in smoke. Since the consequences of a blow are catastrophic, if you do not protect your heart, then prepare to say goodbye to life. But at that moment Roy didn't have a mana heart, thanks to which he is still alive. The shockwave settled in his heart, trying to preserve life. It turned into a mana heart. While his mana heart was developing diligently, he did not notice it. thinking that swinging a shovel was much more useful. It seems that sometimes it doesn't hurt to play the fool. The Count appeared, apologized for being late, and said that they were leaving. Roy came up with something. It seemed like another cunning plan to get money. He asked if it was the back in the road, how much money will be needed to restore them, because the destruction is not small. The Count calmly replied, "That's right. It looks like the costs could exceed the city's monthly budget." Roy said that if the monster had not died, the amount could have exceeded the annual budget. The Count tensed up and asked what Roy meant by this. Now he would understand how greedy our Roy could be. Roy hinted at his salary. Compared to the annual budget, the salary he received could be considered pocket money. And he laughed mockingly and said, "Who would have thought that a statue erected for the sake of fighting would bring about such a disaster? You can't blame anyone for their choice, because this choice was made by nature itself. But there were people who were ready to sacrifice themselves. It was all so good that it all worked out this way. And if you think about it, he heard that those who work in the interests of the city's residents are entitled to monetary compensation. Monetary compensation is definitely due, and what I wonder is what the townspeople would say." Having learned that their hero received nothing for saving their lives and the city, the Count then said tensely, 1.5 times, "That's enough." But Roy's face didn't change, and he said he was asking for forgiveness. But it seemed there was a misunderstanding. He didn't ask for more money. However, now he knows that for the Count, the city's life is only worth increasing by 1.5 times the total amount. Our hero is quite a crook. He skillfully demanded money, a real swindler, and the Count understood this too. And he said double it. Roy again didn't react at all. He was driving up his price as best he could. The Count was getting more and more nervous and said, "Yes, yes." Roy turned around to hide his grin. His plan was working perfectly. And the silence seriously frightened the Count. He just started to panic. But suddenly Roy's hand slipped towards him. Roy said he was impressed by the smart spending and would consider it compensation, so he could put the money to good use. This was pure extortion, and the Count understood it perfectly well. It was sheer madness. But the carriage arrived and people immediately realized that it was the Count and Roy. Then they began to rejoice. They were all in awe of Roy, but Roy thought it was tiresome because in Korea he was just a piece of trash, and he did it all for the money. And the Count said that there are even balls installed on the podium that amplify the sound. All the residents really want to listen to it. But this only scared Roy. He needed to be told something. Together they stood firm like heroes in such a difficult time. It wasn't like he was making money from his passion. Roy walked onto the podium. People were chanting his name, and Roy looked at them tiredly. All he could think about was money. There were a lot of people, and if we could get money from everyone, it would be cool. So Roy energetically told them about how his heating system worked. But people clearly weren't expecting a simple advertisement. They thought Roy was going to give a great speech, but all he did was talk about heating. Roy promised that the quality of life for these people would improve so much that they would no longer need to light a fire several times a day. Having finished with the advertisement, Roy said, "That's all. If anyone wants an order, they know where to find it." He turned around and left. And the Count understood why he didn't hate Roy. Roy takes a thorough approach to financial matters. Roy is persistent but reasonable. Besides, Roy does everything he must, instead of hating. The Count wants to make Roy his subordinate. It would be too foolish to keep him in the wilderness where he comes from. The Roy family estate that will become his sweet gold mine. And the main knight here is Mr. Byron. Honest, sincere, hardworking. Everything is fine, but compared to his diligence, his knightly skills are average. No, maybe even less than average. Roy thought that was a problem. But not for long, Byron told Roy about all the completed tasks and how he did it. It turned out that Byron was a professional at handling documents. He skillfully set out all the tasks and carried them out. Roy was visibly surprised. He stopped Byron and asked if Byron had been doing all this while he was gone. Byron didn't seem to understand what the question was about and said, he was simply fulfilling his request and keeping an eye on everything while Roy was away. The man appeared and reported that the last level of the heating system was completed and requested an inspection. 30 minutes later, Byron went to check all the work. Roy went with him. After checking everything, Byron said that everything was done without a single mistake. Impressive. The men were delighted, and Byron continued. He asks them to take into account that it was for moments like these that he yelled at them. Now they are the most important members of their team. Roy was truly impressed by Byron's literacy. If he were in the Korea of the future, he could become an executive director. And Roy has already imagined what he would be like if he were born in the future. Now Roy can trust Mr. Byron with more things. It turned out that such a large flow of orders for heating was the work of the Baron and Baroness. And as it turned out, these people had something to offer besides the estate. From the moment Roy was born, luck had been with him. Now, thanks to the new generation, many will either cry or laugh, Gabby said. It looks like such a large storage will be needed to store the corner. Roy confirmed this, as they were expecting endless streams of coal, and thanks to the construction fees, Roy was able to pay off more than half of their debt. And let's not forget that he still has water bills from their neighbor waiting for him. Roy is so close to his carefree life. This expression on Roy's face always irritated Gabby, so much so that he was ready to punch Roy. But as far as he knows, this sound announces the arrival of the Imperial envoy. Roy was not at all happy about this, but even scared. The messenger dismounted from his horse with pomp and ceremony and took out a scroll. This cheap show really irritated Roy. He wanted to quickly find out the reason for the messenger's arrival. The messenger said, "Since ancient times, great kings for the sake of peace, and the comfort of the aristocracy and other citizens." And not only that, the messenger continued to chatter and chatter about the feat of Roy and Gabriel. And although the father was terribly proud of his son, Roy was only irritated. After all, he went through this in the army. You just had to get the job done. You can't do better than necessary. And as soon as you break this strict rule, they will start taking advantage of you. The chief asked Cedric to install heating for him. He didn't know this then, and studied too hard. And he built it too perfectly. And the people's insolence didn't end there. They asked for more and more, but no one thanked him. Roy didn't want to get involved with the monarchy, because that would mean saying goodbye to his peaceful life. Hearing the invitation, or rather the order, that he and Gabby should immediately go to the queen, he burst into tears and blamed himself for his work. Sitting in a luxurious carriage, all he could think about was that he would have to work for the monarchy until the end of his days. Gabby said Roy looks like he's been given a death sentence. If it were Roy, he would be in 7th place with happiness, thinking that he could get rich at the expense of the monarch. Roy thought he had information, the queen's identity, her future. If you use all this information, Roy has a chance. Gabby helped Roy to cheer up, and Roy was already thinking about how to turn the situation to his advantage. Roy and Gabriel came to the queen and bowed to her, and Roy even got scared for a moment. Her presence was no joke. Roy greeted her and wished the master of the royal road good health. Once again, Roy's appearance let him down, and the queen also decided that Gabby was an aristocrat. The queen said she could feel the flow of unique mana within Gabby. Just by looking at him, she knew that Gabby was as special as expected. One of the 2 best sword masters, she is not to be trifled with. And as a wise queen, she was not going to believe in Roy's talents from stories. She wanted to be sure of his abilities. But why does Roy need this? The queen will personally evaluate Roy. A special moment for Roy to receive an order from the queen herself. The queen asked what most urgently needed renovation. Well, she started with a riddle. The test has already begun. But fortunately, Roy read the entire novel. The queen wanted to know if he was as gifted as people said. If Roy can spot the obvious flaw, she'll give him a chance. Roy replied, "The Magina River, which crosses the royal road. A new bridge needs to be built across the river." His answer pleased the queen. But Roy himself knew that this was not the answer the queen was expecting. However, knowing her character, she definitely won't stop there. A character with powerful and absolute strength, trying to be equal with everyone and acting according to conscience. She gives everyone a chance to share their opinion, the beautiful queen. And that's what she did. The queen asked why. Roy replied that someone might think that the main palace needed urgent reconstruction. As far as he knows, a long time ago, an evil dragon attacked the tower twice. To prevent a third attack, the roof of the building was made flatter and wider. But it has become incredibly heavy, and this weight presses on the columns. However, he believes that this is not the most urgent task. The queen considered Roy impudent, knowing the answer. He dared to give another. Roy knows that's exactly what she's thinking. How dare he give a different answer? And he knows that the queen knows that he knows that she knows. It seemed that this impudence even amused the queen. Roy insisted that the bridge had to be rebuilt. And he promised that if she let him take care of the bridge, he would build such a bridge. Roy talks about a modern suspension bridge that is not afraid of either floods or ice drifts. The queen frowned slightly as Roy condemned her decision. And then Roy got scared and swallowed, while Gabby looked at him with displeasure. But the queen is a sensible and mature woman, who wouldn't kill over an argument. She even liked it. She allowed Roy to talk about her bridge. Roy knew she would like it. She hates flatterers, and she rewards those who are confident in their convictions. That's the whole queen. But if she's betrayed by the one she adores, she'll lose her hand. And he will become a bloody monk. But this story will happen only 3 years later. Now she is a queen, ready to listen to even the poorest peasant. In the end, the queen decided that it was fair and allowed the bridge to be built. And she promised to generously reward his family and maintain their status. Roy crept up to her and handed her the contract. And he asked to sign it. The queen asked. He does not believe her words. She was offended that he had prepared a contract in advance. But Roy said that the contract stipulated that if he was not sincere in his words, he will suffer the most severe punishment. Although the queen felt she was being dragged into something, She was not angry. They came out and it was time for the happy dance. And of course bragging. And Gabriel looked at him and thought that Roy could lose his head, and he would not be able to resist the power of the queen. Kai said the guy was smart and good at calculations. The queen replied that he was more assertive than she imagined. But Kai added that it seemed to him that she was unhappy about something. The queen replied that that was the case, because from the very beginning he tried to outsmart her, but he did it so banally that it was even cute. A couple of days later, Roy got ready, and Gabriel asked if he could really handle it alone. Roy asked why he needed security in a kingdom with unrivaled security. And Gabby can't even imagine how uncomfortable it is to be anywhere near him. Even earlier, when he went for a checkup, he couldn't concentrate because of Gabby. Then Gabby wished Mr. Julian warm wishes. Julian, Roy's younger brother, who was studying at the Royal Academy. Before the trip, Mom packed a bunch of warm clothes to give to him. In the story, when the Baron's family went bankrupt and they couldn't pay for his education, Julian was thrown out of the dorm. He died. The guy ran into robbers, but now that won't happen. Roy thought how cool he was for saving so many people. It's time to go meet his little brother, whom Roy has never seen. The little brother did not feel much joy towards his brother. Roy was expecting a guy, and Julian looked like a child when he looked at his face. Cedric realized that Roy was a real ugly guy if the kid was looking at him like that. If Roy is especially nice, the child will suspect something. So he threw down the bag of clothes and said, "Look, Mother collected them." And even this was enough for the child to suspect something, because Roy cursed him from head to toe. He was also wary that Roy had carried out his mother's orders. He didn't trust Roy. Roy thought that his behavior was kind. Acting like Roy was tiresome. He turned around and started to leave. Even this alarmed Julian, who was used to Roy hitting him. But for Cedric, he thought that calling him a punk was already enough. Then he remembered that Mom, with tears in her eyes, asked Roy to have dinner with Julian because he was lonely. And Cedric, like an obedient boy, listened to his mother and suggested that his brother go to a restaurant. Julian asked why. Roy replied that he meant why, to buy him something. Mother had asked him. Julian still didn't trust Roy. And yet, Roy said to let him order something more expensive when he gets another chance to eat in a place like that. Julian looked at Roy again with disbelief. Then Roy called him a punk. But it was too late. Julian thought Roy had forgotten to call him a punk. And now he called him one just because he forgot. Why is he acting normal, Roy? The one who cursed everyone he saw. The goat who kicked him, looking him in the eyes. And since when did he stop drinking? Because he drank all day and behaved like an animal. A couple of days ago, a certain man came to tell me about a battle with a monster in the port city of Cremo. Julian couldn't believe that the man who got rid of the monster was his brother. He didn't believe it. Either it was a rumor, or Roy had taken Gabriel's credit. Everything is so good that it's strange, Roy. As if he were a completely different person. Suddenly some pompous turkey hit Julian. And he dared to ask why he was sitting there. Julian apologized for nothing and said that this was just how things turned out. The arrogant asshole just hit him. Continuing to ask useless questions, he beat Julian. Roy listened as the pouty students laughed that Roy and Julian's family couldn't afford to eat at such a place. They laughed at their situation in the house, calling them pathetic beggars. The staff at this restaurant seemed to think the same, which was annoying. Even if it is an academy, family status is much more important than knowledge, and it is not right for the son of a poor estate to be so close to the leadership. Roy didn't know what to do to help his brother, and not make his life at the academy more difficult. Yes, and Julian is sending a clear signal. Stay out. The pompous turkey said that one must at least achieve the status of Rakanat to be allowed to eat here. And then Roy remembered a member of this turkey's family who was now in his slavery. Then he could barely contain his sarcastic laughter. Roy finally stood up and asked what his father did. Turkey said, "Wise and modest Vic Raconte, who achieved everything himself. And he is related to this scum. Let him get lost." Before the guy could finish speaking, Roy's hand slipped. The offensive skill, Mana's slap, works without fail. Roy doesn't have such a skill. Another asshole decided to test his luck and started insulting Roy. Then he too received the long-awaited slap in the face. Some giant sophomore started yelling that he would tear Roy to pieces, for which I got a beating from Roy. Then the typical villainous twins, with their noses in the air, decided to get into a fight. Then Roy had to get creative to hit both of them at once. Roy walked up to the guy and asked who had just made a noise. Before the guy could find any excuse, Roy hit him too. These twins didn't say anything, but they laughed, and that's what they got. Vic's son grew bolder and hit Roy right in the face, which I quickly regretted when I saw the face of this psycho. Thus began Diego Raconte's behavior training. Julian was seriously afraid of the consequences of his brother's madness, and yet for a second he thought that Roy was normal, and he wanted to turn to the deputy director for help, but he had long since run away. And Roy continued to educate Diego, since before no one dared, having driven him into the wall. Roy asked, "Diego is probably confused, wondering what is going on, why he is being beaten." Roy said whether he knew or not. How dare Diego behave like that? Diego continued to threaten Roy. But then Roy said, Diego thinks he has some special position to bully other people. Why does he have to teach such simple things to an ill-mannered idiot? This is because Diego doesn't have someone next to him who will beat the crap out of him every time. He pointed to the dent in the wall and shouted, for trash like Diego, who was wasting oxygen. At that moment, Julian ran up, hugged Roy tightly and shouted, enough! Roy will kill him. But he himself was wondering why he was even covering for him. It will be even worse for him later. I should have thought about this earlier. Roy suddenly asked if Julian was really afraid that Diego would bully him even more later. There was no need to worry. The corpse couldn't harm him, Roy said. The calmness and smile with which Roy spoke scared Julian to death. And then Roy took up Diego's upbringing again. Cedric himself had seen enough of these thugs at his school who did whatever they wanted. And Roy rejected any form of mercy for Diego, because only the fear of death can correct such freaks. When the abuser received his deserved punishment, soldiers and professors from the academy appeared. The old man shouted that this was a sacred academy, which was under the patronage of Her Majesty. Great Queen, this is treason. Roy stopped his education and turned around, looking at them with a terrible look. Julian was worried that Roy would attack both the guards and the dean, because if he dared, Roy would be quartered on the spot. However, Roy is not a fool. He bowed and introduced himself in a polite manner. This struck Julian, who had never seen his brother like this before, and he began to wonder if Roy had been preparing for this. And Roy added, he bowed his head and asked for forgiveness for causing such a commotion. After all, he merely restored the trampled honor of Her Highness. The old man asked what nonsense this was. Who the hell would dare to defame the Queen's honor? Roy explained that this boy, Raycon's son, his younger brother, suffered from bullying and insults, and he asked whether the man behind the dean had nothing to say, whether he had seen everything that had happened, or whether he was mistaken. He seemed to have no desire to stop him, but then again, he could be wrong. And there is no need to guess why he did not stop. It's all because of the staff of this academy. He was recruited on the recommendations of the nobility, so they didn't want to see anything except these very nobility. So the students felt free and did crazy things. And it's not just the students, they're good too. Cedric would never have stayed away if he'd found out that Julian was being bullied. He had not paid attention to them until now, since he had previously been a poor son of a baron. And the old man shouted, even if it was true. What does this have to do with Her Majesty? Roy replied, having insulted his younger brother. They insulted him too. Roy took out and showed a special royal pass for an important guest. Then, frightened, the old men quickly fell to their knees, shouting, long life to Her Highness. Roy said that since they all understood what happened here, he would go. And the old man thought, idiot, the status of a royal guest only applies to one person. They would be able to punish Julian after he left. But when the old man looked up, he saw the expression on Roy's face. And I realized that Roy was hinting that if they pulled any tricks, he would finish them off. So, while they wouldn't bother Julian, Roy called his brother and told him to hurry. Julian, still in shock, asked where they were going. Roy replied, to the administrative center. Then Julian asked why. Roy said he meant why, to take the academy. Julian interrupted him and shouted how far Roy was going to go just to stroke his ego, because Roy was going to put him under even more pressure now. And now he won't be able to study here. But Roy said that Julian would have a hard time studying in such an environment anyway. He asked if Julian had heard the saying that the best way to build muscle is through physical labor. Back at the palace, Gabby tried to convince Julian that Roy's advice would help him and that Julian should trust his brother. He believed it would lead to good results, but Julian couldn't believe Gabby was talking like that about his wayward brother. Then Gabby asked if Julian didn't trust his words either, and Julian didn't know the answer to that. Gabby repeated that in Cremo Roy single-handedly dealt with this monster. He even coped with the killing blow. He built a road and a water supply system, and also began mining coal and befriended the orcs. And that's not all. He was even able to pay off most of the Baron's overwhelming debt. He achieved all this alone, so he personally asks Julian to trust his older brother. Now Mr. Roy is in charge of their estate. Roy, who just arrived, became proud, but Julian said it was hard to believe. Roy is an alcoholic and an asshole, Gabby added. Right, he was stupid and arrogant. He was pure trash. It was hard to believe he was even human, and all Roy's joy hit rock bottom. Julian said he would like to believe Gabby's words. He asked if it was possible for someone to change so much. Gabby answered. He thinks that it is impossible. He is not sure about all of this, but it seems so to him. This man was someone else. He just looked like Mr. Roy. Gabriel was not mistaken about that, and Roy visibly tensed. Julian also became worried, and asked if Gabby meant to say that someone was using his body, like black magic. Gabby replied that maybe that too, if that was even possible. After all, in the book he read there was such a theory. But in order to transfer the soul to another body, It requires a very large amount of mana, and he secretly decided to test it. Roy, Julian, both body and soul felt natural, as if they were one, and could be exhaled. These are just stupid assumptions, Julian said. But it is even stupider to count that he had changed so much. Roy, standing behind the door, understood perfectly well that Gabby would never change for anything in this world. By not sensing his presence, Gabby seems to be hinting that Roy is acting suspiciously. Suddenly Julian said he thought he was the only one trying hard. All this time my brother has done so much to cover the debt. Perhaps he should acknowledge it. His brother actually saved their estate, and Julian's sympathy grew. Finally, Roy walked into the room and said it was time to begin. The first step is to prepare the bridge's suspension cables and crush the soil to make pizza dough. The second step is to finish preparing the pizza by adding other types of soil and stones. Third step, Baby Bell eats it all. The fourth step, distribution, the bell gives hot steel. The fifth step, when the steel has cooled, Poe will roll it into 120 bundles of wires. And this is how the production of the cable is completed. Roy warned that this process is the starting point of the entire construction, and if something goes wrong here, it will be the end of everything. Besides the debt of their estate, this will also decide his fate at the academy. Julian became worried and asked, "Then this is a very important task. Why trust it to him?" Roy asked what the hell it was all about. This was a very important task, because such a smart and responsible guy like Julian. And he must fulfill it, punks. Roy added this at the end to maintain character. So he encouraged his younger brother to believe in himself and remain Roy, the bad guy. It is a suspension bridge, and building it with the technology of this era is no easy task. Roy alone can't handle it. That's why he must borrow the power of super technology. But the fat and drunk dwarf immediately refused Roy. Although Roy didn't even have time to say anything, the dwarf declared that he didn't want to listen to anything. Everything is just as described in the novel. An old and mean grandfather, until you interest him. He won't even move, even if it's by the Queen's order, but Roy also has an ace up his sleeve. Roy showed a plan for building a bridge across the river, and it is called a truss structure. The gnome initially muttered that he wasn't interested, but after noticing the details he became thoughtful. Roy feigned disappointment and was about to leave, but the dwarf stopped him. And he asked if the overall structure was not strong enough, what would happen then? Roy replied that the structure would collapse, the bridge would collapse, and all the people on it would die. And then he will take responsibility for their deaths, and will be hanged by the guillotine. If only Colin would take up the matter, Roy added terrifyingly, looking at him. Colin shouted, "You cheeky bastard, is that a threat?" Roy replied, "He hopes." "Rather, an appeal to the conscience of the gentleman," Colin asked, trying to intimidate him. Colin finally gave in and told Roy to show him the plans. Having examined everything, he said that he was sure that in the whole kingdom only he could do this. "If you entrust this to someone else, expect trouble." Roy hinted that this is why he is here. Colin, apparently there were plans on how to arouse his interest, Roy said again, hinting he had no choice. Colin scolded Roy again for being a fool, but eventually agreed to participate. Meanwhile, Julian continues to make ropes. The bridge deck is made in the royal workshop. Roy and Gabriel begin building the main tower, but then some man came and shouted to stop construction. How dare they mislead the royal family and plunder the national wealth? Unacceptable. Roy's reaction to this was expected. The men came to the audience and asked for leniency. The bridge across the river has stood for 30 years, yet Roy is making unnecessary moves. In order to take possession of the royal money, they asked that the cunning man be punished and the money returned to the royal treasury. Like a wise queen, she called everyone together and said she wanted to hear arguments from both sides. The guild leader said that the bridge built by the previous guild leader stood for 30 years. The wedge-shaped bridge support distributes the powerful current of the river. It is unthinkable that such a bridge would collapse, and by making such a statement, Roy is insulting the guild and the queen. The novel depicts the confrontation between government forces and rebels. But Roy can't talk about the future, and the queen was ready to listen to Roy's point of view. Roy said he wanted to talk to the official and asked how much he had received. The man became enraged and started shouting at Roy. He got so furious he literally screamed, "I got my money." In Korea, any fool knows what happens when politicians meet merchants. Either politicians set up traders, or traders bribe officials and receive support. This is the last option. They plan to take over the money by depriving you of the right to conduct business. But suddenly the queen said she thought Roy was a smart guy. And he had just made a terrible mistake, and it scared Roy. The officials grinned maliciously, while the queen was shouting, "How dare he accuse a royal official without evidence? Maybe preparing for trial." With his false words, he insulted her and her subjects. Her subjects, for their sake, she wants to restore the trampled honor. Despite it being the queen's order, Gabby drew her sword. The queen asked if he had anything to say. Roy replied, "A sinful man, he is destroying his parents." The queen asked if they agreed. the officials replied that everyone would be given what they deserved. Gabriel had already grabbed the sword while the queen was speaking. Then, from that moment on, she will prove the innocence of her subject. At this point, the officials became nervous, and Roy chuckled evilly to himself. This is exactly what he had planned. The queen ordered a confession spell to be performed. The official panicked and asked the queen to stop. Roy no longer hid his happiness and laughed out loud. Soon, both officials were standing on wooden planks. Their families were not guilty of anything. That is why Roy pronounced such a punishment for them. While Roy praised himself for his kindness, Gabby remembered his face when the punishment was announced. But the queen ordered all the inhabitants to devote themselves to construction, for which Roy was very grateful to her. Thanks to the mages who used gravity magic, they managed to reduce the weight of the blocks, and the tower was erected in no time. Belle grabbed the rope and jumped over to Poe. Poe was waiting for her on another tower, and he grabbed her, and together they connected it to the socket. Now they were moving towards the second cable. Julian was delighted with his brother. Gabby said that Julian was also a great guy. He worked tirelessly and hard, which he had never seen before. He had previously wanted to learn the art of swordsmanship, but the sword was too heavy for him. But now, it seems that this will not be a problem for him. Gip brought the last piece of the bridge, and the magicians glued it together. And that's how the residents and Roy and his team managed to complete the bridge. Roy has already received a lot of points. He was able to accumulate enough. The queen decided to name the bridge after Roy, and then she bestowed upon him the title of Chief Craftsman. The dwarf said with a laugh, "He is the main craftsman. He made the covering." Although only he could design such a miracle, the dwarf admitted it. With such a fee, the estate's debt was finally paid off. However, there remains one major obstacle. How should she use this opportunity, the queen thought. The queen was probably thinking of another way to use him, Roy thought. And he was right. The queen said that there was a task for him. We must act according to plan to get rid of royal control. And solving Julian's problems will kill two birds with one stone. Roy was granted lands and a title befitting his skills. This really infuriated the nobility. The son of a baron from the village, the one who punished high officials like them. He doesn't need lands or titles. It will be difficult to please Roy. She knew it, Roy stated. He was just an insignificant person. He feels sorry for dreaming of becoming someone more. It is reasonable to believe that such a small man desires only lands or titles. The queen was interested in what Roy wanted. Perhaps a government post. More payment, whatever it may be, is what she wants to keep Roy close to her. Then Roy surprised her by saying that he wanted the Royal Academy to be cleared out. But she was willing to listen to him, Roy said, at the Royal Academy College. Rather than based on knowledge, teachers prefer not to notice this. Just as they ignore the fact that the money is going into other people's pockets. It is time to remind students that their revelry in power is building a class wall against the supposed aspirations of peace. For the past 4 months, Roy and Gabby have been investigating, graduates, and a handyman. Even a conscientious professor who was fed up with this system and eventually quit. The officials shouted that it was a lie, but the queen declared, all those who dared to speak now will be subject to a confession spell. The queen quickly began the reprisal. Every guilty person will be punished. She was merciless to those who committed crimes. And Roy and Gabriel watched the massacre from the hill. Roy was very pleased with himself. Gabby noticed his grin. And he said that it seemed they were very happy that the academy had been cleared out. Roy stated that this was not the issue at all. All he had to do was slip away unnoticed and live in luxury. Gabby asked Roy not to make a face when suddenly the assistant arrived. He delivered a message from the queen. If it pleases Roy, they hope Roy will attend the banquet tomorrow. It was a great idea to use the academy as a ploy to get out from under their noses. She respects their desire to play. Roy is in the palm of the queen's hand. Roy asked if Gabby couldn't see him coming. Gabby replied, "Not necessarily. Kai is the best swordmaster in the entire kingdom. It's easy for him to hide his trace from a knight of Gabby's level." Julian asked if his brother knew this would happen, which is why he allowed Diego to be beaten so badly. Roy replied that they wanted to reward him and he wanted to deal with the academy. He had faith. He had justice on his side. He knew it would work out. Easy. Julian was quiet for a moment and then said, "There is no need to use the word easy, because he is his older brother, whom he can rely on, and whom he is more proud of than anyone else." Julian opened his heart and acknowledged his brother. Roy got a ton of points. This cuteness was too much for Roy and he just waved them off. The unwanted banquet arrived, to which Roy was invited by the queen. The queen asked Roy to come over. Roy, who had been hiding from her as best he could. She noticed this and said that by hiding like this, he was even more conspicuous. Gabby admired her farsightedness. The queen and Gabby teased Roy, and Gabriel was very happy. The queen asked if he had not heard her request to come closer. Roy apologized and came closer to her, but the queen was displeased and asked him to come closer. Then Roy came closer and closer to her and she repeated, "Closer." Roy sweated with fear and said how dare he come any closer to her ladyship. The queen whispered to Roy that he could come as soon as he changed his mind. She could give him everything. This is a banquet in his honor, let him enjoy it. Roy worried for nothing, she's cool. It's best to live without doing anything. But what if a natural disaster happens? Or if there are problems with the estate, he will work and earn a living. And then he will have a luxurious pension. He can't wait to get started. He can finally enjoy the banquet. 3 years later, the story of the blackening of the queen will take place, by which time he will have both a pension and an estate. The banquet will last until the moon wanes. How strange, this phrase sounds familiar to Roy. This is the moment when the queen was poisoned and lost her arm. The secret code shared by the queen's assassins. This phrase was supposed to be heard 3 years later. And why was it said by Kai? The queen tried to rest, but it seems she was not feeling well. The last few days have been eventful. Academy, flood relief, and more encroachments from the enemy country. He is amassing troops in the western part, which spies say is too large for simple exercises. There can be no invasion. If they were planning an invasion, they would concentrate troops on the northern borders. Advancing through the endless wasteland is akin to suicide. Suddenly, a sharp pain penetrated the queen's head. She couldn't control her heartbeat and her breathing was labored. The queen can counter this with mana rotation, but this only made the situation worse, because it was poison. The queen was out of breath and could barely walk to the door for help. Everything became blurry. She tried to call the guard for help. At that moment the doors opened and Kai appeared. The queen decided that he had come to her aid. She said she was glad he came at the most difficult moment. Kai replied that he was also glad that he was here on time. He would help her fall asleep forever. In the banquet hall, Roy told Gabrielle that they had problems and it was time to go. They hurried to the queen. Gabby didn't even ask what happened. After all, he also felt the suffering energy of mana. Roy said that Gabby needed to defeat the Swordmaster. To drag out time for 2 minutes, that was already difficult to do. Still, Gabriel grabbed the candlestick and ran forward, adding that he would give Roy 3 minutes. The guys ran around the corner and saw corpses on the floor. Luckily, the queen is still alive. Even in this state, she blocked Kai's blows 3 times. And yet, the queen's condition worsened with each passing second. Kai kicked her in the stomach and prepared to cut off her head. Unexpectedly, he sensed Gabriel's mana and dodged in advance. He then attacked Gabriel, who blocked the blow with a candlestick, which really affected Kai, and Gabriel decided to hit the rings with a higher vibration. And he attacked Kai furiously with a candlestick. And while the two were fighting, Roy ran to the queen. The queen wanted to ask what he was doing there, when suddenly Roy dared to shut her mouth. Then he used the mana absorption technique. Sword of Aura. Only a master can create such a sword. Once he finishes it, everything is over. So Gabriel threw his only weapon at him, and was even able to create a tearing blow. Kai admitted that Gabriel was a genius in terms of controlling mana and his skills. However, Kai has something that Gabriel doesn't, and that is practical experience. Kai managed to attack Gabriel and cut the candlestick. Roy continued to count on Gabriel. If he lost, then they were finished. The blow missed, but Gabriel was still wounded. Gabriel is approaching. This recklessness even angered Kai. Gabby slipped and shouted, "Poe!" Then Poe finally threw Gabriel's sword to its owner. And now with a real sword, Gabriel can fight for real. Using a tearing blow, Gabriel threw Kai back so hard that he broke the doors. He uses it as a cannon. Another blow flew at Kai. Kai tried to run away, but Gabriel continued to attack again and again. And Roy continued to suffer from the poison, the queen thought. How is this even possible? He only absorbs poisoned mana. The queen wanted to ask what this ability was, but Roy briefly asked her to remain silent. To help him concentrate, the queen apologized automatically, and then understood. Roy dared to yell at her. They started arguing whether he yelled or not. But the argument was interrupted by a cough of blood. The queen wondered what he was doing. He's truly willing to save her, even if it kills him. And Gabriel's explosion reached the banquet hall. Gabriel was determined. He would never let Kai escape. Kai knew he was wasting his time trying to get rid of Gabriel. And then Kai used a well-known trick. He turned everything around, shouting, "Gabriel attacked the queen." He ordered the guards to attack Gabriel immediately, but he was no slouch either. With just one swing of his sword, Gabriel got rid of several guards. Gabriel knocked back 3 elite warriors with just one blow. In all of history, Kai had never heard of a person with such skills. If he reaches the level of a swordmaster, he will be able to wield power capable of easily destroying a small country. And Kai had no intention of letting Gabriel get that high. He used the aura sword and Gabriel flew back. Gabriel was in terrible danger. He couldn't seem to move, and Kai was already approaching. Roy has finally finished absorbing the poison, but now he is having a hard time. The main thing is that Roy himself doesn't die from such a quantity of poison. The queen shouted that if she continued to sit like this, she would die. She needed to concentrate her mana in one hand. That's right, she needs to cut off her hand. That's exactly what she did to herself in the novel. There will be no damage from losing one arm. The only thing is that it will be awkward to swing the shovel. But Roy concentrated all the infected mana in his hand and threw all the poison at the ceiling. And he destroyed the roof. Even Kai heard this noise. And Gabriel, despite his condition, rose up. Kai couldn't believe that Gabriel was able to get up after a direct clash with his aura sword. Gabriel had no intention of stopping because he had taken an oath, and he intends to keep his vow. Some time ago, Gabriel admitted that he was scared from the very beginning to the end. But Roy didn't understand and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Gabby answered like a knight guarding Roy. Forgetting his duties, he rushed to meet the monster and was even disappointed by it. That Roy didn't support him, he wanted to trust Roy. After all, that's how it always was. He is completely unfit for the role of a knight. Gabby's self-flagellation was stopped by Roy. Roy said that everything Gabriel just said was completely wrong, although he still faces a 6-month pay cut. This did not greatly reassure Gabby, who was disappointed in himself. After a short silence, Gabby said, 3 months, Roy declared. He will not give in. Gabriel vowed that as a knight, he would never neglect his duties again. Roy asked if he thought he would really believe him while Gabby was there waving a stick in the fire. Gabby replied that Roy shouldn't believe him, but he would still keep his oath. He already knew that Roy had reached the level of 3 rings. He needs to catch up with him quickly if he wants to remain his knight, so he must become a swordmaster by the end of the year. Roy replied that each person had their own limit on how much they could expand Mana's heart. Theoretically, you won't be able to grow any further even if you train for 100 years. The boundless ocean of mana wasn't that easy to polish. Gabby apparently disagreed. Gabriel said he could do it without Roy's help this time. He didn't want to rely on Roy anymore. He wanted to use only his own powers. However, just as Gabriel was about to attack, Kai pierced him with his sword. And this was no ordinary blow. It was the attack of a swordmaster. Kai said Gabriel never ceases to amaze him. Any other body would have been blown to pieces. After meeting his aura sword, Gabby strengthened his body by combining all of his mana. If that were possible, he would have admired Gabriel's skills. Gabriel screamed in terrible pain, and even so, he did not give up. It was madness. In this state, Gabriel tried to fight. The mana emitted by his sword is an aura that tears people to pieces. Kai channeled this energy through the sword, to his hand, and then to his heart. He threw Gabriel and he hit the wall and fell. Kai didn't feel his breath. No mana flow. Then Kai decided that he had spent too much time on Gabby, and he decided to go back for the queen's head. But by some miracle, Gabby got up. Gabriel said that now he understands what kind of swordmaster Mana she is. Even Kai, with his extensive experience, had never seen anything like this. Gabriel truly possessed incredible abilities. He gathered all this power and directed it at Kai, who was quickly running away. But Kai couldn't run far. Mana caught up with him and cut off his hand. The guards came running at the screams, but Gabriel pompously declared that whoever came would meet the swordmaster. Roy was still unconscious. The queen tried to wake him up. She asked him to use his mana absorption skill and absorb her. The queen could not afford to lose a talented man. He had to be used. Roy opened his eyes to see that he had gained immunity to poisons and couldn't hide his grin. Smirking at such a moment was too much, and it angered the queen. And for this, Roy deservedly received a punch in the forehead. The slap woke Roy up and he asked why she suddenly hit him. His question caught the queen by surprise. She said she didn't know, just his face. Roy asked what was wrong with his face, but the queen asked, "Enough about that, can he get up?" But Roy's legs are shaking, and he needs to run quickly to help Gabby. Then Roy tried a new skill, a fast, powerful fight. Mana begins to be absorbed from the surrounding environment. Even the queen's mana was caught on Roy's radar and began to transfer to him. And not only the queen's mana, but also the mana in ordinary things passed to Roy. At this rate, all of the queen's mana would be depleted. She screamed at him to stop. But Roy didn't hear anything, so the queen decided to help him because he saved her. She decided to give mana so that Roy would remember his heart and help his knight. Finally, Roy filled his heart and opened his eyes. His body seemed so weightless, as if he had just been properly recharged. He remembered Gabby and decided to run to him with the queen. Only now did he notice the state of the queen and the whole room, and realized that he had done all this. The queen said that later she wants to learn more about his ability, but now the main thing is to stop Kai, and she asked to carry her. Roy quickly gave her his jacket and picked her up. Then he ran at full speed to help Gabriel. The queen thought that even though Gabriel was a genius at controlling mana, he wouldn't be able to cope with Kai, and she decided to save up mana to fight Kai herself. But when they saw the aura sword in Gabriel's hands and the sleeveless Kai on the floor, the queen climbed off Roy's back and ordered the guards to put away their weapons. And she explained that the only one who tried to kill her was Kai, and these two dared to take a risk and save her life. She ordered them to show their respect and be polite to their heroes. Everyone who attended the banquet today will be questioned. This is just a precautionary measure. While the queen was giving orders, Roy asked if Gabby was really a swordmaster now. Gabby calmly said yes, why not? Roy asked why he was so calm. Gabby replied that from now on, more dangerous trials could await Roy. And this is the only way to fulfill your mission as a protector. Roy was overjoyed that Gabby was okay and said, okay, let her do whatever she wants. Today, Roy was able to become part of another grand event, which allowed him to discover hidden skills. Titles were created for his achievements, and each title gives him a bonus skill. The titles were based on Roy's image, so the titles were so-so. Still, it's good that by earning titles you can develop your skill. Roy learned that all titles have their own effect. He wondered what these points are for. It's unlikely the system will tell. The system said it was going to, but now it wouldn't. Then Roy begged her and she liked it. And Gabby was convinced that Roy was strange. The system explained that by receiving points, he would have access to a testamentary spoiler. Later, Roy complained that he was tired and could not even sleep because of these interrogations. Julian asked who was ultimately in league with Kai. Roy replied that they were using the spell on everyone. Because of all this, leaving the capital is not possible. Roy is stuck here for a long time. The novel did not describe it in such detail, but the event itself took place 3 years earlier than before. So the future could change even more. Julian asked where Gabriel was. Roy replied that Her Majesty had summoned him to an audience because he had become a master swordsman. Julian became quiet at first, and then shouted something. But Roy said that this was not surprising, because Gabriel was talented. Even 100 soldiers were not enough to defeat the swordmaster. Then Julian realized something. The queen called Gabriel, apparently wanting to thank him for saving her. And she reminded that the commander's position had recently opened up. So she orders Gabriel to stay by her side as her guard commander. That's exactly why Julian was worried. He didn't want Gabby to leave them. But Roy wasn't worried at all. He knew his knight. Gabriel asked for forgiveness, and said that this unworthy one is only a knight of barren front. He can't leave Roy Frontera, the queen then asked sullenly. Does he understand what she's asking for? Disobeying the king's order is akin to betrayal. He knows how it could end for him. Gabriel answered calmly. His fate was in her hands. He was only asking for permission to write a farewell letter. The queen said, so he says I would rather die. How noble. But Gabriel was adamant. The queen seemed very unhappy. However, she, like a wise woman, respected his will and let Gabriel go. Gabriel thanked the queen and left, and Julian came to meet him. He was worried, but Gabriel smiled and said he was forever a knight of House Frontera. But the queen calmly accepted that she was not particularly popular with the local people. Roy lay there and examined his new achievements. The names of the skills are strange. I could even pull your face onto an orc, one of the skills. Skill. The queen's absolute trust made our hero very happy. After all, this means that those aristocrats who were punished because of him will not be able to do anything to him. Looking up at the sky, Roy noticed a full moon. A new month means new bonuses. Using these bonuses, Roy can see fragments of the future that will unfold at the end of the chapter of this story. The required amount for the first time is 20 bonuses. Roy already imagined a comfortable life, and I didn't mind seeing her, so I spent the bonuses. But for now he was surrounded by a dark space, and he became worried. Suddenly the whole space caught fire, and Roy saw that he was in his city. Unfortunately, Roy did not see the beautiful picture. The city was destroyed and the inhabitants were disfigured. In a panic, he started running through the city and screaming, "Is anyone alive?" Someone answer. But all Roy saw were the torn corpses of residents and destroyed houses. Roy stopped abruptly when he saw himself and Gabriel, and before Roy were the Baron and Baroness, or rather their remains. Roy cried and screamed. If only he had come earlier, he was so sorry. He apologized for not being able to protect them, and kept saying how sorry he was. The current Roy began to scream in panic, asking why everything was ending this way. Turning around, Roy saw a huge cloud. This cloud turned out to be a swarm of locusts. Gabriel, like a madman, attacked with the power of the Swordmaster again and again. But even these incredible attacks from the Swordmaster did not help in the battle against the locusts. Roy woke up in a cold sweat and trying to steady his breathing, still in shock, he asked, "This will really happen?" The system was silent and asked, even after seeing everything, he still doesn't believe it. Then, in a panic, Roy got up and ran back to the palace, still thinking about the vision. The future is clear, and although Roy doesn't know how, they must figure it out now. He knew about the locust invasion and ran to the queen and reported it. And he asked to mobilize troops to be ready for any situation, of course. Such an unexpectedness surprised the queen. Roy explained that this was the enemy's doing. Their main goal was to weaken the kingdom's power by creating a so-called monster domino. By subjugating the monsters in the eastern part of the wasteland, they deprive them of their natural habitat. In the novel, this will happen in 3 years, and not even on their lands. It was supposed to happen in the north. Roy doesn't understand why everything has changed so much. but it's not the time to think about it. But the queen thought that it was definitely possible. But there were doubts too, she honestly said. This news raises doubts. How does he know this? Roy ran to the queen in a hurry, without even thinking about how to explain where he got this information. And then the queen added that Roy had a lot of secrets from her, and rather, the enemy's actions aroused less suspicion than his behavior. Roy came up with something and said something, thanks to some small connections. Kinship with the tribe of Steel Sand, orcs from the wasteland. They told Roy is lucky he's not Pinocchio, because his nose would be a mile long. He continued to explain everything in such detail that it made the queen even more suspicious. She is a smart woman, and immediately thought about why it seemed to her that he was making up the story as he went along. Roy realized that he had gone too far, and the queen sensed his improvisation and became nervous. And then the system came to the rescue with a suggestion to use the skill, the queen's absolute trust. The queen eventually agreed to provide fighters, spearmen, and 50 mages. She handed over command to Roy, since he knew about the enemy's movements. Roy thanked her for her mercy. But the queen asked if he thought she would ask for nothing for believing in baseless speculations. Roy replied that he understood everything. If this helps stop the monster attack, all predictions and decisions are in the power of Her Highness. He will do everything possible to restore the authority of the royal family by resolving this problem. The queen again noticed that Roy was suspicious, but she still trusted him. Without further ado, Roy and Gabriel set off on their journey. Roy apparently not yet accustomed to the saddle. Gabriel said there must be an explanation for why Roy is doing this. But could you slow down? But while Gabriel could speak normally, the same could not be said about Roy. He was shouting something. But Gabby did not understand anything. I will explain to the readers Roy's cries. He wanted to reach the estate in exactly 5 days. Now one Gabby is worth an entire army. This time their enemy is not even a human, so there will be nothing to trample. All they know how to do is run towards their prey. They don't know the fear of death, so Gabby alone isn't enough, especially when you're under fire attacks from all sides. Something that couldn't be stopped by 1 or 2 people with the power of fire. Roy suggested that Poe split up. He asked Poe to show up on time. Little Poe immediately ran away, and Roy thought he had a plan. And although Roy convinced himself that he was doing all this for money, we know that this is not true. The poor horses and boys were at the limit of their strength. They finally stopped. They ran day and night, and when they reached the field, they saw a cloud of locusts. It was lucky that there weren't that many of these creatures. Roy immediately came down and shouted, "Get out of here." People clearly didn't expect Roy to arrive here, but Roy shouted, "Pot, he needs the biggest one." And these creatures had already begun to attack people. They were not as small as they seemed. So far, the Baroness was coping. She was able to kill the creature with an ordinary chair. But the strength of these creatures is not in their strength, but in their enormous numbers, and they penetrated the estate. Then the Baroness grabbed the girl and they rushed away from the corridor. As she ran away, the Baroness looked out the window and saw a cloud of locusts that had covered their city. The Baron appeared before them and asked if his wife was okay. He himself opened the doors. And seeing that locusts were destroying the houses of the village, Byron called out to his soldiers at the top of his voice. He ordered the soldiers to gather at the Baron's house immediately, when he suddenly heard screams. These were the inhabitants and the animals, all in terrible danger, and Byron froze, thinking about who he should save first. He suddenly remembered what the Baron said if trouble came to their lands. The first thing to take care of is the people. He believes that the lords and his knights exist for the sake of the common people. A fine Baron who cares about his people and a fine knight who do their job perfectly. Byron defended Mikhail, but the locusts had already surrounded them on all sides. He shouted that even if today was their last day, they would keep the promise they made to their brother Roy. And no matter how strong and bravely the orcs and knights fought, these creatures were more impudent and furious. These monsters have no compassion, no fear, nothing but a terrible hunger. Things are very bad. Everything is happening just like in the vision that Roy saw. However, at some point, all these creatures sensed something and immediately flew away, leaving the people and orcs alone. Roy and Gabriel were also fighting all this time. Roy came up with something and followed his plan. He screamed at the top of his lungs. They hear it. Their mouths are already watering from such a delicious sound. The guys worked together. It seemed they wanted to get these creatures as far away from the city as possible. And it really worked. The cloud of locusts flew away. Roy managed to save the city again. Roy screamed so loudly that his parents heard his voice, and they immediately recognized the voice of their son. And Roy's plan seems to have worked even better than he thought. The creatures are moving towards them in a frightening manner. But Roy still wanted to run as far away from the city as possible. Roy ordered Gabriel to hit the pot harder, and Gabriel did a good job. Then Roy shouted that this was too much, and that he was smiling, but Gabriel was happy, and offered to hit him again. Well, Roy can endure it for a little while. Everything is as it was said in the novel. Insects react to loud sounds. It works perfectly. And now we need to gallop to Raken's estate. This greatly surprised Gabriel. Gabriel naively thought that Roy, out of pure heart, was going to help them in such a critical situation. And Gabriel's sympathy for Roy grew again. But in reality, Roy did not want to lose his slave who paid him for the water. Raken's estate was indeed the same nightmare as Roy's city. The Count was panicking and just screaming and running away, when suddenly Roy and Gabriel burst into the estate. Roy told him, even if he didn't think he would give him a grace period on payment. The boys ran past, and a whole cloud of locusts flew past them. Then Gabriel shouted, "It was a tactic to herd them together by going through the building." Roy said, "Tactics, that's it. He'll get even with them. He'll blow their minds." Roy laughed evilly. They continued to run forward, Roy screaming all the time. That's why Gabriel shouted, "It's worth saving your strength. There will be no sense in shouting." But Roy said, "Gabriel doesn't understand anything at all. You have to scream to save them, to blow their minds." Then Gabriel was once again convinced that his master had completely gone mad. Roy decided that this was enough. It was time to go to the swamps, but suddenly noticed that there were even more of these creatures ahead. Gabriel told Roy to cover himself with his burden and follow him. Roy quickly obeyed. So Gabriel used his sword and cut down every monster. Gabriel cut a path for them. Roy followed him. They were able to reach the swamps. And yet, this whole cloud of monsters continued to follow the guys. The poor horses were so exhausted that they began to choke. It seemed like they were about to die. So Roy yelled at Gabriel to get his back ready, and he threw the pot. Then he jumped towards Gabriel and grabbed him by the back. Roy shouted, "Now Gabriel's horse!" Even though Gabriel didn't understand the whole plan, he listened to Roy and jumped. Roy dared to hit Gabriel and shout forward, which irritated Gabriel to no end. Gabriel ran with all his might, but the monsters did not lag behind. Having reached the water, Roy shouted, "Bell, Gip!" They quickly jumped into the water. The bell, on the contrary, jumped out and burned these creatures. Most of the monsters died immediately, but there are still a few left, so we need to attack again. And the second wave was our little Gip. He spat water into the cloud of monsters. The third wave were our boys. They combined their skills and hit the monsters. Their skills combined into one, like a deadly dance. The flames finished off the last of the monsters. After that, Roy fell to the ground from exhaustion. Gabriel said he was sure they had dealt with most of them. However, there are still a lot of them. I'm sure there are more than several thousand of them. Roy replied, "No problem. He had already dealt with that." And so it was. Poe brought an army of orcs. Then the Queen's army came, knights and magicians. They will all deal with the rest. But Roy knows that it won't all end on the same wavelength. The leader of the knights shouted, "For the safety of Her Highness's territory, we must get rid of them. No mercy." Knights and mages fought together against the remaining hordes of monsters. The orcs also did not stop fighting, and also took advantage of this to eat. The girl that the red-haired orc had protected came up to him and called out. She gave him a small flower and thanked him for covering her and quickly ran away. What a cute couple. And Roy's parents came running to him. Well, the orc was able to find his beloved, but Roy has no chance of that yet. But it's cool to have beloved parents. They really loved their Roy. They thanked him for saving the city. Mom asked him why he was so willing to sacrifice himself, but Roy kept telling himself that he was doing it for the money. So the system decided to mock and reminded us how Roy cried in front of the corpses of the Baron and Baroness. Of course, Roy received a bunch of titles and skills, as well as bonuses that can be used. But we must now prepare for the second attack of the monsters. Commander Blank came to Roy, who called him. Roy thanked the knight for coming, and for helping him fight the locusts. But Blank asked to get straight to the point, because he knew that Roy and Gabriel had done most of the work. To be honest, at first he was very angry, because Roy is a simple engineer, but he got the rights to control them. But when he arrived here, he realized that their arrival time and location had been carefully calculated. Roy was undoubtedly an outstanding strategist. And yet, it hurts his pride. The mages were released, but they are still here. They, for whom it would be an honor to die by the Queen's order. Personally, he doesn't like Roy at all, Blank added, as he's rude, since Roy hasn't even spoken to him yet. Blank stated, he said everything. Now it was Roy's turn. What did he want from them? Roy was not surprised by this monologue. In the novel, at the behest of the Mad Queen, this commander carried out a real massacre. They clashed in a duel to the death with Gabriel, who was trying to save people. Gabi was not yet a swordmaster at that time, so he barely defeated him. He was very devoted to the Queen, and before he died he said, "Let it be Gabriel." If it is really Gabriel, then he is asking for his last request to be fulfilled. He is begging to stop the Queen. True loyalty, a born warrior, is straightforward and gets straight to the point. It is not possible to fool him as easily as the others, so there is only one option left. Roy asked if Blank would like to fight him. If he won, Blank would join their construction corps. If Blank wins, he can immediately return to the queen. Blank laughed coldly and said. Roy saw through him, because he could never refuse the offer. Roy had planned this from the very beginning. But Roy missed something. Did Roy really think that he, the queen's support and protection, would fight a civilian without a team? However, our Roy also reminded him of something. Namely that the command of the White Warriors was in his hands. So, this was his order. Blank was incredibly infuriated by this, but he could not do anything about it. Even if it is an order, simply waving a shovel can tarnish a knight's honor. Wouldn't it be an honor for Blanc to win in a fair fight? Blanc asked if Roy had a weapon. He had heard that Roy punished traitors with this shovel, but it didn't matter to him anyway. Blanc took the bait. Now his chances of winning are 0. He has triple rings, but their power is laughable. And Blanc is brilliant with the ball and almost finished off Gabriel. He will never be able to cope with him. But as always, Roy has an ace up his sleeve. Blanc said that since this is a duel between a knight and a commoner, the rules need to be changed. If even one of Roy's attacks makes him move, even just a little, Roy wins. Roy made a face again and laughing madly shouted, "Come on," and immediately created a triple strike. Blanc clearly didn't expect this, and barely managed to jump back. Blanc didn't take into account Roy's madness. Roy's attack hit the nearest mountain, and Blanc looked in horror at the destroyed piece of the mountain. Then he turned around and saw Roy lying down, who, although powerless, was laughing at Blanc. 500 warriors from the most elite unit of the Royal Road have retrained as builders of the Frontera. And of course this greatly offended the knights. One of them broke down and went to Blanc. No matter how much trust and power Roy has, this is unacceptable. Why would they dig up a battlefield where they should give their lives? Blanc explained that it wasn't just the order. Roy had told him something surprising. Swinging a shovel can be more honorable than swinging a sword. Blanc wanted to test something, so he puts his trust in his guys. Gabriel and Roy were standing on the edge, and Gabriel asked if it really worked. Roy answered. The orcs of the wasteland taught him this, so yes, he's sure it will work. Their habits are ineradicable. Gabriel will see for himself. It will protect his gold mine, Roy added. It looks like Roy has come up with some crazy plan again and got everyone involved in it. All the villagers were scared, but at the same time, many had one thought in their heads. The young master will save them. Roy really looked confident as something was approaching at high speed. The knights were still in the village and Blanc thought. At first he had doubts, but everything was as he said. A herd of mastodons. They were the ones running so fast straight towards the village. Earlier, Blanc asked if Roy had proof. Roy asked what he meant. He put the mask back on and said, "It's obvious, isn't it? All of them," Blanc replied. "It doesn't make sense." Blanc, like the others, was convinced that Roy had succeeded in the art of lying, but his last prediction came true. Therefore, it would be better to prepare for battle rather than doubt further. Moving at the speed of their onslaught, they will deal with those at the head of the column. When they slow down, the knights will immediately surround them and attack. They can lose up to 10, no, maximum 20 warriors. The knight said that once this battle ends, he will go to his hometown and propose to his girlfriend. But Blanc thought that instead of a wedding ring, his girlfriend would only receive a spear that remained in glory. Put aside fear, the lives of their cavalry depend on their determination, so leader. Just as they were about to gallop forward, Byron suddenly appeared and asked them to wait. Blanc asked what Byron was doing here at such a moment, especially without ammunition. Byron explained that the young gentleman had said he wouldn't need any ammunition, and Blanc had asked if there had been anything before that. And Byron replied that he couldn't explain it, but there had to be a good reason for it all. "I'm here just to translate the signals for them. Very soon the young gentleman will give the signal." Blanc didn't understand what Byron was talking about. When suddenly Roy started waving flags, Byron explained, "Warriors, we need to move south beyond the village. And quick, it's only a matter of time before they can overcome the barrier, as an attack from the outside will help." However, Roy continued to show signs. "Repeat after me, for the sake of Her Majesty, the Queen." Blanc got angry again and shouted that it was just a joke. Byron replied, "No. Everything was planned from the start." Roy didn't understand what they were thinking about. Faster. They were already here. A pack of monsters ran quickly past Roy, the first step of the plan. The monsters ran, but suddenly froze when they saw the statue, and one after another they fell. It was the mastodon's sworn enemy, the Megalania lizard, that stood in their way. The first step worked. Now it was time to move on to the second. Roy started waving flags again. Byron translated to the knights, "Warriors, urge your horses to a trot, faster, raise as much dust as possible. Cross spears, louder." The knights followed Roy's plan, although he did not understand why they were doing this. This noise made all the monsters even more furious. They stomped and growled in place. The mastodons are afraid of this giant lizard. The horses' clopping makes them think that more lizards are moving here. As Roy had expected, all the monsters started moving south. Blanc was in shock. After all, It was in this direction that they dug trenches when they carved the lizard on the rock. The third step of the plan also worked well. The monsters didn't notice the cliff and fell into it. Then it was little Gip's turn. He spat water into the cliff. Roy threw the flags down and started waving. Byron explained. Roy said that they were able to win. The monsters seemed to be in shock. They crawled out of the river created by the knights. They won without even fighting, and Blank planned to put his guys in danger. It seemed like Blank had seen for the first time what happened when you used your brains instead of your brawn. Roy said there was plenty of food for them here. They won't have to go back to where the giant lizard is. And now they have a channel, Blank asked. Was creating the channel part of the plan? Roy replied that he wouldn't call it a plan. He just thought that since they were digging a trench, then it could be used. Blank froze. During this battle they lost 5 warriors. Blank and the other knights brought the bloody spear to his wife and child, and he said he fought with honor. For the sake of the kingdom and its subjects, the soldiers and the kingdom will always remember the knight's courage. Loud words meant nothing to the woman who was being showered. Memory would not bring back her husband. The knights also stood next to the graves of their comrades and cried incessantly. And even though Blank shouted at them how much longer they were going to waste their time here, training, Blank himself came to the graves of his comrades and sat there motionless in the cold rain. Courage, honor, words that Blank constantly repeats when he loses one of his warriors. But all this was such nonsense. Deep down in his soul, Blank already understood this. Death leaves behind far from honor. After death, only hell awaits you. After the death of warriors, his loved ones, hell on earth awaits. This time, the knights rejoiced and shouted with joy to their comrade, repeating that they too should be invited to the wedding. Only Blank did not rejoice with the knights. Gabriel and Roy were talking nearby. Regarding these waves with monsters, they said that they would never stop. Roy said that they would stop someday. But before that, they would face at least a few more such attacks, Gabby explained. Each such attack could cause enormous damage to their estate. They have to do something to stop this. Roy praised Gabby for her guess, and asked him what he was doing now. Gabby replied that it was obvious that they would attack the monsters with as little effort as possible. While they were talking, Blank came up to them and said that he was thinking of writing a letter to the Queen asking her to stay. Today he saw what real victory was, and at the same time he realized what an incompetent commander he had been. He asks to be allowed to observe Roy's wisdom a little longer, what progress he is making in self-development. The other knights also bowed their knees, and Roy said that they should try not to be surprised and not jump out of their pants with happiness. This will seem impossible even for the White Warriors, because this time they will be making the legend come true. They all gathered together at the estate, and Roy told the Baron when he proposed to build a waterway from the lake. And the Baron is categorically against this idea. The Baron said, yes, he remembers. Because according to legends, a monster lives in the lake. It is called the Royal Storm. The Baron replied yes, but to get them to agree with the idea, Roy assured them that he would never disturb the monster. Roy replied that it was all true, but this time he was really going to wake him up. An idea that Dad didn't like. Mom didn't show any enthusiasm either. She shouted that she was absolutely against it. Once Blank agreed, Gabriel didn't argue. He already knew that arguing with Roy was useless. Roy shouted, "Great! Through democracy they approved the new plan, but no one here had heard of democracy." Despite his parents' arguments, Roy and his team had already set off for the lake. Gabriel asked if Roy wanted to awaken the beast to control it. Roy replied that he was not a wizard. So how could that be possible? Roy read many stories and learned a lot about the habits and behavior of the Royal Storm. In one of the stories, he learned that he was described as a magical creature of incredibly enormous size. But what was surprising was that he did not find a single record of its attacks on people. The monster had built its nest on this lake. In other words, they are going to destroy part of the lake. Constantly day and night, they will destroy his house every time he will rebuild it. The monsters crossing the eastern mountain will be frightened by his roar. It seems that even the devil himself would not dare to do such a thing. Gabi asked what if the plan got out of control and what if the beast attacked them. Roy asked why Gabriel was asking obvious questions. Gabi was his knight, she would go and deal with him. And then he will scare away the monsters with his roar along with him, all according to the strategy of the dog in the backyard. Gabriel should be rewarded for his patience. Many would have killed Roy long ago for his turns of phrase. Finally, the guys reached the monster's nest, and Roy used his dimension skill. Simulation mode. So, now where would be the best place to hit them to avoid the flood? And whether this will wake up the monster. It's good that Roy is not afraid of looking like an idiot. Gabriel said it might look a little weird, but he's not crazy. Not really. He's a little off. It was best to ignore it. But Blank put on rose-colored glasses and thought it was Roy's wisdom. What a sad expression on Gabriel's face. The monster suddenly thought, people, they have appeared again. He forgave them last time, but if they disturb his sleep again, he will kill every single one of them. Roy looked at Byron with displeasure as he laughed while playing with the cute monsters. Finally, their eyes met and both men froze at the same moment. Byron stood up instantly and said with a serious face that he had something to tell. These baby mastodons were separated from their mother during the invasion. They are all healthy. He asks permission to keep them. Roy replied that if he remembered correctly, they become wild with age, which could be dangerous in the future. Byron confidently stated, "No, this definitely won't happen." Roy asked why he was so sure of this. And Byron, without any hesitation or ulterior motive, said, "They are so charming. Well, blessed is he who believes." Roy explained that raising wild animals is not easy. It is tiring. Byron replied again, "No, that won't happen. They are so charming." It turned out Byron had a sweet side that Roy wasn't particularly happy about. But Roy didn't interfere with this. Let him do what he wanted. Byron had already given each baby names. If this is Byron, then Roy is sure he will not let him down. If these little ones can be tamed, they can become an additional force in the future. Considering that it would have 100% success, it would be a good idea to call on allies. But the orcs had to return to their village, and he couldn't do anything about it. The orcs always helped them a lot. So Roy tried this way, so that their strength and power will be stronger than before. And today is the day the operation begins. Today they will awaken the legendary monster from its sleep. No one else can do this. Roy shouted out who else could cut and dig up the mountain with their superpowers. The knights answered in chorus, "White warriors." Then Roy shouted, "When the monster bares its teeth at them, who will be able to defeat it with their shovels?" For some reason, the knights followed Roy's stupid gestures, and Roy asked if they believed in the power of the shovel. The respected knights fell to their knees and with tears in their eyes cried out, "Yes, they believe." Roy led these guys as if he were the head of an incomprehensible sect, and they naively followed him. And only Gabriel stood to the side and looked with sympathy at the naive soldiers. Using the simulation mode, he found a way to avoid the flood. They will create conditions that will lead to a fracture of the soil. Gabriel shouted, "He's ready!" Roy said to look at the marks he left there. Then Gabriel struck the sword at the places when they reached the required level. There was such an incredible explosion. The whole forest shook, and some trees even broke. The guys quickly lay down on the ground so as not to get hurt. It seems that they have not managed to cause any visible damage at the moment. But this is enough to destroy the dam. And so, very soon, the royal storm will awaken from its sleep. And so it happened. The nest of the monster that everyone fears so much collapsed. The water rose. And after that, we saw a monstrous monster. Roy's reaction was understandable. The monster that kept the whole city in fear looked like a teddy bear. The monster's cuteness was off the charts. The knights understood that. And yet, one should not underestimate him because of how he looked. And Roy understood it. The tone of this monster's roar, he could feel what it meant. And we understand it. The cutie is angry, because he was woken up. The baby reminds me of Poe, Belle, and Gip. It's a pity Roy doesn't understand what they are saying. It looks like this cutie is some kind of mystical creature. Then Roy shouldn't have any problems. If it really is a beaver, then Roy is almost certain that its top priority will be to rebuild its home. Suddenly, the monster turned around and looked directly at Roy, which made him nervous. And then an even stranger situation happened. The beaver spoke and Roy could understand him. The monster asked. There was a smell of iron. They really thought that he would not notice them. And although for most, and perhaps for everyone, the monster's speech sounded like a gurgle, Roy understood it. It looked like the humans were trying to pull something off by destroying his dam. But did they really think he would just rebuild it and go back to sleep? If he cuts off their oxygen supply, will they be able to do it again? Things are bad. The monster figured out Roy's plan in an instant. He turned out to be very smart. So Roy's plan failed before it even began. Blank crawled in to say that they were waiting and to find out about the order. But Roy was too shocked to answer him anything. Then the beaver muttered something and apparently decided to bathe the boys. And while the knights were swimming with Roy, Gabriel climbed out of the water and flew off to fight the monster. Gabriel used triple burst, the same skill they used to kill the shrimp monster. But this beaver simply brushed away the incredible explosion with one paw, as if it were a small fly. There was nothing to be done. He had to think of something else. Gabriel decided to use his powers as a swordmaster. And just as Gabriel made a leap to attack, Roy below shouted, "Enough!" He had a new idea. Hopefully this plan was better than the first one. Roy was sure that if this miracle was some kind of mystical creature, his plan would work. Gabriel continued to attack the monster with a triple blast, and the monster continued to brush off the blows. The beaver only became irritated. The monster did not receive any injuries, and while Gabriel distracted the beaver with his attacks, Roy slowly crept up on him. It seemed like this was part of Roy's plan. As soon as he swam closer, the monster immediately turned around. It must be admitted that this monster has excellent instincts, better than others, which means it will not be easy to get close to him. Gabriel continued to hang in the air like Superman and attack with his swordmaster attacks. But all the monster did was dodge every attack. It seemed like he was just mocking Gabriel, since he himself never attacked Gabriel. Gabriel knew he couldn't distract the monster with controlled attacks, but he could if he hit with full force. That could seriously hurt him, and Roy is hiding next to him, so it's time to come up with a new plan. Gabriel thought so hard about what to do that he ended up growling just like the monster. The knights and Roy didn't expect this from Gabriel, and Gabriel probably didn't expect it from himself. As it turned out, this roar really meant something. The monster asked what Mom meant. He is not his mother. Moreover, he was a boy, a baby, and seemed to be in shock, and Gabriel was glad that he had managed to distract the monster. And he continued to mumble something, surprisingly. The beaver turned out to be very empathetic and seriously engaged in a conversation with Gabriel. Of course, Gabriel himself has no idea what he is saying, but the monster really started to worry about Gabriel and ask where his mother is. Suddenly, Gabriel accidentally called the monster scary, and he got angry and started swearing, but that doesn't matter anymore. After all, Roy's plan worked. Gabriel distracted the monster. Roy took advantage of this to climb onto its head, and it doesn't matter anymore that the monster noticed Roy. No matter what the baby screams, it won't help him. After all, the baby has short legs. There is no way he can get Roy out of there. The baby himself understood this. Roy didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped from the monster's head and threw one of the seeds to the beaver. Luckily, the beaver swallowed the seed, and since it was magical, the seed worked, and the monster shrank significantly. Roy's plan really worked. Now they don't have to be afraid of the terrible monster that scared them a minute ago. Now it was the baby's turn to be afraid of Roy. The beaver continued to grumble and jump from side to side. Roy asked him to calm down. He wanted to talk to him, but the kid continued to be naughty. Having slapped Roy hard across the face, the baby was able to break free from his grip and run away. The knights tried to catch the monster, but he deftly ran away from each of them, so Roy decided to resort to the help of his friends. Roy's kids ran to stop him, but it seemed the beaver was rude not only to people, but also to other kids like him. But Poe is not a weakling. He did not tolerate such treatment. Poe hit him back. Well, it looks like this won't lead to anything. The kids will just beat each other and that's all. So Gip came to Poe's aid, but Beaver was still a tough guy. He jumped back, and Poe and Gip collided with each other. So the beaver slipped away from them and ran away, but Roy and the bell blocked his path. The baby fell from Roy's shoulder to the ground. Looks like we all know where this will lead. Even he, who appeared in this world for unknown reasons, is a 500-year-old dormant legend, a royal storm. For the first time in his life, he saw the light. What was supposed to happen happened. The beaver was blinded by the beauty of our baby. So the baby beaver's heart began to beat faster, and he himself froze in place. Well, the power of love can make even a bad guy freeze. Roy quickly understood everything. Then he asked the Lord of the Royal Storm if he was ready to talk to them now. The bad guy adjusted his hair and said that since they were asking so much, then so be it. He would give in. After all, he was a gentleman. Even such a legendary monster was pacified by the power of love. Now that the beaver is in Roy's hands, the capture is complete. They all returned to the estate together, and sitting down at the common table, the storm asked what the man wanted from him. Roy replied, "It's simple. Once in the morning, once in the evening, the storm will have to shout its roar on the lake." Storm snorted and said, "The man knows nothing about negotiations. It's a well-known rule. When you ask, you have to offer something in return. It seems the storm is smarter than we thought, but Roy is no simpleton either." Roy replied that, to tell the truth, he had nothing to offer, but if the storm helped them, they would all be happy here, especially our cutie belle. Oh my god, the face he made. And this light illuminated everything around the storm. His heart made itself known again, and the storm died down. But of course the storm tried to hide it, albeit very ineptly. Frowning, he declared, "We agreed." He hid his smile, but his tail could not hide his joy. Roy shouted, "Here he is, the most generous gentleman," but he himself thought, what a fool. Now the storm is his naive slave, which Roy can use, because the bell doesn't even have feelings for him. Roy gives him the nickname, Forever Lonely Royal Storm, and because of this behavior and face, Roy is so unpopular with girls. He gloated over the storm, thinking that the storm should get used to the nickname. He would never meet it. Never. But then our poor hero realized that he himself had never met anyone like the two of them. And they are forever alone. Now Roy felt ashamed and he hugged the storm. Empathy finally reached our hero. Although Storm was initially against such hugs, he quickly felt that he and Roy were the same, and that is how Roy and Storm found a kindred spirit in each other. Now they will be more polite to each other. Roy asked if he could just call him Bib. Little Bib turned away shyly and said, "He can do whatever he wants." Suddenly a man burst into the office and called Roy. Roy shouted, "Didn't the sergeant leave with the orc flame? What is he doing here?" The sergeant shouted. On the way there, they met an orc who was walking towards them. He was rushing for reinforcements. Their tribe was attacked by megalania. More likely Tyrannosaurus? Even orcs with their muscles won't be able to cope with such huge monsters. They urgently needed to come up with a plan, but instead, they simply beat the monsters with their clubs. As expected, these monsters cannot be defeated with simple clubs. Kik's father has already suffered. However, even then, the leader of the tribe ordered not to retreat. They are strong orcs. They will never surrender. Roy shouted, "We must immediately tell Commander Blank. Let him gather the white warriors." Then the man shouted. But even Roy and Gabriel immediately ran, Roy shouting that they needed to hurry. This was their chance. Gabriel asked what the hell they were talking about. What was the chance? Roy replied. They'll stop this monster Domino. It was time for a counterattack. Roy fed him half a seed and Storm became huge again. Baby Storm became their transport. Roy shouted to Bib, "It's time to show off and win the heart of the bell." Gabriel, of course, had no idea what he was talking about. Filled with hope for love, the storm reached the orc village in just a couple of minutes. Roy told the storm what to look like. Let it say it with its gaze, and keep it deep in their hearts. We need to pass it on to our monster friends. If they move west, there will be no hunting. Because then the storm easily got rid of them. Just by waving one paw, he sent the monsters into the sky. Then the storm returned to his little form, and noticed the bellflower smiling at him. And that was happiness for the little storm. But Roy asked why he would invite such precious labor for this. He explained that they would have another important task. The chief greeted Roy and he asked if the chief was okay. Suddenly the chief said that now they were no longer his allies. All the orcs gathered and stood at attention, shouting, "Roy saved them twice." They, the Iron Sand tribe, swear allegiance to the Frontera family. But Roy said it was too early to thank. And now, isn't it time to start implementing the next stage of the plan? Saving the orc tribe. Not long ago, the Sultan of Assam, a neighboring kingdom to the east of the wasteland, set fire to the reed fields of his kingdom for strategic purposes. This is what started the monster dominoes. Some monsters were intelligent. Many of these monsters gathered into wild tribes. And now they witnessed how the top predators of Megalania were scattered in different directions like papyrus paper. Also, rumors about this very quickly began to spread among the intelligent monsters. It was a huge monster, similar to the mountains in the west. Its size was so great that it could touch the heavens. Its tail was filled with the wrath of the gods and could probably cause a hurricane. He had black round eyes, and their gaze was like a deep abyss. He had 2 large fangs, with which he could easily chew up any living thing in this world, and the eyes of the devil who controlled this monster. The man greeted the Sultan and told him about the Steel Sand tribe, which had long threatened their lands. She left her village and went deep into the kingdom's forest. The Sultan declared that this was a victory for them, and he asked how the kingdom dealt with him. The man answered. Strangely enough, without any disagreement, they simply crossed the borders of the kingdom. The Sultan was unhappy with this news. He said, what a waste. He would like to see the hated kingdom drown in chaos. He sent the man back, but the messenger, nervous, said something else had happened. The monstrous wave they themselves started. The monsters have returned and are now attacking their border. They do everything in their power to stop the monsters. But they seem to be completely mad with fear of something, and we know who is behind it. And they will not be so easy to break. The Sultan ordered to gather all forces. We must use their firepower to instill even more fear into these monsters. The man accepted the order and ran towards the troops, while the Sultan himself thought irritably about how it had happened that their tactics had turned against them. He wondered if this was part of the plan. Although no, the waves of monsters were huge. Returning to them was impossible. Unless a real beast has appeared in the west, here is our most dangerous little animal. And it looks like Roy has prepared another treaty to show to the aristocrats. The fat man asked what kind of piece of paper it was. Roy replied, "It says everything. Full payment of the debt." The check he wrote for them, with interest. Well, Roy actually did it. Roy ordered them to sign quickly and get out of here. And that's what the old men did. They hastily signed the documents and also quickly ran out of the estate. At that very moment the Baron entered the room. The Baroness came in with him, and the Baron asked if it was true that Roy had paid off their entire debt. Then Roy showed them the contract, the receipt for full payment, and asked if he could frame it. But the Baron hugged his son tightly, and crying bitterly, said that Roy had worked so hard to pay for his father's mistakes. He's so sorry. So sorry that he made Roy suffer all this time. He doesn't know if he's even worthy of being a father. It seemed like it was time for Roy to talk to his father. Roy looked at the Baron and asked if his father loved him. Roy called the Baron father for the first time. The Baron, still crying, replied that Roy was saying that of course he loved Roy, his son. Then Roy smiled and asked if a father needed any other reason to be a father. New achievement, getting rid of debt bondage, number 1. Roy was able to pay off the debt, thereby saving himself, the Baron and Baroness, Julian and Gabriel. Gabriel reported that the relocation of the Steel Sand tribe to the eastern mountains was complete, and Roy dryly praised him for his excellent work. Then Gabriel said that the White Archers were helping with the final preparations, and the orcs were overjoyed that he would have even more food. But Roy interrupted him and told Gabriel to go and rest. Gabriel immediately realized that something was wrong, because Roy's enthusiasm suddenly disappeared. The Steel Sand tribe has been transported to the forests of the eastern mountains. Even if the monsters return, it will take some time. And if that happens, Roy will simply summon a storm, and their estate will be saved again, now that he has paid off the entire debt. Roy has nothing to worry about anymore. Strangely, Roy thought he would have fun as soon as he paid off his debt. But Roy only felt emptiness. It seemed like he was barely holding back his emotions. Lying in bed, Roy remembered how the Baron hugged him tightly and cried. And then he remembered his dad and the way he spoke. Cedric, his smart and kind son. His father was so ignorant because life teaches him nothing. He made him suffer. He is so sorry. The Baron spoke the same words, and it seemed that was why Roy remembered his father, and now he could no longer contain his emotions. He cried and repeated, "Dad, he did it. He's so sorry he couldn't help." But even this didn't make our hero feel any better. So he covered his face with a pillow and began to cry loudly. No matter how hard Roy tried to hide his sobs, he couldn't. Gabriel heard everything perfectly well, standing behind the door. And Roy cried louder and louder and could no longer hold back. Maybe our hero would feel better after he had cried out all his tears. Gabriel also thought, let him cry as much as his heart desires, because he has many reasons for it, Gabriel advised himself. A couple of days later, the boys came out and all the residents joyfully chanted Roy's name and wished him a long life. Roy, of course, was embarrassed and therefore shouted, how noisy they were. He was going to die now. Enough already. But the villagers only shouted Roy's name louder. Gabriel advised Roy to try to at least enjoy this moment a little. Roy asked, and why would that be? Gabriel replied. All these people here wouldn't be able to smile so brightly if it weren't for Roy. Then Roy asked if he hadn't said that they should eat and live for a very long time. A disheveled Byron ran up to Roy and shouted alarm. Roy asked what had happened. Byron replied that a very large number of people were moving here from the south, unexpectedly. Roy, it seems, didn't expect this either, so he asked what other people, were they really enemies? Byron replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but from what the soldiers had said, these people looked like refugees, not enemies. So Roy and Gabriel immediately went to meet the refugees, the man asked at the beginning. He is probably the owner of these lands, Roy replied. No, he is his son, and asked a little rudely who they were. The man replied, they came from the south. They are Baron Sortino's people. His name is Nicholas. He is the head of the village of Ansorti. And his father was the elder of the village. His father ordered them to leave. He defended their lands together with Baron Sortino. And he died doing his duty. Everything happened so quickly. Roy concentrated his attention on people. Roy stopped Nicholas and asked what happened there. Perhaps it was due to a monster attack. Nicholas confirmed this. They were attacked by beetles 2 meters tall. They came in a real swarm. There were several hundred of them. They swooped down like a swarm of bees. It looked like the same wave of domino monsters. The scale of the disaster was greater than the boys had imagined. It could be said that all regions connected to the wasteland were severely damaged. It turns out that only they and Lacan are able to accept refugees. An ordinary guy. Giant creatures. White warriors, and they even have sword masters. Where will the refugees go? Further north there is the sea. To the south there is another country. To the west there is the island of Krem. But it is too far away. The last refuge of the refugees is the Frontera estate. It is more likely that everyone will move to the center. But how many people are they still waiting for? 1,000. No, 10,000. It's easier to get rid of monsters. But with refugees, things are different. People begged Roy to help them. At least a piece of bread to feed their children. Most likely more and more refugees will come to them. Gabriel realized this, and asked Roy if he had a plan on how to deal with this. Suddenly Roy made a face again. It seemed like he wasn't worried, Roy stated. It's so exciting. That's why Gabriel got so tense and asked what the hell Roy was thinking in a situation like this. Roy replied, just let him think about it. So many people are coming to their lands. Imagine how many taxes they can take from them. Gabriel realized that he was right, that his worries were not in vain. He shouted, Roy is going to take money from these unfortunate people. Roy ignored him and shouted at Byron to immediately reclassify the construction unit into a cooking unit so they could prepare some food. The refugees thanked Roy for his help, and Roy went to report the refugees to the Baron. Gabriel was still angry, so Byron asked Gabriel not to be so emotional, but Gabriel said it was too much. Byron said he thought Mr. Roy was a very kind man and had a good understanding of others. In any case, they don't know his true intentions, so he thinks it's too early to get angry. While they just watch him, Gabriel was still unhappy. Meanwhile, Roy asked if the Baron was ready to accept them. The Baron was not going to refuse those in need. One cannot simply leave these unfortunate people in trouble. But their food will only last for a couple of days. Then they will have nothing to feed them with. Roy asked what the Baron was talking about. They have a lot of food for the refugees, don't they? Of course, the Baron had no idea what his son was talking about. Roy took his parents to a pile of monsters. He said they collected them to use for compost, storing them all here. The Baron, of course, hinted that feeding refugees insects was not very good. But unexpectedly, the Baroness calmly sat down and bit off the creature. Then she calmly said that it tasted like shrimp, and orcs eat them, so she didn't see any problem. Roy's mother was impartial, but she admitted that they smelled a bit and they had to do something about it. She asked if she could lead the cook unit. Roy said of course. That's exactly why he called his mother. Later, Roy and the White Warriors gathered to set up temporary tents. Roy asked to prepare as many materials as possible. "They'll need them soon," the man shouted. "About 100 refugees are heading here from the north." Even though Roy knew they were coming, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Then Roy asked Poe to hurry. If they hesitated, these people would freeze to death. He turned over a piece of earth and Byron shouted to his men to assemble a team to build heating systems. Sergeant Joe, taking 3 shifts to work the bell, a group of men from the north, a group of men from the south. All the refugees gathered. The Baroness met the people and said that they would now begin to turn insects into nutritious food. Of course, the girls didn't like this idea at all. They didn't want to eat insects, and the Baroness understood their reaction. The Baroness showed the book and said that many years ago a legendary cookbook appeared in the world. It was written by a girl. Who was the dragon's cook? Her secrets are revealed in the book, How I Became the Dragon King's Chef. The Baroness began sharing recipes, but enough advertising. For more information, it is worth reading the next series. No matter how you look at it, there is clearly not enough space. Even if temporary settlements have been set up to the eastern mountains. Although there will still be little space, it will be enough for some time, but not in the long term. Roy was thinking so hard about how to deal with this situation. Suddenly he heard the baby crying loudly. He looked down and saw the baby screaming at his mother that he wanted to go home, and his mother calming him down and explaining that they no longer had a home. They need to be grateful that these people give them shelter, the baby screamed. Home. Let Dad build them a new home. Mom promised the baby that someday they would definitely build a house. And this made Roy remember the past. Home. He remembers the first time he moved into his house, packing his things. His father and mother were so happy. They kept repeating the word home and smiling, a smile Roy would never see again. It was a small, shabby apartment on the outskirts, a place that held the happiest moments of Cedric's life. Roy promised this little one that very soon the little one would have a home again, all because he was here. Gabriel, who was standing nearby, heard this promise and was finally able to exhale. He was once again convinced that Roy was a good person. Roy said that from now on they will be building at a higher level than ever before. Gabriel got carried away and asked if Roy had a rescue plan for all these refugees. Roy replied, of course he did. He was going to build an apartment complex, of course. Gabriel had no idea what to talk to Roy about. Apartments, a popular building style in Korea, are the most effective solution to the problem their estate currently faces. In this space, it is possible to build a huge complex of residential premises, convenient management due to the population density, reduced construction costs and time, top, bottom, sides, all surrounded by walls, ideal for super maximum thermal insulation. The biggest advantage is that they will be able to build an environment where refugees can be independent. I wonder if this will ruin the future. The swarm will focus on their population, increase food supply, and establish a market. And then Roy would raise the tax. Roy would start laughing madly again, and Gabriel would wait for Roy to calm down. But Roy kept thinking how after all this, he could sit down and rest. The desire of every ordinary person. To make a fortune without much effort, to manage an estate. Why does he need that? He would delegate these responsibilities to Byron in exchange for a bonus and a pay raise, and Byron seemed to sense this. So they all gathered for Roy to tell them about his new incredible plan. He asked everyone to pay attention. A meeting about the construction of the Honey apartment complex. Everything as in the future. Gabby was against the name, but Roy told him to stop talking. What irritated Gabby to no end. Byron had been having the same dream for several days now, where he works for the devil until he dies. It seemed that Byron saw his future, but Roy convinced him that this would never happen to Byron, and began to explain the information. This is called Tulu, a fortress-type residential complex that came from the eastern province. These buildings have a similar design style with a simple bedroom and living room, and public spaces will also be located in the center. He plans to build a similar building, only square, for a tavern and public toilet. A square structure is erected much faster than a round one. He compared the two buildings based on several criteria, but he didn't take into account one huge advantage if they installed steel gates. The building will instantly turn into an impregnable fortress, Roy finished speaking. And only the devoted fan, Blank, applauded him at the end. Time for questions. Roy was ready to listen. Gabriel started talking about finances. Now it's hard for them to even get scarves. Despite the financial issues, Roy said he admired the Baron's bright outlook on the future, adding, "They continued to erect and prepare tents with heating systems and provide people with food. They would most likely have to give up all their savings for the sake of the people." Roy teased Gabby again, asking why she had such a sour expression. Oh, is Gabriel really offended? He sees that he is offended, the master of the sword, the knight of their estate. He was so offended that he wouldn't even look his master in the eye. Gabriel was truly angry. It seemed like he was barely holding himself back. Then Roy decided to admit that he was scared. And this finally attracted Gabriel's attention. Will they succeed with this wild project, or will they fail completely? Will they be able to accommodate all these people and more? This is his project, and he is at the head of it. And the one who is at the head should not hesitate or think. This is the only way to earn absolute trust, but only the one who can let go of this bluff for a while. Then he asked, "Isn't this a kind of emotional outlet? A person who is constantly forced to listen to other people's lamentations, right?" Roy gave Gabriel another nasty grin, which confirmed his suspicions and made him quite angry. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Gabriel only hit Roy in his fantasies, so Roy made it to the estate alive. The crippled Diego was walking down the hallway with a sad look on his face when he suddenly noticed Roy in the hallway. And of course, Diego was horrified, and Roy smiled at him with his 32 teeth. And then he started to mock him, asking if he hadn't seen him for a long time. What was that shouting about? How was he doing? And whether he was enjoying his exclusion? Diego couldn't answer anything, but Roy continued, "Don't be afraid. He's here to bring Diego back to the academy." Of course, Vic, as you can tell from his face, didn't expect to see Roy at all, and especially didn't expect there to be an increase in water taxes. Roy himself did not react in any way. He repeated again, "He is raising taxes on water, that's all." This couldn't help but anger Vic, who continued to insult Roy in his head, and a couple more insults were added to these. After all, it was Roy who tried to get his son Diego expelled from the academy. It looks like he had a nervous breakdown, because Vic started laughing. Then, surprisingly calmly, he said that he didn't think Roy was capable of understanding, because Roy was still so young. Having produced the documents, Vic proudly declared that, according to the terms of this agreement, the price is fixed, and Roy has no right to raise the price. It seemed like Vic thought he had won with that statement, but he didn't know what a cheater Roy was. Roy took out a magnifying glass and gave it to Vic. In the smallest print, Roy wrote that the price stipulated in the contract could change depending on the supplier's mood. Of course, Vic lost his mind and started screaming that it was a scam. Roy calmly told him to stop or else he would be strangled. He insistently asks them to stop this, because after all, they are neighbors, and he is not forcing him to sign this. This can be called an exchange, from which Vic will only benefit. Well, firstly, 17 settlements were destroyed by monsters. And all these refugees fled here at first, right? But Vic drove them all away, right? He'll pretend he doesn't know anything about it. But Her Majesty will be very upset if she finds out about this. Vic felt his heart sink and thought, Her Majesty, where is the benefit in this? He is setting him up, Roy spoke. And the second point, he says this only in the interests of Vic himself, if he writes a letter of recommendation. Perhaps Diego would be able to return to the academy. Then Vic became even more nervous. A cold sweat covered him. Then he finally gave in and asked how much Roy was going to raise water taxes. Roy decided to play the good guy and said, "But why did Vic do that? People might get the wrong idea. After all, he's not some kind of criminal who came to rob Vic's estate, but in order not to make Vic embarrassed. He raised taxes just a little, just enough to keep their friendship going, and Vic was ready to cry." Vic continued to think how much. Let him just tell him. Roy is a dirty freak. Gabriel, by the way, was not delighted with Roy either. Roy, of course, wanted to appear kind, but he looked like a typical mafioso, he told Vic. There is no need to be so modest. And let him just tell him how much more he can raise taxes. No matter how much it is, he will be grateful for Vic's kindness. The atmosphere in the room grew more and more tense. Roy pressed Vic as hard as he could. With a trembling voice, Vic began to speak quietly, maybe 20%, but Roy cringed. And so Vic began to panic. He asked Roy to wait and admitted that he had made an unforgivable mistake. Then he added, he meant 30%, but even after that Roy squirmed with displeasure. It seems that just a little more and Vic will definitely kick the bucket. Gabriel took pity on the old man and showed him how much taxes need to be raised. Then Vic shouted, 50%, he would increase them by 50%, but Roy dared to growl further. Poor Vic was already in despair. He had no idea what was wrong with Roy. He had just raised him by 50, and he looked at Gabriel in panic, hoping for help. Gabriel shook his head and showed 5 fingers again, hinting that Vic should not back down. Let him finish already. Vic shouted that he would raise taxes 5-fold. That would be enough. Roy played the good guy again and said that 5 times meant 4 times would be more than enough. Roy's manipulation had indeed worked, and now Vic was happy that Roy had quadrupled the taxes. Finally, they signed the contract and left the estate. Roy was happy with another victory, while Gabriel was depressed. Vic sat in his office and read the contract. At first he was happy, but after finishing reading it, he fell into depression again. Roy asked what was wrong with Gabriel's face. Gabriel said sadly, he feels like a thief. Another reason to make fun of the naive and sweet Gabriel. And that's exactly what Roy was about to do. He laughed and said, he's a scammer, but Gabriel is a real extortionist too. Gabriel did help, right? Which makes Gabriel an accomplice to the swindler. So Gabriel is a swindler too. Roy gloated as best he could. Then Gabriel decided to stand up for himself and said that his duty was to accompany the master. He was no longer going to be at his beck and call. And he won't participate in the construction either. Roy decided to resort to blackmail. He said that then he will no longer sing him a lullaby. Gabriel stated seriously, he had become a sword master for a month now. Now he can control his feelings and emotions much better. And he didn't even need Roy's lullaby anymore. But then the night came, and all Gabriel's confidence evaporated, and it seemed to irritate him. Disappointed in himself, Gabriel came to Roy and admitted that he needed a lullaby. Roy stated that such a service was not available. Have you forgotten? Gabriel himself said that he didn't need it anymore. Gabriel begged Roy. It seemed that Roy liked that Gabby was humiliated. So he asked, had Gabriel ever heard of sleep hygiene, which is a set of habits and exercises that lead to sound sleep on a regular basis. Once the habit is formed, it will be difficult for him to fall asleep without the usual procedure. At first, Gabby did not realize that it was a lullaby, so he growled, but then quickly fell asleep, while little Gabriel snored. Roy decided to get to work. He prepared all the documents and used his measuring skills when it came to the heating system. Luckily, he had a lot of knowledge. But he didn't have enough knowledge to build an apartment complex. Things weren't going well. Roy continued to come up with a plan and create new simulations over and over again. The system asked if Roy would continue to create buildings. Then Roy replied, yes, he even has a phrase for this situation. Work until you make it. Morning came, Roy immediately gathered his men and began giving orders to each of them. And at night, Roy continued to create simulations and run through all the calculations to avoid mistakes. And so, day after day, Roy worked day and night, without days off. He did everything to resolve every little thing. Roy didn't even notice how much he had overdone it. He didn't eat, he didn't sleep. All he did was work. Even without paying attention to the blood, all his thoughts were only about how to best complete the construction. Roy was already starting to resemble a zombie. All these 4 months, Roy worked without a single day off. Byron talked about how they would have no money left. And he asked if they could deviate a little from the original plan, but Roy didn't seem to hear him at all. Roy was already on the edge. He was muttering something to himself, but his body failed and he eventually passed out. He himself did not want to rest, so the body forced Roy to rest. Meanwhile, the queen stood in the arena, surrounded by archers. The knight gave the order and every archer fired. Thousands of arrows flew at the queen, but she drew her sword. And with just her sword, the queen created a huge storm, thereby destroying every arrow. The knights were shocked, but the queen was dissatisfied. She believed that nothing had changed. She only began to create the aura sword faster. What a worthless person. She can no longer allow herself to be disgraced like this. She was disappointed in herself. After that incident, the queen began to train more. A man approached the queen and said that a messenger had arrived from the Frontera estate, and the queen immediately remembered Roy. The messenger was Gabriel. Apparently Gabriel doesn't know that Roy is in terrible condition. He came to ask for help for Roy. When Gabriel read, "A humble servant asks for a helping hand," the queen immediately tensed up, remembering Roy's face, and thought, "Helping hand? What kind of story has he dragged them into now?" Gabriel continued. "The soul of their kingdom. He asks to show them the way with his great insight." Well, Roy knew how to suck up. They are standing on this land with the last of their strength, trying to protect their estate, unfortunately. as he said in the last letter. Refugees from 17 states have lost their homes, and they are all heading towards their estate. Roy so saccharine and lowly fawning over the queen, that Gabriel was disgusted to read the letter of this flatterer. And it seems that Gabriel was not the only one who was cringing at this letter. The queen was an intelligent woman, and she understood perfectly well that behind these compliments, Roy was hiding another request. And finally, Gabriel read the gist of that pathetic letter. Roy confessed to the queen that Roy was completely broke. Poor Gabriel felt terribly awkward. Now it's clear why Roy sent Gabriel to read this letter to the queen. The queen was also surprised by our hero's impudence. Although it was unexpected, the queen herself was thinking of sending the necessary assistance. But Roy's impudence knew no bounds. He needed 3 times more money than they could imagine. And this is what the queen did not expect at all. He went completely nuts. But Gabriel finished reading. The humble servant is not the least bit crazy. Well, he really isn't crazy, because he foresaw that the queen would decide exactly that way. The queen already wanted to kill him. Roy plans to build the most innovative multi-story residential building in the entire kingdom. They want to build more than just a building for refugees to eat and sleep in. They want to provide them with permanent housing and help them become independent. And they want to demonstrate the great will of the queen to them. But he is broke. The queen asked Gabriel to stop. She understood the whole meaning of the letter. Just because she is a queen does not mean that she can throw money around as she pleases. A wise queen, she will seek permission from the Minister of Finance and other advisors, as well as permission from her stubborn elders. Nothing good would come of disturbing them any further. So Gabriel put the letter aside and took out another one. What raised a lot of suspicion, Gabriel began to read. The building was designed like a fortress. In the future, if the monster attacks Resume or the enemy attacks from the east, such a building will become an indestructible defense. They will play a key role in the issue of peace and prosperity of the kingdom. This is how the city will be built, and this is how they will be able to protect the eastern part from the enemy. He will personally present a nice gift to anyone who supports this project. A big and pathetic swindler and a wise queen, Roy was ready to offer an idea for the development of the kingdom, which is what the queen wanted. And as a queen, she wanted to protect her people, but Roy was only interested in money. First of all, building a fortified city is not such a bad idea, but according to preliminary estimates, the costs for it could be high. Gabriel read bingo. The queen asked what it meant. Gabby himself did not know what it meant. After some thought, the queen ordered Gabriel to wait here until she brought the money. Gabby read, "It would be great if the master dwarf could also come," he insistently begs. Meanwhile, in the city of Frontera, the sergeant shouted, "Master Roy will not forgive them for their laziness and sloppiness." Who is this sergeant? Who is this guy anyway? Time to rewind time. At first glance, he seemed like just a lazy soldier from the platoon, but he was always by Roy's side. Regardless of the danger of the task, regardless of the difficulty of the work, a man who was reborn as a faithful person, more responsible than others and always giving his all. This is the kind of man Sergeant Grek is. Now he was giving blankets to those in need. When he came out, he met Emily, whom we saw earlier. It looks like now is the time to get to know the supporting characters. And Greg told her, "Why doesn't Emily take a break? She's been working since early morning." But Emily told him to mind his own business. She still had things to sort out. Apparently, our red-haired orc thought the same thing. He collected flowers for Miss Emily. But it seems he decided not to give her the flowers. Love froze before it even began. Our cutie remembered how the other orcs laughed at him when they found out that he fell in love with a human. They said that a human would never fall in love with their ugly faces and terrible muscles. And besides, he was uglier than the average orc. How different the criteria of beauty are. They had no idea who Amelia was, and therefore did not know about her feelings. We won't find out now, so let's return to our lonely hero, who has finally woken up. Roy couldn't answer. Byron was next to him, and he was very concerned about Roy's condition. Roy said, there was not much time left now. He was still talking about work. So Byron shouted, "No need for that." However, as it turned out, Roy was not talking about work, but about the fact that his salary would soon arrive. Disappointed, Roy continued to talk about his salary and money. Roy, even on the edge, talked about money. Coughing, he repeated that the reserves were depleted. He worked so hard for payday, how could he put it off? Even if he dies, he asks not to do this to him, even if he is gone. Byron, who was not normal, was seriously scared and ran for a doctor. But Gabriel appeared on the threshold, and he told Roy that he had received his salary and could stop fooling around. So Roy's performance ended. Only after seeing the money did he gain strength. The Frontera estate received funds to develop a royal city project. Byron shouted, "The Golden Mine apartment complex project is 70% complete." "Everyone hold on," the soldiers shouted. "Yes." And Roy stood on the hill and began designing. Then he began to test his project. He checked everything. Landslides, tornadoes, snow. The project survived. Everything is great. And now the final test. Roy got ready and gathered all his strength. This was a major test. For the final test, Roy decided to choose a meteorite. The system was also puzzled, and asked what they were even going to test with this. Of course, everything went to hell. Roy started laughing madly. Then the system called him a crazy idiot, and Gabriel waited for Roy's madness to stop. Roy asked what was wrong with Gabriel's face. Who would ask? Gabriel replied, no, he doesn't think Roy is crazy at all. Gabriel learned sarcasm, growing every day. Gabriel also said that the master and 30 other dwarves arrived. The development of their apartment complex is directly dependent on the processing of cement, which is much more complex than constructing a statue or a suspension bridge. Their knowledge is not enough to build an apartment complex. That's what Roy needs most. A ready-made concrete mixer. Incredibly valuable equipment that helps mix and maintain the quality of cement, also prevents the cement from settling. And it prevents foreign components from getting into the texture. The master pointed out Roy's rudeness. They went this way, and instead of that, to offer them a cup of soup, they are immediately given orders, Roy said. He had a lot of ideas on how to meet the master, and he believes that there is nothing better than to present him with the project plan first. The master scolded Roy for his face, but in the end, took the plan. The foreman asked if Roy had prepared the work site. Roy replied, of course, the long-awaited construction project had finally begun. The base for the concrete mixer, it's a good thing that Poe is just a big hamster, is perfect for this job. The rebar and frame are ready, thanks to the orc army. Now they can pour the cement. You can't. The level has been cleared. It's time to call our loving beaver. The storm was very happy to help, especially when the bell supported the baby storm. Such a happy baby. The building keeps growing and growing. Roy and Byron met to talk about plans. Roy asked if Byron and the guys could cope without him. Byron replied, no problem, Roy thought. Now that everyone understood their tasks, it was time to take care of other things that required Roy's attention. Problems with the insulation of the heating system. The heating system of the Zolotaya Zhila complex operates thanks to a steam boiler. Water is boiled in the central heating system. Then the steam is distributed throughout the building through a system of pipes. Steam flows in any direction the pipes lead. They are connected to the radiators of each living space, and this is how the heating process is carried out. However, here's the problem. The higher the pipes go, the less heat they transmit. The top floor, the 8th floor, is literally deprived of heat. Roy tried a lot of ways to solve this problem, but came to zero success. He did not sleep all night trying to find a way out. Will it be possible to make the correct insulation? What was there in the novel? Are there any useful tips? And finally, Roy came up with something. The novel helped him again. He remembered one important episode. Gabriel fought the dragon, the best lighter in the world. But the dragon considered humans worthless. A weirdo who doesn't know any other words except human creation, however strong a swordmaster you are. You can't stand against a dragon, but Gabriel was so close that he could feel the dragon's breath. And he didn't even flinch. The dragon was in shock. This was the first person to survive his fire bath. Gabriel survived thanks to his armor, which was soaked in the resin of the Ellen tree, the best insulation in the world. Winter came. Roy and Gabriel went on a hike together. Gabriel said they had been on the road for 2 days already. Where exactly does Roy plan to get the insulating material? Roy replied. In the ever-glowing forest where the elves live. There he will be able to get a drop of resin from the Ellen tree. Upon hearing this, Gabriel immediately turned around. Roy asked where Gabby was going. Gabriel replied, doesn't Roy know how fiercely elves hate people? They are the race with whom it is impossible to come to an agreement. In the novel, it was Gabriel who befriended them and received the armor as a gift, Roy thought. So Roy looked at Gabriel with displeasure and said, okay, he can go back, but he will go on without his knight who is supposed to guard him. Gabriel grumbled to himself in irritation, then repeated, no one had contacted this race for the last 500 years. Since Roy plans to convince them, Roy asked. I mean, there was an awkward exchange of questioning glances. Then Roy explained to Gabriel why Gabby was being stupid. They weren't going to negotiate. They were going to rob them. Well, as expected, Gabriel once again regretted becoming this idiot's knight. Soon the snow began to disappear, and then it disappeared completely, and the boys found themselves in a beautiful forest. Very soon they would enter the ever-glowing forest. There was very little left. Roy had heard that the elves felt a connection with the forest, so they had to behave as quietly as possible. But the pollen was flying everywhere, and Gabriel couldn't hold back his sneezing. However, Gabriel even sneezed nobly. Roy asked what Gabriel was thinking. Gabriel asked if Roy didn't realize he was just sneezing. What an idiot. But Roy said, he knows when people sneeze, but Gabriel doesn't have to seem so cool just by sneezing, Gabriel countered. Roy is missing something. He's just a hottie and will look cool no matter what he does. A feeling Roy will never understand even if he lives forever. Well, we, the system and Roy himself acknowledged it. Roy suffered emotional damage, and the system laughed at him. Roy asked, "Gabriel is a swordmaster. Can't a swordmaster control himself?" Gabriel replied, "He can't control some physical needs." The boys, instead of looking for resin, were arguing with each other like a married couple, when suddenly Gabriel giggled. Gabriel was in a very good mood. Roy was exhausted and shouted at him to sneeze more quietly, and in general it would be better for him to keep quiet. Then Gabriel said, "Be quiet. Ellen's tree is located in the center of this forest, but the boys cannot reach it." And why was Roy so surprised? Their arguments could be heard throughout the forest. Even people would have heard them, let alone the sensitive elves. Roy shouted how they spotted them. The elf shouted, "Are they idiots? They have been screaming since they entered the forest. That's how they were spotted." Gabriel said they had hit the target. He was ready to admit defeat, but Roy said they would simply speed up their plan. The elves fired at once, but Gabriel protected Roy. The swordmaster easily dealt with simple arrows. Roy shouted. As planned, they were going to separate and meet in 30 minutes near Ellen's tree. He needs to find some kind of elevation to see him. In case he gets lost, Gabriel just needs to distract the elves. Suddenly, the elf screamed. The scarecrow had already given up. He had to catch up with the handsome man. It seemed like everyone was trying to remind Roy of Gabriel's beauty. The elves began to chase Gabriel. Surprisingly, the elves could lean on ordinary leaves in the air. Little is known about the elves, but again, the young master's predictions proved incredibly accurate. Elves have an incredible love for nature, and they cannot harm plants, which will be their advantage. Because they cannot attack innocent elves, Gabriel will have to run away from them as quickly as possible, while dodging their attacks. Perhaps for a time they could use the elves' nature against them. Combine that with Gabriel's excellent skills, and the plan might work. The elf was about to shoot Gabriel, but as Roy had planned, Gabriel hid behind a tree. So the elf couldn't shoot at Gabriel, but the elves were throwing in two directions. While Gabriel was struggling with the professional elves, Roy was able to reach his goal, Ellen's tree. And he immediately began to act, or rather to steal. He used the increased level of Zhivchik. Now Roy will not feel tired for exactly 20 minutes. Roy, like a madman, began to dig. And Gabriel continued to run away from the elves. Gabriel noticed that something was wrong. He did not see their leader, who was there in the forest. It couldn't be that she was chasing the young master, Gabriel thought. Here, Gabriel won't be able to use the plants to block the elves' attack. He will be immediately surrounded. Gabriel thrust his sword straight into the lake. A large wave rose up and swept away every arrow in its path. The elves clearly did not expect this. They had never seen such power before. They realized that Gabriel could easily kill them. Suddenly, one of the elves said, "We need to calm down. If people have a swordmaster, they have Malika." Then an incredibly muscular elf emerged from the forest. It looked like Gabriel would have a hard time. And she had the bow of the great dragon, the dragon archer, and the elf shot a giant arrow that destroyed everything in its path. Gabriel tried his best to block the bow, but luckily the bow slipped and flew forward. What incredible power, simply murderous might. They managed to repel Gabriel's aura sword. If he hurts even one elf, all the other elves in this world will take revenge on Gabriel until their last breath. Besides, the influence of the elves is much more frightening compared to the orcs. They will have to try harder than Gabriel and Roy thought. It's almost time to meet Roy, and some elves are still on his tail. How can he deal with these elves without killing them? And how can he save the wayward Mr. Roy? Gabriel fought with all his might, cutting through the wave of arrows and then deflecting a giant arrow upward. But Roy was calmly digging in the ground. He had collected what he wanted so much. All that was left was to get one more, and that was it. However, it didn't work out. As Gabriel realized, the leader and the other elves reached the swarm. The leader asked how the devilish degenerate dared to cut the roots of their precious tree. Roy, somehow overly confident in himself, he said that he was incredibly sorry, but the lives of many people depended on him. Roy sat down and added, "He'll fry that little plant until it's golden brown," the poor little mandrake Roy picked up along the way. The bastard took the poor guy hostage and even gloated with all his might. The elves became seriously nervous. Roy knew they wouldn't sacrifice the baby, so he said, "Everyone back off if they don't want to see him roast a mandrake." The leader said that he was even human. How could he be such a heartless villain? But Roy only thanked her for the compliments. Another elf added, "He is a devil's spawn who is not popular with women." These insults seriously upset Roy. And he blackmailed the elves even more. The leader said they were at an impasse. Why don't they talk? Poor things. They didn't know how crazy our hero was. He started chewing on the poor thing. The kid preferred to be roasted rather than eaten alive. Roy ordered to get out. Well, they've shaved themselves into the light of day. Now it will be easier for Gabriel to find them. He should show up here soon. But if other elves get to Roy first, then it's all over. They'll deal with him easily. Suddenly, the elves felt ill, and they all suddenly started to vomit. It's strange. All the elves seem to have lost their vitality. In just a couple of seconds, they began to turn pale. Roy also didn't understand what was happening. Weren't elves supposed to be strong and unshakable? Suddenly it dawned on Roy that during all this time he had not heard a single bird in the entire forest. Not a rabbit, not a moose. It seemed that he had not met a single animal. Then Roy remembered about the domino monsters. It seemed that the animals had also migrated, most likely to another part of the mountain. So that's why the thicket of the eternally shining forest was so empty. And since the elves won't touch the plants, this means that these elves are carnivorous. It's a pity for the flowers, but not for the animals. They must have been starving for months. Gabriel continued to stand, thinking how strange it was, judging by the strength and abilities of the elves. It shouldn't have worn them out this much. Gabriel noticed it too, if that was the case. Maybe he could break through their defenses. Gabriel attacked. Even though the chances were slim, he wasn't going to leave Roy alone. The elven defense line is broken. The Elafia ordered her elves to attack Gabriel. But the elves were exhausted. They could no longer fight. The commander asked them to pull themselves together. Only Melika continued to fight, their kind-hearted Melika, who always shared her food with them. And now she fights for them until her last breath. Gabriel hid behind a tree. He only thought that he was the one who had to protect his master's son. Melika attacked Gabriel and he decided to run away, and he was able to step on a leaf just like the elves. Gabriel mastered the path of steps, which even elves could only master after 100 years of training, in an instant. Gabriel rushed towards the heir to the estate, running with all his might, and Miss Melika took out 2 arrows at once. He jumped. Gabriel ran with all his might to Roy to save him, but he sat and simply ate with the elves. He stood there, all wounded and battered, looking in shock at Roy, who dared to ask where Gabriel had been, that he had been to war. Then he immediately began cooking the meat and told the elves to eat quickly, otherwise the meat would be overcooked. Turning around, he told Gabriel to sit down and eat. What an awkward picture. Enemies sitting at the same table to eat. Then Roy scolded Gabriel and told him to introduce himself too. Gabriel was still in shock and remained silent. Roy, as a father, said that Gabriel would be considered rude. Mira asked if they had any more room, and Roy answered, of course. Melika, who had been starving for a month, joined them. The situation was becoming more and more uncomfortable. It seemed that only Roy did not find the whole situation awkward. He told the commander to eat as much as they wanted. They have stocked up well for this journey. They can eat as much as they want, and all those who still have him in their sights. Will they really continue to be satisfied with just the smell? The poor elves have grown thin and can barely contain themselves. And Roy began to mock, saying that the men were elves who patiently waited for their women to return from hunting. They must be dying of hunger now. But what about their children? How long will their elders be able to resist hunger? Whether it will be hunger or the law of the jungle that gets to them first, no one knows. All the elves could no longer hold back their tears. So Roy asked why they didn't start negotiations. Commander Mira stated that they were not negotiating with humans, but Roy reminded her that they were almost there, pointing to the poor thing. He said that he would leave the plant alone if they did not attack, and also because they were hungry, he fed them meat. And they had a nice conversation. What was it if not negotiations? First of all, this is what they can offer. The survival of their race. Unlimited supplies of meat, and also a supply of bituminous coal. But what if they find out that bituminous coal is made from wood? They wouldn't like it very much, so Roy decided to leave that information out. The bastard knows how to lie. He is sure that the elves always dried meat before eating it, and now the time has come to cook it deliciously and eat it. And they will also build a special freezer for them, where the elves can store meat, Mira asked. And what does Roy want in return? Roy explained that he also wanted to survive, and if they did not agree to his terms, all his people would freeze to death. He asks to be allowed to take a little resin from the village of Ellen, just a little and every month. Then no one will die, of course. He will teach them how to collect sap so as not to harm the tree. Besides, it will be much better if the elves themselves deliver the meat. Divide the 100 elves into 2 groups. One will be busy delivering the meat, and the second one will help them build houses, so they can all survive together. The elves did not like this idea at all. They shouted that they did not agree to this, because people only do lies, Mira thought. Immersed in memories, she remembered. As her mother told her, when her mother lived in a place called Gable, she interacted with people very often. Their life may be short, but there is so much in it that they want to enjoy. That is why they become greedy, lie, and do evil. Therefore, if Mira meets a person, then let her trust only the one who is capable of becoming her true friend. Roy was nervous, waiting for an answer, and Mira, after a short silence, said that she refused. She added that she would only negotiate with someone she considered a friend, and decided to listen to her mother's advice. Roy was unhappy. It seemed like he had just run into an iron wall. What is a friend? In his original world, Cedric was always alone. He was very poor and could hardly take care of himself, but he wanted to be above this, so he attended various lectures and seminars on architecture. Cedric tried to ignore the laughter and sidelong glances. All he heard was, he couldn't even scrape together 100 rubles, so why come here? This hit his pride hard, but he had to hold on. He knew that only studies and hard work would help him get out of poverty. And then one day, a guy showed up and invited Cedric to a cafe and told him not to pay attention to others. He repeated that Cedric was the best student and tried harder than everyone else, fried meat for him and told him to eat more. But then he asked Cedric. He had never tried beef before, right? The guy looked down on Cedric. Cedric remembered that face, that sly smile for the rest of his life. Cedric had seen that all his life. The guy seemed to be feeding a stray dog, doing a good deed just for himself. Tears clouded Cedric's vision. Like a dirty dog that was picked up on the street, but he had never tasted such deliciousness in his life. For Cedric, this hypocrite became the only friend he ran after with his life. He thought, so what is this friendship? He decided that everything is good as long as you have meat. Roy took some beef out of his bag and placed it on the stone, apparently deciding to use the same method as the freak. The elves tasted the meat, and Mira declared that she accepted his conditions. Elves of the Forest of Eternal Radiance. Having had no contact with other tribes for 500 years, they signed an agreement with the people of the Frontera estate. Although Roy was happy and jumping for joy, Gabriel was very annoyed. He wondered why he had to fight at all. People gathered and started talking. First the orcs, now the elves. What's next? The dragon? It looks like the swarm will rid their world of racism. Mira looked around and thought, this is all created from the pain of plants. She's afraid to see it with her own eyes. Roy then reminded Miss Mira that some people refuse to eat animal meat. Ethics, culture, personal choice. Everyone has their reasons. You just need to stop being so stubborn and let everyone be themselves. That way they will help each other. That's when they can all live a happy life, Mira replied. She understands what he wants to say, but her heart needs to understand it too. Roy used his secret weapon again, saying that she needed time, and while she was thinking, she shouldn't refuse a new portion of meat. The delicious meat worked wonders. Miss Mira said she was already beginning to understand them. Construction of housing complexes 101 and 102 continues, and before the journey Roy had one concern. He wondered if they could finish construction before the temperature dropped below freezing, and thawing. If the water in the cement freezes at 0 temperature, and then in the spring, as the temperature rises, it begins to melt. There will be a lot of liquid inside the concrete, which will destroy it from the inside, and the building will collapse. But now Roy doesn't have to worry about that. Mira and her elves were jumping around the building. They will deal with this problem. And so the first day of winter arrived. The construction of complexes 100 and 102 was finally completed. So Roy was going to conduct control tests in these two buildings this winter, and then further construction would begin. It will be carried out with the goal of placing all refugees in apartments by next autumn, and the key point will be the verification. Ellen tree resin and soybean paste mixed in a ratio of 1 to 1,000 for ideal insulation. Sergeant Greg called out that the insulation of the pipes from the 1st to the 8th floors was complete. Then Roy gave the go-ahead to turn on the boiler. The boiler began to rumble and hot water rushed through the pipes. Soon the room became a bathhouse, which could be called a success. Roy came out and ordered to prepare the people for resettlement. Gabriel corrected Roy, saying that the priority was the move. The two exchanged insults again, and then Roy ordered that families with children be settled first, then the elderly and the sick. Let them be accommodated taking into account their health condition. Those who do not have enough space will be accommodated in separate rooms with heating. This winter everyone will be well fed and warm. Gabriel was surprised by Roy's generosity and kindness, and Roy himself thought, this needs to be done so that later people will feel obligated, and Roy can calmly ask them to work for him. Roy told Gabriel that they were going to the Baron, that they had no time for rest this winter, and Gabriel thought how irritating Roy would be, and calling him stupid would not be enough. If you think about it, he's been so weird ever since his personality changed so drastically that Gabriel can't even hate him. After all, the once wayward Roy had become a real support for everyone around him. Gabriel could admit that. The boys reached the estate and heard the sound of a trumpet, a sound that announced the approach of the royal messenger. And so it was. That strange man appeared again, and taking out a scroll, shouted, "The initiative was taken by the Frontera estate. It has become a real miracle. They never cease to amaze them. considering all the achievements of their estate, by this decree. The Queen proclaims the Frontera estate as the County of Frontera. Roy didn't seem surprised. Rather, this was exactly what he expected. But everyone else was in shock. Now the parents were not a baron and baroness, but a count and countess of Frontera. The strange man continued to speak. The first achievement prevented the spread of the monstrous wave of monsters from the east. The second achievement was providing shelter to refugees from all over the country. With all these achievements in mind, the County of Frontera gains independence from the County of Cremo. As a result, for the next 10 years, the royal family will allocate the budget and all necessary materials for construction in the east. He continued to praise and thank the Queen to himself. He was grateful for her trust, and decided to show his gratitude. He already had something prepared for such occasions. Roy happily stomped off with Gabriel, while his father watched him go. Pride and gratitude for his son, that's what you can read in Roy's father's eyes. He thought that all this became possible thanks to Roy. Meanwhile, in front of the Queen's statue, Roy and the others danced and celebrated the beautiful Queen and wished her long life. Roy shouted at the boys to shout louder, so loud that the Queen herself could hear them. Even the strange man thought it was strange. He returned to the Queen and told her how they kept shouting the same thing over and over again. Of course, the Queen was not flattered. The news that the Baron and Baroness were now counts spread very quickly, and our Vic rushed towards them at full speed. Having galloped to the Count's estate, Vic immediately bowed to Roy's father and asked if the Count had summoned him. Dad felt awkward and asked him to stand up. There was no need for these formalities. He was not yet accustomed to his status as a Count. Vic countered that with his impeccable pedigree and excellent character, there was no other candidate in the world who would be better suited for the role. He flattered as best he could, but he was angry, because he could never have imagined that the Baron would become a Count. At various events, Vic constantly made fun of him for being poor, and looked down on him so many times. But all this is in the past. Now he just needs to be more polite with him. Vic continued to insult the Count to himself, while the Count was not at all angry with Vic. The Count was truly a kind man, and Vic only wanted to take advantage of his softness in order to survive. So the Count said, as Vic probably already knows, by royal decree they were ordered to rebuild the East. Vic again tried to flatter, and the Count continued, and there is not enough manpower, so he would have one request for Vic. Could Vic lend a couple of engineers? If he asks for too much, it will be difficult for Vika to cope. It seems the Count was really too nice. So how about sending as many as possible? Asked the Count. Vic raised his head, and he saw the stern expression on the Count's face, who added, but to such an extent that it would not affect their friendship in a negative way. Seeing this expression on the Count's face, Vic almost had a heart attack. His eyes bulged out of his head. What luck! The Count finally learned something from his son. Vic was so nervous that he couldn't even climb onto the horse, and the Count was watching him from his office. The Count thought that he had never in his life threatened anyone, not a single living soul, and he felt so wonderful. The main thing is not to overdo it, Count, otherwise he will become a dictator. Byron reported that the settlement of residents in the apartment complex was complete. Roy has received a new achievement and bonuses. He has planted the seeds. It's time to reap the fruits. Well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The family now had a warm home and delicious food. The woman asked her husband to eat with them, but he apparently did not feel well. He said he had no appetite. Of course he was grateful for all this, but he could not enjoy it. After all, in the past, he worked tirelessly on the farm for his family, but now he can only rely on others. The man did not want to be a freeloader, and that's exactly what Roy was after, to help people so much that they felt awkward. And here is our actor. People greeted and showered Roy with compliments, and he smiled at them artificially. Well, intentions mean little. If Roy helps people, the main thing is that people are happy. Symbiosis. Roy helps them, and then they help Roy. Roy became incredibly popular. People shouted that they loved Roy, and he laughed theatrically and said that he loved everyone too. Gabriel, who was walking behind Roy and who knows him well, already had a premonition of this. He already knew that Roy was plotting something against all these people, of course. There was nothing wrong with that, because Roy was not going to deceive these people. And yet, Roy is still a jerk. He set up the table and said it was time to pay their debts. He had a whole mountain of contracts prepared here. They knew that nothing happens just like that. Everything is just like that. But Roy should have been told about it in advance. Gabriel felt Spanish shame for his master. He no longer understood what was good and what was bad. He relied on the conscience of people who did not want to be freeloaders, Roy said. Of course, they would pay wages, and even over time, but from the moment they sign the contract and receive their first salary, they will have to buy food and everything else with their own money. The man didn't want to sit on the necks of others. He was ready to sign a contract, The man wanted to realize himself. And you can only be proud of yourself when you work and realize yourself. Roy asked, but he offers a rather difficult contract in the spirit of capitalism. Roy sometimes forgets that he lives in the past, and no one knows what capitalism is. The woman also came forward and asked if she could sign the contract. Roy replied that they do not discriminate based on gender. Then people lined up to earn their own living, and these people turned out to be honest. Roy apparently considered himself a villain by building houses for the needy, providing them with food, and offering them good jobs. Roy's plan was simple. He wanted to launch a project that would provide them with a stable food supply and their own land. They will start a terraced farmland development project, using gabion to strengthen the eastern hill and build farmland. The gabion would have been very easy to build from rebar, but the bell tower worked hard to build the residential complex. So the baby caught a cold. Roy even made a small crib, and her lover decided to take revenge for his beloved. Now Roy won't be able to ask the little bell to work for a while. He needs to come up with something, and quickly. He had been thinking about this idea for several days, but it seemed to be the only way they could get the materials they needed. It seems like the system itself is acting like some kind of rogue, but it has always been on Roy's side. Poe, Gip, and Bell have helped Roy a lot. He always got the creature that Roy needed most, and since he already had a large reserve of points, there was no reason to doubt. Roy decided to pick out another baby, and he hoped that he would come across a creature that would help him get rebar for the retaining walls. He began to pray, and the little ones supported him in this. But something strange happened. The spell lasted longer than usual. But that's not all. The portal became several times larger, and a firestorm flew out of it. There is no need to worry. The fire did not touch the kids. Roy looked questioningly at the window of the system that was laughing at him, and asked if it was even on his side or what. The system responded that it was just a system that followed certain rules, and they did not take sides. Roy told her to change her businesslike tone, and reminded her about the other creatures, because she was giving him exactly what he needed. Suddenly, the system started laughing and laughing, turning red and declaring that Roy was a pathetic fool. It seems he still hasn't figured it out. That's the whole point of gambling. You give the newbie a few wins, and then make them wait for the next one, Roy shouted. Then she is a real scammer, the system responded. He thought that the world would make his life easier. You can't think that everything is so simple. Well, the system is right. Life has its ups and downs. Roy is the type of person who quickly agrees with the villain's logic. The fool once again trusted the intrusive advertising and spent points on a mystical creature, and once again he was taken in. Roy started screaming, cursing, and hitting the system's window, and the system asked Roy to listen to it and said, "God loves the Trinity." Our naive guy immediately trusted her and pressed the button to choose a mystical creature. But this time, Roy quickly jumped to the ground and shouted, "He thinks he is such a fool that he will let himself be fooled. Well, he has already been fooled." Roy turned around and saw an incredibly disgusting creature coming out of the portal, so he ran away from there as fast as he could. He ran straight to Gabriel and tried to wake him up. The system was trolling Roy non-stop today. Although today she burns like crazy, fortunately, Gabriel quickly dealt with this terrible monster. But people could have suffered, and the system calmly said, Roy had failed. Roy screamed. He already understood. He would not try anymore. Well, it looks like it was worth it. Roy was given a huge selection of skills. His suffering was not in vain. However, despite the large selection of skills, only 3 of them were useful to Roy. Spiderwebs, if their weave is strong enough, will produce a material that is stronger and more elastic than metal. It is resistant to moisture and will not lose its strength even after prolonged exposure to sunlight. There it was. Roy knew he was going to get exactly what he wanted. Without any extra thought, Roy chose to spin spiderwebs. Morning came. Gabriel woke up and said that he seemed to have dreamed something very strange. How good it was that he didn't remember anything. The boys were working in the field when suddenly they noticed that there was something in the sky, and this something was flying straight towards them. It was Roy with his new pet, for which he himself chose a skill, but the bonus to the web was flight. People started chanting Roy's name and he was showing off as much as he could. Roy was expecting to see a spider and was a little scared when he saw a homing pigeon, but birds have one big advantage. Roy can show off in front of people as much as he wants, and by strengthening their loyalty, he will thus be able to increase the volume of work and force them to pay taxes. Kumi's main skill is to spin spiderwebs, and her secondary skills are to stretch webs, build nests, and throw droppings. This tough little bird can spin webs from a backpack on its back. Of course, Roy tried to break it with the mana rings, but he only managed to stretch it a little. Perfect quality. Roy shouted to Kumi to fly to the plateau. Thanks to Kumi's skill, they would be able to weave a powerful net. And everything is good about this bird, but it has one big minus. Kumi abruptly disobeyed Roy and flew God knows where. As Kumi descended, he shook Roy off his back. Roy flew face down into the snow and screamed, "What the hell is he doing?" And Kumi, like a gangster, sat down and told Roy that he was annoying him. This is his biggest flaw. Kumi is incredibly lazy, and Roy had no idea how to make him work. Last night, Roy asked if Kumi could shoot webs, so Kumi could show him what kind of webs it was. But Kumi just sighed and sat down, saying that what did he care about him? Why burden himself with work and live the life of a hard worker? It seems Roy met his soulmate. He looked at Kumi with irritation and thought, what a bastard. He acts pretty weird. Optimistic and sweet Po was glad to see Kumi. He spoke joyfully about creating infrastructure for society, improving the quality of life of people, to experience satisfaction and receive rewards, to create your own worldview, to become a being that brings happiness into this world. After a short silence, Kumi gave in and agreed to try, and, in general, Po's words motivated him. And Kumi, in a sense, began to move, but the baby again returned to this state and did not want to work. Then Po ran up to him again and asked them to try a little more together, but Kumi was no longer in the mood. Kumi said that after thinking it over carefully, he found no reason why he should try so hard. The world will continue to move on even if they just sit and do nothing, and since the boy called him. The boy would still take care of him and feed him. Roy was seriously angry, because Kumi was right, but he was already thinking whether he should make Kumi dinner. Po shouted, "You can't say that." Kumi looked at him, but a second later, he threw a branch at Po. And this is something Po didn't expect at all. He looked at Roy, and they exchanged a couple of phrases. It turned out that Po decided to go a different way. He asked Roy for a seed, and becoming huge, grabbed Kumi. And so began Kumi's upbringing. Well, it seems that not only the Count learned threats from Roy, but also our little Po. Having spat out Kumi, Po asked how he liked it. Did he want to play some more? Kumi screamed in horror. He wants to work. Just like his father, no matter where or when, threats always work best. Roy proved that. After that, everyone returned to work. The guys dug a slope. The storm filtered the best sand through a huge sieve. And then by forcing Kumi to work under Po's direction, weaving a web in the form of reinforcement, Po's support worked. Then call the white warriors to cover the web with sand and continue this process until the laying is complete. After creating a stable foundation and filling it from all sides, intensively filling the gabion with pebbles and gravel, they complete the first stage. It looks like the guys will be able to finish the job by spring if they can distribute land to the refugees and extend the construction time for the buildings. They will finish everything by next year, and that will be the end of his working life. Unemployed and a rich life is already on the way. It seems that Kumi is not much different from Roy. Spring has arrived and Frontera County's terraced farmland production is complete. Roy became one of the best builders on the continent and enjoyed his life to the fullest. Having received the title of the best builder, Roy earned a lot of points. He also received the title of the leader of all the tired. Roy received an increase in the percentage of harvesting. Roy sat down at the table and played chess with himself. He talked to himself. Everything became a little more confusing, Roy said. And then he himself asked how he felt about this, what he intended to do, and moved the piece. Gabriel was standing right behind him and asked Roy if he was having fun. Roy replied, "Awesome. He likes it so much. It's so exciting. Anything. Just not to work." Then Gabriel said that this was the first time he had seen Roy play since that day. Roy asked what else he should do. Mr. Byron is doing an excellent job as a manager, and after the pay increase, the soldiers are working with even more enthusiasm. Everything was going as smoothly as ever, only Roy relaxed. Suddenly he remembered something from his past. He remembered his father saying that when Cedric thought everything was going well, Cedric should at least once make sure that it was really so. Cedric should, Roy froze, remembering this, then said, "Gabriel will have to go to bed later tonight. He still has one more thing to do before he sings Gabriel a lullaby. He needs to check if everything is really as good as he thinks." Roy remembered his skill. Looking into the future, becoming rich and unemployed is not so easy. To ensure a jobless future without any pitfalls, Roy pressed a button and was transported into the future, to his room. Roy turned around and saw Gabriel and all the kids, while he himself lay motionless in bed. Gabriel massaged Roy's chest with all his might using man's heart. The current Roy wondered why Gabriel was doing such wild things. Roy ran up to him and shouted that if he continued like this, his heart wouldn't take it. What the hell was Gabriel doing to him? But running up to himself, Roy noticed that Gabriel was in tears, and he himself looked like a 100-year-old mummy. Could this really be another ending where Roy dies? Roy from the future told Gabriel, "Enough. Gabby already knows that there is no more hope." And let Gabriel live and burn everything? The current Roy did not understand what was being discussed. Roy said it wasn't really him, but Gabriel interrupted him and said no. It was Roy, the hero who protected his second home. And he saved so many refugees. That's how he would tell the whole world about Roy. Roy's heartbeat became less and less frequent. So, Roy died, and the kids disappeared with him. What happened? Roy had already seen his death before. The current Roy asked himself not to panic and to analyze everything. Gabriel's appearance hadn't changed that much. This means that this should happen in the near future, but Roy is completely dried up, apparently due to dehydration. What is the reason it will happen in the spring? Roy followed Gabriel and saw that he did not die of dehydration. Gabriel put Roy's body with the others and added oil, burning them all. It looks like it's an epidemic. Some kind of disease has arisen. What does he know about diseases? Roy is not some kind of doctor from another world. Will he be able to stop it? Roy was desperately trying to find answers when suddenly Gabriel spoke up. Mr. Roy? No, whoever Roy was. These were Roy's last words, that when his remains were completely burned, Roy wanted him to say so. Remember the void, whatever it might mean. But that's where the visions of the future ended. Roy thought, emptiness. What kind of last words were these? Maybe Roy wanted to tell himself. What is this encrypted message for? The Roy who just died already saw what happened in the final spoilers. What if it was a message for him, who decided to look into the future? What if he gave this hint because he knew? What is this disease and how to prevent its spread? Empty. What can be empty? An epidemic. A huge number of accidents. Suddenly Roy remembered something. Words in Korean. There it is. The pieces of the puzzle are finally starting to come together. Roy from the future is just a genius. In the morning, Roy immediately called Byron and started talking about the people from Cremo. He needed as many professional quarrymen as possible. Byron replied that the price of the work would be too high. Roy replied that there was nothing that could be done. Count Cremo would be obliged to lend it to them. People are too busy cultivating the land. Soldiers and orcs are also working non-stop on the construction site. Byron, this project will affect the entire county, because this time Roy is confronting an epidemic, and its name is cholera. Roy said that they would need underground tunnels that go this way and that. Of course, Roy does not have much knowledge in medicine. But medicine isn't humanity's only way to overcome the disease. Roy said they need a channel for the removal of human waste. This means that they will be installing sewerage. In Korean, the word bin can be used to describe both the empty and the city of Vienna. With the advent of the Industrial Revolution, Vienna's population began to grow rapidly. But at that time, the city had major problems with sewage. The urine and feces of a huge number of people ended up in the Danube River. Under normal conditions, all waste would have been carried away by the current, and thanks to microorganisms, they naturally decomposed. However, sudden frosts that hit the city led to a huge catastrophe. Because the river froze, human waste remained on the surface, constantly freezing and melting. And eventually this led to groundwater contamination. And that's how cholera started. An incredibly increased population and waste that will flow into the Prona River if there's a sudden cold snap in the next year or two. Those who freeze the river, their county will become the new Vienna. So constantly, as soon as Roy relaxes a little, they throw him more work. But Roy is not one to give up, because he will not let anyone or anything stop him from enjoying life. And even if the devil can't stop him, he is horrified by the realization that Roy has taken on another huge debt himself. It would be great if employees only had to be paid a salary, but if he adds to that the cost of their accommodation and transportation expenses, then other people's money, the toxin called other people's money, eats him alive. Our Romeo noticed a sergeant who was flirting with a strange girl, and the girl clearly didn't mind. The two laughed sweetly and flirted with each other. And our kind-hearted Romeo, who thought that the sergeant was dating his beloved, was furious beyond measure. Suddenly the man called the sergeant. Then Greg said goodbye to the miss and ran to work. But our young man in love couldn't go far. The orc approached him and, barely restraining himself, asked, "How could the sergeant do this? How dare the sergeant behave like this, when he already has Emily?" But the sergeant had no idea what our Romeo was talking about. So he asked what he was talking about. Romeo decided that the sergeant was just making fun of him and wanted to hit him. But it turned out that Greg was quite the strong man. The sergeant said that half-strength blows would not defeat him, unexpectedly. But the soldiers of County Frontera after so many hours of work. And with training, they can control the power of mana. Each of them is able to single-handedly defeat up to 10 opponents at a time. But most often they use their strength in construction. Our Romeo shook off the dust and, rising, stood in a stance. The sergeant also took a stand. They decided to fight. But the battle did not happen. Byron appeared in time. It was Byron who called Greg, but he hesitated, and Byron followed him. Byron scolded Greg for playing the fool. Greg apologized sheepishly, and Byron said that Greg was going on a business trip, so it was time to pack all his things. It looks like the denouement of this whole drama will have to wait, but now the guys don't like each other. The sergeant asked if they were going to come all the way to Cremo just to ask for backup. Byron replied. Mr. Roy said that he was planning to start a large-scale project on which other people's lives would depend. But for the first time, the sergeant doubted Roy's plan. The achievements and the compliments Roy had collected over the days had a combined effect. Roy punished the traitor of this county and paid the debt. Roy did not drive away the refugees but gave them shelter. And Roy came face to face with a huge disaster and emerged victorious. The inhabitants and refugees of the county, people who want to repay Roy for the help he provided, would like to repay him. Roy went to the window and saw that a bunch of people had gathered under his windows and were shouting that they would do anything for him, no problem, even if there was no salary. All for the sake of the young master. They are ready to help Roy. They will work for free. Roy pressed his lips together, then shouted. Everyone was quiet. People froze. And Roy continued. The hardest thing to believe. When people do things for the benefit of others, it is much easier to believe when people do things for their own benefit. They say that they don't need a salary, but he never gave them anything for free, so they can't even dream of working for free. He will immediately draw up a contract. After yelling at the people, Roy closed the window, and the people continued to chant Roy's name, who was touched by the people's love. The bird. This is what they found in the western village where a wave of monsters came, an unusual bird, which splits the heavens and the beast that breaks the earth, the monster that can swallow the sea. What lofty words. They must be speaking about the little ones of the swarm. The workers of that village are capable of dealing with orcs with their bare hands, and the aged clerks move faster than the wind. Even the mighty white cavalry began to wave shovels instead of spears. The elves and orcs also use their powers to construct buildings, even if they are so powerful in non-combat mode. Then it is difficult to imagine what they could become in the event of a war. This is how people from the outside see Roy, his little pets, the white warriors, Byron and the workers. From the outside, they look like monsters. Somewhere deep in the forest, Diego watched two guys fighting and shouted at them. Pathetic creatures. Their brains are so small that they don't even understand simple words. He shouted and showed that you need to put all your strength into the blow, like this. What big words for someone who doesn't know how to fight himself. The guys stopped and Diego asked why they stopped. They had completely lost their minds. They wanted their wives and children to die of hunger. The bastard dared to blackmail the poor guys with their children and wives, and they had no choice but to fight each other senselessly. And the ill-mannered brat laughed and screamed, and suddenly Roy appeared next to him, who was also screaming and laughing. Noticing Roy, Diego started screaming in panic and imitating a Munch painting. Roy, as the thug said, Diego always screams like that when he sees him. Diego puts him in a bad light. Then Roy asked who they were. Diego said, the pathetic servants of his house. Roy said sarcastically, a certain hierarchy is of course cool. Diego can have fun like this, that's how. If so, maybe he should join. He wants to try too. Diego asked how he could let Roy fight like them. Roy continued to smile brightly and asked what kind of nonsense Diego was talking about. He had completely lost his mind. He was asking Diego to fight. He himself does not intend to wave his fists. Yes, Diego will be in the red corner, and his knight, Gabriel, will be in the blue one. Gabriel was not delighted, but sighed and said that since this was the Count's order, he had no choice but to obey, so go ahead. Seeing the green sword, Diego screamed, what is this? Let her hide her sword. Roy asked why she was asking to stop. Then Roy asked, it seems like the swordmaster is ruining the whole picture. Isn't that right? So let him fight him. Which seemed to frighten Diego even more, and Gabriel seemed irritated. Without further ado, Roy punched Diego in the face. Roy has to raise an asshole instead of a father who also needs to be raised. After that, Roy prepared the papers and said that this document confirms Diego's return to school. It's better to write down today's incident here, Diego asked. Not to write it down, but Roy didn't understand this and said why Diego only stops everyone. He is, after all, the Count's son, and Diego is an idiot. Poe flew away on Kumi with the document, and Roy finally paid attention to the guys. Notice, from that day on, they work for him, so there is no point in shirking. The men were moved to tears by Roy's kindness, and Vic apparently felt it, so he woke up screaming. He thought, this bastard disturbed his sleep again. What an unpleasant start to the day. Someone knocked and said that they needed to say something. Vic yelled that whoever dared to knock on the door of his room should get out immediately. They told him it was an urgent matter and they needed to talk immediately. Vic grabbed the whip and yelled, how dare some scum contradict him? He hadn't beaten them for a long time. But opening the door, Vic saw Roy's terrible face, who said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. From this sight, Vic seemed to fall into a coma. Then Roy asked if he really had such a scary face. Gabriel didn't even lie. He immediately said that he was definitely not the type that gives comfort. They didn't discuss it further. Roy took Vic out onto the balcony and said that Vic's lands extended from here. Let him know that he intends to level the hilly areas and build a quarry. Vika got scared and asked, "Why did Roy suddenly think of this?" Roy asked if it was okay to interrupt like that. Did he really need to explain anything to Vic? Roy doesn't want to, but I'll explain that for sewer channels it would be better to use granite instead of cement, so they could be sure that it would carry over in the coming years. Roy brought his soldiers and warned them that they would have to work hard. The soldiers were faced with an obstacle from the very beginning of their journey, but the sergeant didn't think so. As Roy said, there needed to be one straight path. And in the end, Vic's mansion was destroyed in 2. But our Roy is not a crook. He said that Vic had nothing to worry about. They will build Vic a new house in which Vic can live, and they will send workers from Vic's mansion to Roy's estate. And Vika will be assigned one assistant who will carry out orders. But home is too strong a word, because Roy pitched an ordinary tent for Vika. And as an assistant he gave them none other than Miss Melika, whom Vic and his son were terrified of. Control over the granite transportation road, as well as the construction of the quarry, will be entrusted to Mr. Byron. Byron had passed the veteran level and reached the maestro level. He had all the skills needed to run the company. Stormic also helped. He leveled the landscape for the quarry, and the county is also full of monsters that do an excellent job of this task. Mr. Byron's little ones have also grown up, and as he said, they are still the same obedient cuties. Warrior elves are responsible for the construction of buildings, and they are able to repeat the same process due to their incredible understanding. And with powerful physical force, all that was left was to deal with the sludge. Roy thought about this. It would be possible to force workers to dig it out with shovels. Although this is an unpleasant task, those who want to dig in waste could get poisoned. The best solution would be to heat the sludge to the maximum level. Perhaps Gabby, Roy, or Belle can do this. Although this is also a crazy idea, who knows what will be revealed there, and how they will be able to do this on a daily basis. Where could I find a slave who could control fire and work in the sewers? Suddenly Roy came up with something. His grin would lead to nothing good. Roy declared that he knew where to find such a slave. They came to the forge, where the dwarves were hard at work, and Roy asked the master to smelt armor from the resin of the ellen tree. The master jokingly asked if he was really going to hunt dragons. Roy cheerfully answered yes, but Gabriel understood perfectly well that Roy would force him to fight the dragon. He himself would not fight, and he was absolutely right. Poor Gabriel knew he would have to put up with Roy's outrageous behavior, but he couldn't help but be irritated. And somewhere far away in the depths of the eastern mountains, in a cave sat a sad little dragon. He cried from irritation. He had too many gems, but for some reason he could not cut any of them. In this cave, sitting on a mountain of gems, the dragon dreamed of finding his beloved. The dragon seems to be an introvert who thinks that the soulmate could be found sitting in his room. The dragon blamed his unattractive hands. He needs to create beautiful and tasty stones so that he can feed them to his children. Only then will a worthy female recognize him. But for now the dragon is excellent at destroying things. In the past, cutting stones was not so difficult. Cutting a stone was as easy as robbing a man's castle, or kidnap the dwarves who did all the work for the dragon. But one day, someone called the Dragon King married a mortal girl and came up with the Dragon Commandments. All dragons are forbidden from plundering and threatening other races. All dragons are sent to the mines, where they will cut the stones themselves. In short, one wolf fell in love, and the whole pack suffered. The dragon cried from his helplessness and was angry at the previous dragons. The king suddenly said that he understood the feelings of the dragon. He had seen enough representatives of the older generation who speculated on the stock exchange and made a ton of money, and then told the youth that speculation is bad. Roy's speech did not please the dragon at all, but Roy said that they had just come to talk to him. He had already prepared a fire and spat it all out on the boys, shouting that he couldn't marry people like them. The boys, of course, were alive. They knew that the dragon was unable to control his anger. Gabriel asked because Roy had a plan. Roy answered. And what didn't he say? Gabriel answered. He doesn't remember anything like that. As the dragon spat its fire, Roy said again, Gabriel will defeat this dragon. Gabriel told Roy that this was a result, not a plan. Stop joking. Let him tell him straight out what needs to be done. He went with him all this way because he trusts Roy's judgment. Then Roy explained his brilliant plan. Step 1. Gabriel fights. Step 2. Gabriel overcomes him. With these words, Roy pushed Gabriel towards the dragon. Gabby should not have trusted Roy. The dragon stopped spitting fire out of shock. For the first time he sees a person alive after the dragon's breath. He quickly realized that the secret was in the armor, so he decided to destroy Gabriel with simple brute force. Roy encouraged Gabriel from his hiding place. There was nothing left for Gabriel to do. He would have to fight the dragon. The dragon began to stamp his feet, wanting to crush Gabriel, but Gabby was a very nimble guy, and the already irritated dragon began to get even more furious because he couldn't crush Gabriel. And Gabriel realized that he was succeeding. This is exactly what Roy was waiting for. Even though in the novel Gabriel had a hard time, Gabriel was still able to win, and Gabi's power in the novel was only at the level of a newly awakened swordmaster. He was only slightly stronger than the Queen and Kai. But things are different now, so Gabriel can easily handle this dragon. Now Gabriel is even stronger than the average swordmaster. He is the supreme swordmaster. The young and weak Sally will never be able to defeat him. It seemed that the dragon himself began to understand this. He did not expect that a person could fly up into the sky. Gabriel used the explosion to move faster in the air, a technique he had only recently learned. It seems Gabriel learned the art of walking from the elves to move through the air more easily. As they say, the main character can do everything. The poor dragon turned into Gorinic, turning his head from side to side. Even though it was a young dragon, it was still the most powerful creature on the planet. And Gabriel believed that it would not be easy to handle. And this explosion of mana made a tiny wound on the dragon's body. But it was enough to make him burst into tears. He fell to the ground and screamed like a little child. Gabriel calmly landed and approached the dragon. Then the dragon became worried and started shouting, "Stop! Don't come closer! How can a dragon be so afraid of a person?" This is what Sally looks like when he's scared. Imagine you were relaxing in your room. How a fly appeared and started to itch, but it only grinned when you tried to get rid of it by spraying poison. And then she started flying and buzzing, and the final blow, everyone knows this pain. Anyone would go crazy if such a frightening organism bothered you. It seems Roy compares his knight, the master of the sword, to a fly. Gabriel came closer and closer. The dragon asked him to continue, and stated that he had something to say. And Gabriel actually stopped, and at that moment the dragon slapped his hand on the ground, as anyone would do with an annoying midge. But Gabriel wasn't there. He appeared behind him and attacked, then from the front, then from the side. Gabriel hit him from all sides. And a satisfied Roy lay there and admired this performance. Everything was going according to his plan. The dragon's next move was already predetermined. The dragon attacked Gabriel with smoke. But what if the bug spray doesn't work, and the scary creature keeps coming? There was only one way out: escape. The dragon took human form and ran away. The dragon hid behind the rocks so that Gabi wouldn't see him, and decided to teleport away as quickly as possible. But it seems the dragon was so worried that he forgot about his own trap. He himself set up an anti-teleportation trap. He was stupid in the past, but today he broke his stupidity record. Then Roy approached him and formally introduced himself once again to the great dragon Sally. But Sally decided to play the fool and said, "But he's not a dragon. He just ended up here by accident." And Roy said he had no doubt that Sally was the great dragon. Ordinary people don't behave like that. Sally shouted what was wrong with them. Why were they doing this to him? Roy answered. Actually, he told Sally the reason from the very beginning. "He's here to make Sally a very good offer," Sally screamed. Then it was necessary to talk about it right away. Instead of poking him so painfully, Roy reminded that since Sully tried to kill them, his servant was confused and didn't know whether to fight or not. It felt a bit awkward. Sally asked what the proposal was. Great, Roy thought. They're starting from the bottom, everything according to plan. When Sally attacked the elves in the novel, he definitely had anger management issues. And it is obvious that it is initially impossible to establish a dialogue with such a dragon. So Roy had to resort to brute force. Almost everything can be resolved this way. They just need to save face in the presence of a stronger personality. And even though he managed to calm Sally down, a dragon is a dragon, since Sally's pride was hurt. "It will be difficult to negotiate," Roy suddenly shouted at Gabriel. "What an intolerable bully. How dare a bully, a human, treat a dragon like that? Even dare to raise his sword against him? Whoever allowed him to do this, the jerk," Roy scolded Gabriel to the fullest, knowing full well that Gabriel would not do anything to him. So Roy was sucking up to Sally, being a sycophant, just so that the dragon would be a little more favorable to his proposal. Roy ordered Gabriel to kneel down and raise his hands up as punishment for Gabriel to believe this insolence. That's why he froze. Then Roy screamed that he had gone deaf, and that's how the knight who defeated the dragon was punished by the stupid master. Sally's honor was restored, and Roy asked him to sit down. Sally finally agreed to listen to him. Roy, groveling to the dragon, said that he just wanted to ask a simple question. Sally asked, "And what kind of question was that?" Roy grimaced and asked, "Does Sally want to get married?" Sally looked surprised, as if he hadn't been the one shouting about it a couple of minutes ago. And Roy continued, "They know that Sally doesn't have very skillful hands, and Sally can't cut a stone properly." Sally panicked and asked how the man even knew about this, and how they managed to find his lair. But instead of answering, Roy told the dragon that he would get married in 10 years, and Sally beamed with happiness. However, he quickly pulled himself together and shouted for her to answer his question, but our Roy is a real rogue, and he managed to distract Sally again. Having asked, Sally is glad to finally enter into a love relationship. They will be able to cut through the vastness, clasping claws, exchanging sweet love letters using telepathy, and making beautiful hearts out of tails in the night sky by the light of the moon. Sally was completely blown away by this picture, and in the moment of his euphoria, Roy handed him the contract and said that all Sally needed to do was sign it. But the little dragon, of course, didn't know about this, and without suspecting anything, signed the contract, and then Roy's game stopped. Roy snatched the signed contract and said, "This is written in the dragon laws, and everyone knows that dragons violated the contract with humans. They will experience the punishment of the Dragon King. Sally's premonition was right. Right now." Sally took a low blow from that demonic spawn, the system's words, not mine. Having this time that something was a dragon, which, if tamed, becomes an ordinary person. By waste incinerator, Roy meant the dragon. His goal achieved, he seriously brought the dragon to burn the poop. Roy brought Sally to the master and said that, as you can see, the steam of his dragon breath was coming from his body. Sally was complaining about the rogue Roy when the master asked him that he was really bad at cutting. Sally nodded discontentedly. According to the contract, which Sally signed without reading a single line, it was stated that the master would teach Sally the art of cutting stones, and Sally will burn all the waste in the treatment plant once a day. Sally, of course, was unhappy that he, a dragon, had to do this. Roy realized this and said that Sally must have a hard time accepting the fact that he has to clean up human waste. That's why he had to put a little pressure on Sally to sign the contract. Otherwise, Sally simply wouldn't have signed it, and he would have lost the chance to learn the art of cutting stones. And in that case, it would have been pretty difficult for Sally to get married, right? Pride is of course good, but what if it does not allow him to marry, which is of greater value? After thinking, Sally bowed his head to the dwarf and said that he was completely at the teacher's mercy. The master said, "Just think, some insignificant dwarf will train a powerful dragon." Sally admitted that while dragons were definitely the most powerful in terms of strength, but the gnomes are the best in the world at crafts, he asked to fix his damned hands. No matter how stupid Sally may seem, Sally is still a dragon, and he adapts to situations very quickly. The master said, "Sally says so. He cannot refuse. Even though he may be rude, he will endure." Sally replied, "He made a decision." Then the master yelled, "Then stop standing there like a statue." And when he brought the necessary materials, little Sally immediately became worried and started crying. The master shouted at Sally to get going, and the poor fellow ran as fast as he could. This contract was a perfect example of an agreement that would only benefit everyone, Roy believed. Sally and the master will be able to fully enjoy his power over the dragon. Roy himself has faced countless instances where he was offered incredibly unfair contracts, and then they assured him that he had no choice but to sign them. Perhaps that's what they thought then. Should such scum have a choice? But such behavior has nothing to do with the contract. Although Roy himself had deceived Sally in the same way, he believed that a contract was one in which all parties benefited. Of course, it would be better if he got the most out of this. And taking the jewels, Roy left. Unexpectedly, the system said that Roy had changed another tragic fate. In the novel, the dragon lost his horns in a battle with Gabriel, and with mortal wounds he reached his lair. Where he died, Sally died alone in his lair, which no one would ever discover. The Count is a well-rounded man, now that he is freed from the burden of debt. He puts Julian, who was destined to die, finally receives recognition for his efforts in his studies. And all thanks to Roy, it is impossible to count how many lives Roy saved. Roy became a little proud, then asked for money. The system said that he had to earn money for himself. Then Roy demanded points. Roy now needs a skill. The problem is the radius of the measurement skill. The construction will take up the entire county, but getting information from different parts of the county and then integrating it is a real pain. The system suggested increasing the intermediate design, and Roy quickly clicked to increase the skill. The skill class increased, Roy invested 1,000 points, and it was worth it. Roy was given a construction guide, but Roy didn't know what it was, the system explained. Why did Roy complain so much about wanting to work less? Let him test the system. Roy requested a 3D floor plan that Roy already had saved. Roy did so, then activated the construction guide. This hologram will be visible to Roy, and everyone working on the project, the builders can work using the hologram as a guide. With this skill, Roy will be able to relieve himself of 50% of the responsibilities. Roy decided to test this skill. He brought Gabriel and Roy pointed to the ground. Gabriel asked, "And what is this?" Roy replied, "The place where Gabriel will dig?" Gabriel looked at Roy incredulously, but Roy told him to dig and explain later. Gabriel started digging and said there was a green light inside too. Then Roy asked Gabriel to dig beyond the green light. Gabby did so, and the system indicated an error. A hologram of Roy's face appeared in the sky, shouting, "Oh well, let them try harder." Gabriel said how disgusting it was. Roy asked if Gabby was being too careless with his words, and what was wrong with his face. But Gabby only said that no one would screw up while working because they wouldn't want to see that face. Roy repeated. He said enough. He actually didn't like it. Gabby just asked what it would be this time. He will say that all this time he was a genius of magical illusion, or that Roy stole this magical trick from a black magician. Well, Gabriel's suspicions are justified. Now it will be more difficult to lie further. Roy asked which story Gabby would believe, and to her surprise, Gabriel replied, about the magician, and let him wear the pendant to make that story believable. And he too will then adhere to this version, as Gabby quickly gave in. Roy asked, and although he couldn't answer all the questions, Gabriel still had them. Gabriel replied that his curiosity was not so important now, but that Roy saved everyone in this county. He had long ago realized that Roy was not who he was, but he had his priorities set. The county was more important than Roy's personality. And Roy promised to save everyone, Byron shouted. They begin construction of a huge sewer system, which will save them from diseases. All together, what is their motto? The boy will kill anyone who dares to get injured, all weaklings out of this security project. Roy said it felt like they were getting wilder by the minute. Wastewater and sewage will flow into the sewer system from across the county. There, through sewer pipes, they will get into the main collector, small sewer pipes, and one will dig. But he can't handle the main tunnel alone, so he needs motivation. Belle supported the storm as best she could, and it worked. With a full heart, the storm worked harder. The guys were digging and made one mistake, and then a hologram appeared in the sky. But love was blind, and the boys only liked this creepy hologram. Things didn't go according to plan. Roy yelled at them for slacking off instead of working. Roy said they were really crazy. Interestingly, what made them that way? Gabriel knew the answer, but didn't tell him. After prolonged spring rains, construction of the main sewer system continued for 3 months. Thanks to the construction conductor, the construction of the main collector is proceeding at a rapid pace. They began to move north very quickly. The main collector should extend beyond the field. And there they will build a place for the destruction of waste, Byron said. But it is not far from the place where the mastodons settled. Roy replied that since the storm would appear there from time to time, they would not go near them, but caution would not hurt. Let him tell people not to irritate the mastodons unnecessarily if they meet them. So he thought. Roy seemed to have lost his mind again. He was playing with himself. Whatever the child did, as long as he didn't interfere, the system called Roy crazy. Suddenly Poe came in crying. Roy asked why he looked pathetic. He was just having fun. Poe spoke again. Roy asked. Poe found something strange. Roy came to the pit and saw a mastodon. Judging by the state of decomposition, it had not been dead for very long. It looks like someone killed him and buried him here, but who and why? Storm said something to him. Then Roy told the guys that they needed to dig a little more. And then something strange happens again. Roy discovered a mastodon cemetery. This was not in the novel, only some of the mastodon's habits were mentioned. But now Roy couldn't be sure, as more and more things began to happen that weren't in the novel. The only thing Roy is familiar with is the chapter about the Namaran barrier, where Gabriel took control of the explosion. The black magic that featured in this chapter was indeed there, a creepy aura seeping out from the grave. Roy ordered everyone to run away immediately. The decay explosion magic was very dangerous. A whole wall of flame is rushing towards them. At this rate, the guys are not going to live. And Roy couldn't let his workers get hurt. He turned around sharply and attacked. He didn't know if it would work, but if Roy used the impact from the explosion to neutralize it. Suddenly, a storm appeared in front of Roy and the people, protecting them from the flames. Sally heard the sound and realized that it was the necromancer's magic, the magic of the explosion of decay. Judging by the force of the explosion, it was obvious that the corpse of a creature much larger than a human was involved. Sally realized all this while sitting far from the explosion of the house, he thought. This swindler seemed to be in trouble. Should he help him? Does he have such obligations towards him? While he was thinking, he noticed that Gabriel was rushing to help. Then he decided that everything would obviously be okay with him, since this monster was running to his aid. He continued working, and Roy tried to wake up the storm, when suddenly people started screaming. It seemed that the explosion had awakened the monsters, and they were more ferocious than living mastodons. Roy ordered the men to run. Blank shouted to his men to prepare for the attack. But Roy ordered them to retreat without asking any questions, and Blank obeyed and ran with him. What kind of land is here? What can be said about the behavior of mastodons? Is it possible to apply some kind of strategy here? How can they get away from them? Roy asked Byron where they were. Byron replied, in the field. Then Roy asked Poe to stop him. Po ran into battle with the monsters. It turned out that Po was still Sailor Moon, and he scattered the monsters with his fist of a plum blossom. However, there were too many monsters, and soon they completely surrounded little Po. Then Roy screamed. In 5 seconds he could become a piece of meat, a strangely nervous and angry feeling, really. It would be better if they hurried before he refreshed him. Roy was really sick. The mastodons went berserk and ran towards Roy. Well, he managed to capture their attention. Then he picked up the baby and ran away. He had only one clue, a line from a novel. And he cooed at them, played with them, and adult mastodons came up to them every day. They checked to make sure the children were okay. They were so sweet and kind, always taking care of the little ones. Riding Po with the baby, Roy ran as far away as possible. The boys were ashamed that Roy was sacrificing himself for them again. Somewhere in the forest, little Kumi sat on a branch and sang relaxedly. He is a firefly. He is useless. But even a useless life has rights. He couldn't sing for long. He was captured. A sweaty Gabriel declared that he had red sunflower seeds that Roy was feeding him. How fast can Kumi fly 10 kilometers to the north, poor thing? He ran with all his might. But even so, they were catching up with them. So Roy decided to attack them with an explosion to slow them down. But when they were killed, they exploded. It was dangerous, and there were too many of them. Maybe he should just take and hit the mountain once, although that won't help either. Everything will collapse. That even if he blows up the mountain, it won't kill them. His powers are already running out, just like Poe's. Po stopped abruptly. A barrier appeared in front of them. Roy and Po were trapped. Roy scanned the collapse, and realized that the weight would prevent Po from climbing up. We need to calm him down. Remember all his skills, the experience that he carried through these years. Combining your experience and possible limits, standing still means wasting time. Roy decided to fight. He asked Po to stick as close to the wall as possible and hold the baby tighter. He was afraid that he might kick the bucket if he released energy in the mountains. But this is the key to insight. Roy gathered mana energy in the shovel and fired. The fiery arrows flew out of the canyon. Roy lost his strength and fell to the ground. The super energy burst skill was activated. Roy began to collect all the mana from the surrounding area. The target's direction was set, and having collected all his mana, Roy decided to shoot forward. The swarm will leave the valley and Po alone and will only absorb the mastodon mana. When Roy absorbed the queen's mana, energy began to be released around him. He thought of it as an opportunity to increase Mana's heart skill. Roy said that Gabriel would be his bait. Gabriel immediately refused, but Roy stated that no one had asked him anyway. If Roy uses energy burst to recharge mana, his level will increase. It was time for this lunchbox, filled to the brim, to share its energy with mana. Then he hit the ground and used a super blast, destroying the entire surrounding area. This can't be allowed. Only Gabriel. We need to focus on absorbing only his mana. He started to suck out Gabriel's mana, but it didn't bother him. Roy burst out laughing and shouted, "It works!" That's what Roy thought. But his pathetic body wasn't capable of handling Mana's appearance. Roy fell to the ground again and bled out. It looked like it was time to mock him. Gabriel asked with a grin if Roy was okay, but Roy cursed the script of this novel. Although the plan with Gabriel failed, Roy was still able to choose a goal and direction. But Roy has exceeded the amount of mana he can absorb, and his heart expands against his will. This rotten mana of the undead is different from poisons. Roy decided to spin the rings even more actively. In order to disperse the rotten energy, Mana's heart suffered enormous damage. The mana of power is activated to heal the Mana's heart, and so on over and over again. First damage, then healing. The swarm did something incredible. The entire gorge with monsters was subjected to the power of the swarm. Physical capabilities have increased by 600%, and the swarm contains undead mana. The other monsters froze. Roy ordered them to kneel, and they obeyed. Roy can now dominate undead that have less mana than him. Controlled undead will follow any orders from the swarm. But there was one downside. Dominance over the undead was only active when the swarm was looking at the undead. So things are still dire for the swarm. The undead population has been declining sharply. Roy and the kids started to run away, and the monsters ran after him. There was no way to get out. Luckily, at the right moment, Kumi's web grabbed Roy, and Roy grabbed the kids. Gabriel told Kumi to go down below. Gabriel took out his sword and destroyed the canyon. The debris fell on the monsters. Poor Kumi was already out of breath. Roy praised Gabriel. Gabriel saved their lives, Gabriel asked irritably. Roy was still able to smile. He is his protector and should always be near Roy, which is why he received this praise. Roy said he was fine and not to get upset, but that didn't reassure Gabriel. He said he saw Roy when he was flying on Kuma. Roy became bait for the monsters so that the others could escape. Roy said what he meant by bait. He just decided to gather them in one place and then finish them off with one blow. Gabriel asked. And that the plan worked, Roy asked. Gabby saw everything himself. Why is he asking? What answer is Gabi expecting? Unexpectedly, Gabriel shouted. He just wants Roy to take more care of himself. What happens if Roy isn't with them? The apartment complex, the sewer system. Everything will end. Then the lives of all people will be at risk. How many lives of other people depend on Roy? You have to value your life more, Roy interrupted him, asking how many people were allowed to die near him. Gabriel shouted. He didn't mean it like that, just seeing Roy risking himself alone. Roy interrupted and shouted back, so he thought that this damned undead couldn't hurt anyone. Things are bad. The parents are arguing. The son doesn't know what to do. It's an unfavorable situation for the family. Roy shouted that he was working tirelessly. But did he know that he was ready to move the horses after this work? So who will protect them all if not him? Gabriel asked. So Roy will continue to put himself in danger. Roy answered, of course. And as compensation, he would take the most money for himself. Gabriel was furious, but he exhaled and said that he could do whatever he wanted and that he would be by his side. And although Gabriel's face showed irritation, in reality, Gabi's sympathy increased. He is ready to die in Roy's place if he ever finds himself on the brink of life and death. Roy smirked and said, Gabi doesn't have to do that. Gabi asked what he was talking about. Roy said, don't pretend you don't know. We need to find out who created these mastodons. We need to find the necromancer. The novel contains a lot of information about the enemy country of Ajhan. They would not have done that. It's not their style. It's probably another country. Roy said they would suspend their opening hours. He needs to find clues. The Wall of Namaran? He can confirm his guesses thanks to an entire chapter dedicated to Namaran. Roy's premonition can't deceive him. He just needs to find proof. The workers continued digging. Roy tried to find something. Some dangers might be lurking there. Roy was sure there was something there, some kind of black magic particle, when suddenly a soldier shouted at him. He said that Count Cremo had arrived from the west. It was unexpected. No one was expecting him. They met the Count, who said he had come to ask permission to marry.